Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 4 up. 131 The so-called Hope, Shatter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Garp, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly attack Luo? Zephyr asked Garp angrily. Everyone is watching here. They are all curious about the inside story of the battle. I wonder what Trafalgar Law did wrong. What mistake should Trafalgar Law have made to make Cap Vice Admiral so angry? Although everyone still doesn't know what the inside story is. Even Luo himself didn't know. But obviously almost everyone is on Garp's side. He is a long-established Marine hero and the flag of Marine. Trafalgar Law, at most, is a newcomer with amazing potential, or in the eyes of more officers, he is more of an arrogant newcomer. HMPH. Garp kept his eyes on Trafalgar Law. He was reluctant to say the reason for his anger. Because even if Luo captured Ace and Marine captured the pirates, it is natural and natural. Is it wrong? Why is it wrong? Garp said. Buddha Sengoku was also angry and said seriously. There was internal fighting before the war, and he was still the Marine flag hero. The impact was too bad. Just say it. Garp snorted. Trafalgar Law, do I have any grudge against you? Is it necessary to target my grandson again and again? Yes, my grandson is a pirate, and I am also angry. If you made an unforgivable mistake and I went to catch him personally. Do you need you to take action one after another? You even caught Ace. Do you want to see my joke? Quote. Advertisement. Luo understood. He understood that he had taken the blame. Understand that Garp thought Ace was caught by him. Are you an idiot? Luo's eyes became even colder. If you ask any officer about this matter, you can understand the details. He is such an idiot. Is he sick? Buddha Sengoku and the others also understood. Only many Vice Admirals are still confused. Quote. Buddha Sengoku's head was covered with black lines and the corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the angry Garp. The other admirals were also speechless and choked. Vice Admirals, please leave. Buddha Sengoku first dispersed the Vice Admirals who were gathered around him. He didn't want too many people to know about these things, otherwise it would damage the reputation of Marine's hero and damage Marine's face. Yes. Although the Vice Admirals were also curious about the follow-up development, they had to listen to the Marshal's order. In the distance, there were a large number of mid-level officers and Marines looking around. They are also curious about what happened. The return of the Vice Admirals naturally gave these curious mid-level officers, Marines, something to ask. What happened? Everyone looked at the Marines curiously. Vice Admiral Garp and Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral fight. As for the specific reason, it is unclear. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. It's actually Vice Admiral Garp. Garp's reputation within Marine is so high that no one can match it, and his name is enough to attract everyone's attention. Advertisement. Only a few noticed the other. Luo. Ain's pretty face turned pale, and he looked into the distance with panic and worry. Luo, is he okay? Why did Luo fight with Mr. Garp? Smoker was confused, and the girl behind him also stared with cute big eyes. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Tashigi couldn't help but think of Haki's fluttering marine coat. Chunin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Why would Vice Admiral Garp teach that guy a lesson? Did he do something wrong? Ordinary Marine residents almost all believe this. Garp is an absolute hero in their hearts and cannot be the wrong party. Well, I'm not sure about this. Vice Admirals don't understand either. How was the battle? A curious Marine asked. TCH, do you still need to ask? Is that Vice Admiral Luo the opponent of the Garp hero? That's right. All resident Marines agreed with this point. Well, that's true. The Vice Admirals nodded. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral is indeed a little embarrassed and injured. No one seems surprised by this, which is consistent with reality. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral seems to have become the butt of jokes. In the place of battle, there are only the top people in Marine. Garp, you are mistaken. Ace was captured by Blackbeard. Sengoku said helplessly. The entire Marine is in motion, and it has been determined that Fire Fist Ace will be executed in 1 month. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Blackbeard. Garp was stunned. Who is Blackbeard? Could it be that Ace was really not captured by Trafalgar Law? Sengoku, please stop lying to me. If there is really a strong man named Blackbeard in Marine, why haven't I heard of it? How can a strong man who can defeat Ace be unknown within Marine? Garp didn't believe it. Don't tell me. Blackbeard is a pirate. Which pirate dares to risk offending Whitebeard to capture Ace? And he actually gave it to Marine after he was caught. Are pirates so stupid? Buddha Sengoku helplessly rubbed his swollen temples. Even Kizaru looked at Luo sympathetically. What a poor boy. He was beaten for no reason. Sengoku had no choice but to tell Garp all the details. The facts were right in front of him. After learning the facts, Garp looked a little stiff and looked at Luo less angry. Humph. Garp, who was still in a bad mood, snorted coldly, turned around and left. Ace and Luffy have both been arrested, and Ace will be executed in a month. How is he feeling good? Garp, are you just leaving like this? Zephyr said dissatisfied. You wronged Luo for no reason and even got into a fight. Shouldn't you apologize? Garp didn't look back and left without saying a word. Although he knew that Luo had not captured Ace, Luo had captured Ace, and it was Luo who had captured Luffy. Facing the guy who captured his grandson, Garp could not bow his head and apologize. Garp. Zephyr was very angry. Even Sengoku had no choice but to look at Garp leaving. How could Zephyr force him? Zephyr came to Luo and comforted him. Luo, Garp is just like this, don't be angry. I'm not angry anymore. A smile appeared on the corner of Luo's mouth, a bright and gentle smile. Turning around and walking towards the ruined house, there was only an endless chill in the depths of his eyes. Originally, I was going to fight, but I was only prepared to have a good fight with Whitebeard, and I wasn't prepared to get involved in such trivial matters as traveling. In this case. So, the so-called short-lived hope appears in the original work, and Shatter will always be in despair. 132 The sea is shocked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trouble. Buddha Sengoku looked at the destroyed city with a headache. The brief battle cost the Marine headquarters a lot of money. How to deal with the aftermath? Buddha Sengoku, who was thinking hard, turned and walked towards the Marine building. The Admirals also looked at Luo with sympathy and left. Only Zephyr came to Luo, who was standing silently on the ruins, and patted his shoulder. Don't take it too seriously, just treat it as a test, and it is also a good thing to understand your own weaknesses in battle. There was a smile on Luo's lips. I didn't care, I was just thinking about where to stay tonight. I will soon lead the recruit residents to leave the Marine headquarters. Let's stay at my place for the time being. It is estimated that reconstruction will only be possible after the war. I'm going to stay in the Marine dormitory. 937. Okay. Zephyr knew that Luo had always been a decisive person, so he comforted him a few words, but he also left as he still had too many things to do. Only Luo was left on the ruins. Soon a large number of Marines poured into the city and began to clean up the ruins and treat the wounded. The blockade of the warring place was finally lifted. Ain hurried over. Luo, are you okay? Looking at Luo, who was a little embarrassed, Ain's eyes were filled with worry and he complained, how could Vice Admiral Garp do this? He's so bullying. Let's go. The destroyed city is surrounded by the Emperor Marine and the residents who have never left. They are still waiting for answers from Marine headquarters. If your home is destroyed or even injured, there must be an explanation, right? Is he the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral? Advertisement. Walking through the broken streets, Marines and residents gathered around and pointed. It's all because of him that our home was destroyed. That's right. Just because you're the Vice Admiral, can you do whatever you want? The residents looked at Luo's back complainingly. Garp, they won't blame, that's a hero. But who should vent out his grievances about his home being destroyed? Only Trafalgar Law, whose reputation is not as good as Garp's. Luo kept smiling and walked by calmly, but Ain beside him turned back angrily and retorted to the pointing residents. That's not true. You don't dress randomly. But our home was destroyed. No need to say more. Luo grabbed Ain's arm and said, it's up to them. But Luo, it doesn't matter. Luo kept smiling lightly. Luo, what's going on? Why did Vice Admiral Garp attack? It doesn't matter what happens, it's all in the past anyway. We have to look forward. The future is ahead, and there is the excitement to wait for, right? Luo pursed his lips and smiled softly at Ain. Let's go. Soon an announcement was issued from the Marine headquarters. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp were competing for a while and accidentally used too much force, causing some damage. Marine expresses its deep apology. Marine will deal with the ruins as quickly as possible and wait for the battle. After everyone returns, Marine will rebuild the city as quickly as possible. This is Marine's answer. Advertisement. Buddha Sengoku knows very well that before a war, civil strife and internal strife are the most taboo, especially when it comes to Marine's flag. A competition. Looking at the announcement, the residents were dubious. We will definitely win. Buddha Sengoku's eyes flashed with strong confidence. What's more, Whitebeard may not come. Marine's main deployment preparations have been completed. 100,000 elite troops have gathered at Marine headquarters. All major combat units are in place. All non-combatants at Marine headquarters have evacuated. People are like puppets, and the atmosphere of the sea instantly drops to freezing point. But Luo has always been indifferent, cultivating in obscurity in his temporary residence, slowly improving his strength, although the slowness never stops. As for the detailed information below, no one is in the mood to read it. The official newspaper of the world government is fully operational. And there are countless seagulls like this on the sea at this time. Everything's ready. On June 1st, Marineford publicly executed Pirate Fire Fist Ace at noon. The headline was so eye-catching. Has this week's newspaper arrived? It seems that there is no major news in the sea, but Marine has been very active these days. On a pirate ship, an ordinary pirate picked up the newspaper that had just fallen on the deck. Leave behind the newspapers flying all over the sky. At this moment, above the sea, many people spread out the newspapers in their hands. A seagull carrying a large number of newspapers was sailing on the sea. After sailing over a merchant ship, a stack of newspapers fell onto the merchant ship below. Became the laughingstock of many people. In an ordinary town, there were many passers-by on the street, curiously picking up the newspapers that had fallen on the ground. Sengoku, that's Whitebeard. He's not easy to mess with. Don't lose. Garp made a dull sound. Advertisement. Several seagulls flew over from one island to another. In this way, time slowly passes away. Countless newspapers, from newspaper branches on major islands, published important news. Even my thoughts seemed to have stopped functioning. A horrified voice broke the tranquility of the sea. Fire Fist Ace, isn't that the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Caught by Marine. Wanted to be publicly executed. Everyone stared blankly at the newspaper in their hands. On the newspaper, there was only one piece of news, the only news. Announce it to the world. Buddha Sengoku waved his hand. 2 weeks later. Next moment. That's right. The sea is silent, just general silence. Countless newspapers were distributed across the sea. A noble thief leisurely brought the latest newspaper to his subordinate. 0.5 reading the newspaper with curiosity and 8 trigrams. It must not affect the morale of the military. Only those with comparable strength can compete. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral is very embarrassed. The Garp hero is so strong. This is obviously a guide. Is Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral worthy of competing with Vice Admiral Garp? On the combat couch, Garp's face was gloomy and scary. He had tried hard and argued with Buddha Sengoku, but for such a big event, such a giant wheel had already started, even Garp could not stop it. For a long time. 133 The top battle begins to shift. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. Please subscribe. Please automatically subscribe. Please give me flowers, and please give me rewards. This is a piece of news. Even many famous figures can't help but feel numb. Is Marine crazy? Are you going to completely anger the strongest man in the sea? Is Marine going to destroy the entire sea? Frightened voices appeared on all major islands and ships. With Whitebeard's protective character, he will never tolerate anyone bullying his son. Is a war about to break out? Completely breaking the tranquility of the sea. Since the execution of Roger, the Pirate King, although Marine and pirates have been at war, most of them were minor disturbances. On this day, many older generations finally remembered the chaotic era. Will the war that once shocked the world finally happen again? In an instant, the sea that had been calm for many years disappeared, and the sea with surging undercurrents finally turned into huge waves. Gia Gia, Has the era of turmoil finally arrived? Doflamingo smiled sinisterly and walked out of the palace with arrogant steps. Then it's time to take action. Young Master, Trafalgar Law is the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. 1. GG22, is it normal for a Vice Admiral to die during a war? Doflamingo exuded murderous intent, and his sinister smile turned into a ferocious smile. I hope he will be more aggressive during the war. 7 Warlords of the Sea took action. Start setting off. Snake G. During the war, you just need to be perfunctory, don't be too. Grandma Z kept telling her that no one involved in such a battle would be absolutely safe. Grandma Z was afraid that Snake G would take too much care of her. Trafalgar Law, thus risking everything for him. Advertisement. Shut up, old woman. Hancock said coldly. If it weren't for your desperate stop, Aishan would have arrived at the Marine headquarters long ago. Grandma Z was helpless. Snake G, you are the 7 Warlords of the Sea. How could you reach Marine Chief Snake G too early? Wait a minute. No. Grandma Yi flew away. Luo, I'm coming soon. There's a blush on my peerless face. Red hair pirates. Boss, Ace was arrested too. The red-haired man who was drinking spat out a mouthful of wine. Luffy was arrested just now. Ace was arrested again. Boss, Marine has announced the news. Ace will be publicly executed in half a month. It's troublesome. The red-haired man scratched his head in distress. Is that guy Whitebeard going to go completely berserk? Marine's purpose is to force Whitebeard. Is Marine finally unable to bear it anymore and going to take action against the 4 emperors? Not necessarily. Ben Beckman, the vice captain of Red Hair Pirates, thought deeply and said, Marine puts the battlefield at its headquarters. It shows that Marine does not have absolute confidence. To deal with the 4 emperors, the only way is to enter the New World forcefully. No matter what Marine's purpose is, this era has gone crazy. The red-haired man stood up bitterly. Everything is in chaos. Boss, with this turmoil, maybe this is a good opportunity for us to take the opportunity to rescue that kid Luffy. The redhead frowned slightly. For a long time, without saying a word, he came to the head of the pirate ship and looked at the endless sea. Let's go, Whitebeard pirates. Yes, the Whitebeard pirates. Gu la la la, that guy teach. Whitebeard was laughing. Advertisement. But the terrifying momentum stirred up the situation. The huge wine bottle in his hand instantly shattered. I didn't expect that Ace would lose to Teach. I didn't expect that Teach would actually cooperate with Marine. He has become the 7 Warlords of the Sea. All the captains and all the pirates had terrifying anger in their eyes, and the entire Whitebeard pirate group went berserk. Well, what they hate most is naturally Blackbeard. Teach is never forgivable, but rescuing Ace now is the key. Marco said. Yes, rescue Ace. Invasion of Marine headquarters. All the captain pirates roared. Dad, a fleet of 20 Marine warships appeared dozens of miles away. Marine is too arrogant. Destroy the fleet. The pirate said angrily. Gu la la la, does that Sengoku guy want to tell Lousy not to act rashly? Whitebeard laughed. But he wants to kill Lousy's son and actually wants Lousy not to act rashly. The sea has no such reason. The Whitebeard pirates have endless fighting spirit. Fight. Dad, the red-hair pirates appeared 100 miles away. That red-haired guy. Whitebeard glared with fierce anger. That red-haired guy, are you still planning to rob someone by fire? Marine headquarters. Buddha Sengoku watched the reactions from various places, and the intelligence department collected reactions from all forces. Advertisement. Sent to monitor the Whitebeard fleet, have you lost contact? Sengoku sighed helplessly. Whitebeard, are you determined? Although there was no hope at the beginning. But in this battle, Marine was actually forced. It was Blackbeard's conspiracy and he had no choice. The last news came from the fleet. Did Red Hair and Whitebeard meet? Sengoku of Buddha 237 rubbed his temples with pain. That guy with red hair, shouldn't he be so nosy? Sengoku doesn't need to worry too much. The red-haired person's purpose is probably to persuade Whitebeard not to act rashly. With Ben Beckman here, the red-haired person should understand that this muddy water is not accessible. Chief of Staff, he analyzed. What's more, this is Whitebeard's battle. With his character, how could he accept help from others? I hope so. Sengoku said distressedly. But the arrow has been fired. Nothing can be changed, we can only fight. Half a month later, Sengoku's eyes flashed with determination. In this battle, Marine could only win but not lose. The storm has arrived. The sea was completely shocked, and a depressing atmosphere seemed to envelope the entire sea. All this has nothing to do with Luo, who practices alone at home. Wiping his sweat, he disappeared in an instant and appeared in a closed space dozens of meters underground. With Luo's ability, he could open up such a space underground in a short time. In the rough space, there are strange utensils placed, huge completely enclosed metal utensils, very strange. There are no gaps or interfaces, but the interior is hollow. I wonder if there is a chance for you to take action. 134 Arrogant 7 Warlords of the Sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lost over time. The 7 Warlords of the Sea came to the Marine headquarters one after another. Gia. Doflamingo, who was sitting on the sofa with an arrogant posture, moved his fingers slightly, and the 2 officers in front of him with strange postures drew their swords and slashed at each other. Marine, you don't take us seriously enough, just let these guys entertain you. Us. Control school level officer battles. Like Doflamingo's puppets. Your shadows are gone. Gecko Moria took out the giant scissors and pulled out the shadows of the 2 unlucky officers. Haha. Lousy is a pirate. He hates Marine. Even if this is Marine's headquarters, Lousy doesn't want to see Marine. Blackbeard punched Marine away with a domineering punch. Mahawk, the eagle eye on the sofa, scanned everything indifferently. The tyrant bear looked indifferent. And further away. Get out of my way. Hancock looked coldly and arrogantly at Marine, who was blocking the way. Empress Hancock, behind us is the headquarters city. Even the 7 Warlords of the Sea cannot enter. Please stay in the designated area. What if I say no? The faces of dozens of Marines changed greatly. He hurriedly asked the marshal for help. Advertisement. These bastards. Buddha Sengoku cursed secretly. Marshal, if this continues, those arrogant 7 Warlords of the Sea will cause greater chaos, and Marine is already very dissatisfied. Isn't it stipulated that the 7 Warlords of the Sea can only stay in the specified courtyard and wait for the Shing battle tomorrow? Buddha Sengoku said angrily. Sengoku, 7 Warlords of the Sea are all rebellious people, and 7 Warlords of the Sea is a cooperative organization of the world government. They don't take Marine very seriously. Chief of Staff, he said helplessly. We really need a solution. Cannot cause bigger things. Let Admiral take care of them. Sengoku said coldly. Admiral can always make them quiet, right? Pipe question mark quote. No. Chief of Staff, he said hurriedly. Admiral goes forward. With Admiral's arrogance, the 2 sides are likely to have greater conflicts. It is not easy to conflict with the 7 Warlords of the Sea now. We will need to rely on their strength tomorrow. What's more, Admiral is the main combat force tomorrow, so we can't waste our energy here while recharging our strength. The most important thing now is to win tomorrow's battle. Then what should we do? Should we compromise and allow the 7 Warlords of the Sea to run amok in the naval headquarters? The impact is too bad and affects the morale of the military. Sengoku said with a headache. Only by sending strong men with a certain degree of deterrence, will the 7 Warlords of the Sea restrain themselves. Chief of Staff, he said. Who else can be sent besides the Admirals? Those are the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Even if the elite Vice Admirals go there, they won't be a deterrent, right? Trafalgar Law. Who scolded us? Who dared to scold us? The Marines said angrily. They turned around and glanced at those who came over inadvertently. Their eyes widened and they could no longer say the next words. The sound in their throats seemed to be strangled. My body couldn't help but tremble. The noisy sound filled my ears. The grinning Doflamingo controls the officers to fight each other and enjoys the puppet show directed by himself. He understands Hancock's feelings for him. That's right, you know how to show off your power in front of us, why don't you show off your power in front of the Garp heroes? Advertisement. Gecko Moria took out the shadow of the trembling Marine, and the huge scissors clicked. Blackbeard is bullying Marine wantonly. Although the momentum is not terrifying and sensational, hockey has a free flow that is hard to resist, Conqueror's hockey. The order was quickly notified to Luo. Marine still looked obsessed and dull. Close your dog eyes and get out. At this time, a cold voice appeared from behind the Marine team. The 7 warlords of the sea were arranged by Marine into a special private courtyard. Their freedom was not restricted, but the surroundings were strictly guarded. Roll. 7 warlords of the sea. Because of this, Luo was worried that the king of Wang Hao would be prepared to go completely crazy tomorrow, but he did not want Hancock to intervene in such a battle. Even she could easily be in danger, and it would be difficult for Luo to take care of such a battle. Others. Luo is in front, Hancock is half a step back. Trafalgar Law has the power to surpass Vice Admiral. It has a certain deterrent effect on 7 warlords of the sea, which can make them restrain themselves. As for fighting, 7 warlords of the sea are not idiots after all, and there will not be a large-scale battle. The most important thing is that Trafalgar Law is just a vice admiral and cannot fully represent Marine like an admiral. Even if a battle occurs, there is still room for buffering. Chief of Staff, he said. Sengoku nodded. Let Trafalgar Law go forward and let him stop the wanton behavior of the 7 warlords of the sea. Marine looked obsessed and nodded subconsciously. Advertisement. Step into the courtyard. Yes. Luo glanced at the group of Marines coldly. The Marines with stern expressions looked at Luo, who was taking Empress Hancock away with dissatisfaction. We will fight tomorrow. Hancock, don't worry about anything, just watch from a distance. Luo said. Are you really unwilling to get out of the way? Marine couldn't be 100% trusting of them. Facing Marine, the cold and arrogant Empress Hancock was blushing like a little woman, shy and timid. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly. With Trafalgar Law's cold and arrogant character, I can guarantee that he will definitely conflict with the 7 warlords of the sea, which is contrary to what you think. No matter how unique the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea is, it cannot change their identity as pirates. Luo shouldered Marine's coat of justice and walked out of the house. But thinking that this was a death order issued by Marine headquarters, he gritted his teeth to resist the temptation and did not dare to retreat. I'm angry. Empress Hancock's hands were in the shape of hearts. Tiantian. It wasn't until they were far away that these panicked Marines said angrily, what's so great about it? I was taught a lesson by Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, Sengoku thought in his mind. It seems that he is indeed the best choice. Although he has conflicts with Doflamingo, Empress Hancock seems to have a close relationship with him. 135 Leave me alone. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Help. Marine watched in horror as his shadow was pulled out. Thinking of the horrific legend about Gecko Moria and the consequences of losing his shadow, Marine trembled and shouted for help. Marine in the distance stared at the 7 warlords of the sea with hatred and anger. But without orders from Marine headquarters and without the arrival of Marine strong men, they did not dare to move. Marine blushed with anger and shame. The huge scissors in Gecko Moria's hand cut towards the shadow. Gia, your shadow eye. Boom. The arrogant and evil Gecko Moria flew away. In the eyes of the desperate Marine, he screamed and flew backwards, crashing into a wall and being embedded in the rubble in an awkward manner. Doflamingo, put down your claws. Zhongfeng pointed at Doflamingo's forehead. Mahawk, who had always been indifferent to everything, saw this sword, his sharp eyes flashed with light. Blackbeard, do you want to fly too? Zhongfeng pointed at Doflamingo, and Luo glanced at Blackbeard, who bullied Marine. Has the pain disappeared? Sudden changes. Marine, who had been teased and bullied, looked at the sudden arrival of this figure in shock. 140. That fluttering Marine coat. The sudden appearance of Haki made them feel excited and excited. GG. Luo. Doflamingo smiled ferociously, and his 5 fingers flashed across each other in an instant, and the 5 color strings cut towards Luo. Clang, clang, clang. The cut 5 color strings were kicked away by the beautiful feet, and the silver strings were petrified and shattered. Doflamingo, if you dare to attack Luo, I will never spare you. Hancock's body was covered in paint. Conquerors. Empress Hancock. Advertisement. Doflamingo looked at Hancock in shock. Why did she help Luo? Ha ha ha, it seems very interesting. Blackbeard laughed with his bad teeth exposed, but under Ron's sharp gaze, he still put down the Marine in his hand angrily. It's not easy to have a big conflict with Marine now. The farce is over. Still not leaving. Luo glanced at the stunned Marines. Yes, Vice Admiral. The Marines saluted with dignity, their eyes showing admiration and respect. And then quickly leave this hellish place in their hearts. CCED, but the scene just now was engraved in their minds and could not be forgotten. It was unbelievable that the lawless and unruly 7 warlords of the sea would be reprimanded by a Vice Admiral. Is he the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral? It seems inconsistent with the rumors during this period. The rumors are not necessarily correct. What if it is Garp? Shut up. Garp is Marine's hero. Marine left, and only Luo and the 7 warlords of the sea were left in this private courtyard. Bastard. Who dares to kick me away? Among the debris, Moria stood up angrily. I immediately noticed the fluttering marine coat. A mere Vice Admiral dares to kick me away. Gecko Moria was furious. With his status and strength, he can indeed defy most Vice Admirals. Shadow Horn Gun. The shadow beneath him instantly turned into a black spear, shooting towards Luo at extremely high speed. Advertisement. With a flick of the sword edge, Luo disappeared, and an afterimage almost brushed against the erupting shadow horn gun as it moved forward. The sword edge in his hand cut through the shadow horn spear until the end. This kind of thing, in tomorrow's battle, you will be more or less, and you will be less. Killing it will just raise the level of 7 warlords of the sea, right? The cold sword edge was placed on Gecko Moria's neck. The latter showed a horrified look that was very unbecoming of a devil. The sword edge penetrated 3 inches. The edge of the sword has penetrated the flesh and blood has flowed out. You want to kill me? Gecko Moria was shocked. He wanted to say disdainfully, do you dare to kill me? But Luo's murderous intention was real. They are all strong men, not ignorant and naive. Gecko Moria knows that if he dares to say it, the other party will definitely dare to use the knife. If you don't want to die, just be quiet. Rao looked at this Gecko Moria, sheathed his sword and walked around the house. Because you have wasted my training time, I am in a bad mood. I don't care what you do tomorrow, but stay quiet now. If you don't want to, then risk your life to fight. Death is also a kind of quiet, isn't it? Luo Sao. After all the 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk stayed the most. He is the only one Luo can like. His last gaze must have fallen softly on the Empress, who was his own woman. Although Gecko Moria's eyes were filled with rage and he couldn't help but sneak attack on the person in front of him several times, but he recalled the timid moment just now and obediently closed his mouth. GG, it seems that Marine has no intention of letting us continue playing, and won't allow us to have a fight, right? Doflamingo stared at Luo with a sinister smile. That's right, Mingyu is interesting. Advertisement. Luo didn't look at Doflamingo. We were rivals 2 years ago. Doesn't mean it still is. Ha ha ha. Let's wait for tomorrow. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly and proudly. The events that shocked the sea were all his plan, and tomorrow will be the time to harvest. Tyrant Bear remained silent, but the vague gaze stayed on Luo for a long time. No one knew whether there was something else in his mind. Different from the original work, haven't you completely lost your mind? Luo glanced at the tyrant Shang. Although the eyes are light, they are full of emotion. Because Luo, the wanton 7 warlords of the sea have really calmed down. Is your knife the same as mine? Mihawk, the coldest eagle eye, suddenly asked. Is there a battle? Marine building. Buddha Sengoku stood up hurriedly. Let Admiral follow me, but we can't let Trafalgar Law really fight with the 7 warlords of the sea, and that is not a 7 warlords of the sea. Just as I rushed out the door, Admiral had just arrived. The news came again. The 7 warlords of the sea are quiet. Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. There had just been a fight, and the conflict had obviously escalated. How could the unruly guys from the 7 warlords of the sea calm down so quickly? Can they still be persuaded? How is it possible? That's strange. It's impossible to make them quiet by force, right? Who can do it? Kizaru said in shock. Even the 4 emperors can't make all the 7 warlords of the sea obey, right? How did he do it? 136 The battle on top begins. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. Please subscribe automatically. Friends who are fattening, you can set up automatic subscription, just click lightly, hehe. June 1st. This day is unique because of an upcoming event. This day, at dawn, the Marine headquarters was already bustling with activity. Warships were going back and forth in the bay, and teams were patrolling all over the headquarters. The busiest thing is the canteen. On this day, the portions of food were extraordinarily plentiful and the ingredients were extraordinarily good. Precious ingredients that were difficult to eat in the past are now available in abundance. On this day, Marine was eating and drinking like crazy. No one knows if there will be a next time. Everyone knows that the next battle will be an extremely difficult one. If you don't have enough physical strength, you won't be able to survive. This day, people all over the world wake up early. At dawn, the people of Sabayati archipelago almost gathered on the largest island, sitting or standing around several huge screens. How many powerful men and nobles sat in front of separate screens at home early in the morning? And now, it's only 6 o'clock. Advertisement. Is it finally here? Buddha Sengoku rubbed his forehead. The fatigue seemed to be dissipated a little. He didn't sleep all night and couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. He was under the heaviest responsibility and pressure. Spend the night thinking over any details of the planned deployment. After making sure that nothing was missed, he leaned on the chair and relaxed for a moment. As soon as I closed my eyes and rested my mind, Marine came in to report on his work. Still no trace of the Whitebeard pirates has been found, and the intelligence does not show that the Whitebeard pirates passed the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island belongs to Whitebeard's territory after all. It is easy to hide it from Marine's surveillance. Sengoku said with a smile. There is no need to look for traces of the Whitebeard pirates. They will come anyway. When will they come? How will they come? It doesn't matter. Yes. Sengoku looked up at the wall clock. Is it 6:30? We can send a fleet to impel down and escort Fire Fist Ace to arrive. Although there is enough time, we must prevent accidents. We must return before 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, the live broadcast to the sea begins. Buddha Sengoku said seriously. Yes. Sengoku, do you have to let the whole world see it? Sengoku had just closed his eyes, and Garp, who had been sitting on the sofa like a statue, frowned and said with a lot of suppression in his words. That's right. Sengoku said. No matter what the outcome of the battle is, no one can hide it. It's better to let everyone in the sea see it. This is an excellent opportunity to show Marine's strength. Victory will make our Marine's momentum become an uproar and let the people having more confidence in our Marine will make pirates more fearful and the sea will naturally be more stable. But, what if we lose? Garp frowned. On the day of his grandson's death, he could not change the torture he had been in. Thinking of the moment when everyone saw Ace being killed, he was even more heartbroken. Garp. Sengoku said with a dissatisfied tone. Today's battle, if you are too tired Garp, just take a rest. All the changes in the sea are due to Ace being imprisoned in eternal hell at this time. And the next level up, the 5th level of cold hell. Advertisement. Let me out. Luffy still insisted on shouting. The prisoners on the 5th floor were miserable. Shut up, rookie, it's too noisy. I want to go out. Luffy's eyes were silent, lying on the iron door, shouting to Yi Ping became a habit. Idiot, this is impel down. How can we get out? There are only 2 possibilities for entering impel down. One is Lycus and will be imprisoned forever until the moment of death. The other is to be executed like Fire Fist Ace. There was color in that godless gaze. What, Ace? Luffy slammed his head on the iron door and tried his best to stick out the gap. What did you just say? What happened to Ace? Don't you know? Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed by Marine. It seems that the date of execution is today. Luffy was confused. His eyes were frozen. No. Impossible, impossible. Luffy shook his head numbly, denying all of this. Impossible, Ace will never be caught. Who has the deepest relationship with Luffy? It has to be Ace. Please give me flowers. It's nothing impossible. Everyone knows about this. It's a pity that Lousy was caught at this time and missed this good show. The pirate in the cell next to him cursed inwardly in depression. How? How is it possible? I don't want to believe it, and I can't believe it. Luffy was stunned for a long time. Then like crazy, he banged his head against the iron door crazily. I want to get out. I want to save Ace. Ace must not be executed. How can Ace be killed? I want to get out. Let me out. Advertisement. Boom. Crazy banging against the iron door. My head started to bleed. Is this guy crazy? Regardless of everything, regardless of the severe pain and whether he would die, he hit the iron door crazily. But all they got in exchange was the ridicule of other prisoners. The sounds here could not be transmitted beyond the 5th level of cold hell, and the jailers could not hear them. Are you seeking death? There are so many ways to seek death, why choose the stupidest one to hit the door? A curious voice appeared with doubts, and a figure appeared in front of Luffy's iron door. It's daybreak. The gentle sunshine of the morning sun shines on the sea. Everything is ready. A large number of forts were aimed at the front, and countless marine teams completely turned the marine headquarters into an iron wall. In the deepest part of the square, the Xingxing terrace stands so dazzlingly. The 3 chairs placed under the platform are so eye-catching. Whenever he is nervous, Marine will look back at the figure sitting on the 3 chairs and feel confident. At that time, naval headquarters had the highest combat effectiveness, because of pain. From the bay to Xingtai, there are tens of thousands of elite Marines, and several terrifying defense lines, the Vice Admiral Defense Line. The elite Vice Admiral Defense Line, the 7 Warlords of the Sea Defense Line, the Admiral Defense Line, and the last Marine Marshal. Gentle sunlight shines on the Marine headquarters. It's very gentle. If you die in the sun, it won't be cold in hell. He stretched out his hand, and the gentle sunshine spread in his palm. He squeezed it gently. In such weather, the funeral will not look sad. 137 Jailbreak. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. His head banged against the iron door crazily. Are you killing yourself? Luffy banged against the iron door like crazy, his head bleeding without stopping, howling at the top of his lungs. Let me out, Ace. Ace is going to be killed, I have to save him. Oh, so you want to escape from prison? But how can you break through the iron gate with a sea stone? The voice finally caught the attention of the crazy Luffy. When he raised his head, his eyes were stained with blood. Little crab, can you let me out? The visitor outside the cell, brow twitching, little crab. The person outside the door is a woman. But her voice has the magnetism of a man, she-male. At the same time, her hands are huge scissors, which does look a bit like a crab. If you think so, I'll let you out. 891. The scissors clicked, and the iron door made of fine steel was cut in an instant and opened as long as a piece of paper. Luffy's eyes lit up. Thank you, little crab. He rushed out instantly and rushed forward crazily in the snow. Idiot, you want to escape from prison like this? Amazuna grabbed Luffy. With seastone handcuffs, you can't even escape from the cold hell. Let me go, I'm going to save Ace. Luffy struggled with all his strength. You will die if you go out now. If you want to unlock the seastone handcuffs, you need the key. Follow me to see Ivankov first. Maybe she can help you. Really? Although he was losing his mind, Luffy also knew that he was now powerless and unable to use his abilities. Certainly. Advertisement. Amazuna took Luffy into the underground waterway, passed through incredible and impossible roads, and entered a unique secret base. Is there anyone new here? Welcome to the Ladyboy Paradise. There are dozens of enchanting ladyboys here. And their queen is Ivankov. The figure is quite thin, and it is completely suitable for transformation into a perfect she-male. Ivankov looked at Luffy and nodded with satisfaction. Can you help me unlock the seastone handcuffs? Come on, I have to save Ace. Luffy said anxiously. It's not difficult to steal the key. Ivankov's eyes suddenly widened. Ace. Fire Fist Ace. Do you know him? Ace is my brother. I'm going to save him. He's been caught. Luffy was extremely anxious. Fire Fist Ace is actually your brother. Ivankov was shocked. Did something big happen to the sea? Hurry and help me unlock the handcuffs. Luffy was not willing to stop for a moment. Ace is going to be executed today. He is impelled down. I am going to save him. Distraught. He even kept hitting the wall with his hands, hoping to break open the seastone handcuffs. Why did Ace get caught too? Why didn't Grandpa tell me? Why didn't Grandpa go rescue Ace? Grandpa. Kid, who is your grandfather? From what the prisoner said, it seems that Garp has met Luffy before, Amazuna said. Could it be? The she-male king looked at Luffy in horror. As a veteran of the Revolutionary Army, she knew many secrets. The leader of the revolutionaries, Long, was Garp's son. She knew such inside information, if the kid in front of her was Garp's grandson. So he is the son of the dragon. Could it be that his brother Ace is also the son of a dragon? How is that possible? Advertisement. Boy, is Garp your grandfather? Haha. In that case, Let's take a look at the picture. It can't be absolutely hidden, let alone with so many people. Straw Hat Luffy, I didn't expect that you also entered Impel Down. An evil voice came from the cell not far away. Alert! From the 5th level of Cold Hell to the Eternal Hell, a large number of strange figures appeared in strange clothes. They went to the 6th level of the Eternal Hell. A large number of jailers quickly rushed towards the bottom of Eternal Hell. The empty Eternal Hell echoed with Luffy's voice, but no one responded. Thump thump thump. Yes. Are you ready to escape from prison? Crocodile smiled evilly. Whitebeard is going to go to war with Marine, right? GG. Then count me in. That's right. The Demon King and other powerful men followed closely behind. A prisoner escaped from Eternal Hell. Prisoner. Ace's younger brother. 0.6 Jinbei's pupils dilated. You want to save him. But it's hard for you to leave even with Impel Down. The alarm sounded instantly. The prison robbery begins. Soon, the key was delivered. The moment he unlocked the key, Luffy rushed out instantly. Ace is on the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, right? Really? Thank you so much. Luffy bent over and thanked him excitedly. Advertisement. The information was quickly sent to Magellan, who was in the toilet at this time. What? Luffy's face changed in shock. Since he is the son of a dragon, he cannot ignore it. The She-Monster King waved his hand and immediately went to look for the handcuff key in Luffy's hand. I don't care, I'm going to save him. The She-Male King comforted Luffy. Don't worry, after I untie your handcuffs, I will go with you to rescue Ace. Ace. Stop arguing. Fire Fist Ace has been taken away. A vicious prisoner in the cell said, dissatisfied. What's your relationship with Ace? Suddenly a voice came from the cell next to him. Turn around and rush towards Eternal Hell. Weird person. Fire Fist Ace has just been sent away, and there is a strange phenomenon. Don't make any mistakes. Let the jailer check it out immediately, and strengthen the defense at the same time. After receiving the confirmation, the Ladyboy King's eyes towards Luffy changed and became more friendly. Crocodile, I'm not in the mood to chat with you. Luffy rushed out of Eternal Hell at high speed. Luffy quickly rushed to Eternal Hell with the Ladyboys. Ace, where are you? Answer me quickly. The largest jailbreak in history begins. Yes. He's my brother, I'm going to save him. After subconsciously answering, he looked back and looked at Luffy, who he didn't recognize, but the She-Monster King knew the identity of the prisoner in the cell at a glance. Jinbei, aren't you 7 warlords of the sea? Why are you being imprisoned here? After the arrangements are made. Impel Down has video phone bug surveillance everywhere. Although phone bugs cannot survive on the 5th floor because of the cold, once you leave the cold hell on the 5th floor, whether you leave from the elevator or the stairs. 138 Whitebeard arrives. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ding dang dang. Luffy's group of people, running wildly, quickly rushed to the 5th level of Cold Hell, and then the 4th level of Blazing Hell. Zoro. Sanji, where are you? Luffy. The two coolies looked at Luffy, who came angrily with a large group of people in shock. Come with me. The two men were freed from their bonds and joined a huge team. Prison Break. Crocodile. Jinbei. And Ivankov, who disappeared mysteriously a long time ago. Straw Hat Luffy takes the lead. Holding up his pants, Magellan rushed out of the toilet angrily. They are looking for death. The 3rd floor. New prisoners are constantly being added to the prison escape team. Straw Hat Luffy. In the cell, the imprisoned clown Buggy looked at Luffy running past in horror. Straw Hat Luffy, I'm here, take me away quickly. Buggy. Call out. Behind Crocodile, Mr. One's hands turned into sharp blades and split open the cell where Mr. Two was held. Jailbreak in progress. There have been a lot of changes, but it seems that they are not very different from the original work. Thieves haha. When Impel Down was in chaos, 22 attracted a group of more evil pirates. The arrogant Blackbeard walked into Impel Down. A melee took place in Impel Down, which had been quiet for many years. Advertisement. There were constant wars. The rampaging Magellan chases all the prisoners, no one can stop him. Chopper. Usopp, where are you? Luffy shouted loudly on the 1st floor of Crimson Hell, running wildly at his feet, with hundreds of prisoners behind him. The latest news is Magellan, the giant poisonous soldier. Luffy, we're here. Hurry up, you can rush out of Impel Down soon. Whoever stops Magellan will seize the ship. After many life and death crises and desperate escapes, the prisoners finally broke out of Impel Down, and the warship moved forward at a high speed. But a large number of warships came from behind to catch up. The door of justice cannot be opened. We still cannot leave, let alone enter the naval headquarters. Just when we were desperate, the door of justice slowly opened, and a gap appeared. A tiny gap is enough for a warship to pass through. Jailbreak successful. At this time, 9:30. Marine headquarters is calm and depressing. The atmosphere was frozen to freezing point, and it seemed so oppressive and heavy that one could hardly breathe. Fire Fist Ace was forcibly escorted to the Shingtai, the executioners were already in place, and all the marine powerhouses were in place. The head-numbing arrangements appeared all over the sea, in front of everyone's eyes. With such a terrifying deployment, all the strong marines are out, and there are also 7 warlords of the sea. The beard is worthy of it these days. Whitebeard is more terrifying than a monster. It's not certain who will win and who will lose. Videophone bug pointed at the calm sea. Advertisement. The sea surface, where the morning fog had not completely dispersed, was hazy, with no ships visible. There is no sign of the Whitebeard pirates appearing yet. Is it 9:30? Buddha Sengoku looked up at the time and shouted, "Always be alert." He knew that if Whitebeard was to come, it would be around this time. All marines stared at the calm sea, swallowing in horror, and many officers began to sweat in their hands. It's 10 o'clock, and there are still 2 hours until Xingxing. Minutes passed. Sweat poured out like rain. He was facing the strongest man and the strongest monster in the sea, so it was inevitable to feel some fear in his heart. Isn't he coming? Many people in various places had this thought. All the captains showed up. There is movement in the water in the bay. Boom. Boom. The terrifying whale's bow is facing the front of the naval headquarters. A huge shadow appears in the clear blue water, around naval headquarters. Marine cannot have sea kings, so. There was silence, as if all marines had turned into statues. No one spoke. Although he wanted to speak to relieve the tension in his heart, the depressing atmosphere and the possible war that could come at any time made Marine dare not blink or be distracted. Marine couldn't help but tighten the knife in his hand tightly. Everyone's attention is on Whitebeard and Marshal Admiral. Vice Admiral is here and cannot attract attention. Deng deng deng. Advertisement. Attention all Marines, prepare for battle. The huge and ferocious ship was revealed. All attention. Sengoku's voice just penetrated. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. Someone shouted and howled. At this moment, there were countless gasps in the sea, and the people with numb scalps looked at the screen in horror. Bang. The Naginata punched the ground vigorously, and the tall figure of Haki made everyone feel nervous. Getting closer and clearer. Has the war begun? All the Marines were on guard, and on the Whitebeard pirate ship, there were people looking longingly, and a large number of black shadows clustered on the deck. The footsteps seemed to come from the pirate captain's battleship, like war drums beating in everyone's hearts. Buddha Sengoku suddenly stood up and shouted. At the same time, on the distant sea, on the foggy sea, countless black shadows of ships appeared. The movement of time seems to sound in everyone's heart, nervous and depressing. The sea surface in the bay continued to be rough, and 2 huge pirate ships rushed out again, and 3 pirate ships were aimed at the front, left, and right. The war is about to break out. Gu la la la. The heroic laughter penetrated the sky, and Haki's voice shook the sea. Ace, wait a little longer, Lousy will come to save you. There are countless officers in naval headquarters, and even a vice admiral is inconspicuous among them. Whitebeard's affiliated pirate group is also here. The calm sea surface in the bay suddenly bulged, like a terrifying monster rising from the depths of the sea. A huge black shadow rushed out of the sea, and the colorful coated foam shattered in the sun. With twin stars draped over his shoulders and his marine coat fluttering in the strong wind, Luo stepped forward and a powerful aura slowly penetrated his body. We're finally here, Whitebeard. This ship shocked the sea and has already been engraved in everyone's bones. 139 Who was he? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Gu la la la. Sengoku, you seem to be very unhappy about Lousy coming. Sengoku, who had a complicated expression, smiled sadly. Indeed, until just now, I still had the illusion that Whitebeard would never come, but if you don't come, it won't be you Whitebeard. The person who knows you best is always your opponent. Gu la la la. Laozi's son is going to be killed by you, won't Laozi come? A conversation where both stand at the top of their respective fields. No one can get a word in it. Everyone looked at this scene with solemn expressions. The ferocious pirates grinned, and the marines held the knives in their hands tightly, and their guns were loaded. Buddha Sengoku smiled sadly. Put away all the complicated emotions, raise your hands high. All marines are ready. Yes. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers roared, their momentum covering the world. Gu la la la. You are so anxious, it's not like Sengoku, you are hungry. Buddha Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Whitebeard suspiciously. The ones who are anxious should be Whitebeard and the others. Although they still have time, they are not at the point where they can waste it chatting. Gla la la la. There seems to be nothing to say. Whitebeard let go of the naginata, clenched his hands into fists, and the terrifying aura roared away, and the coat on his back made a rustling sound, but Laozi still had one more thing to be curious about. Quote. Oh. Buddha Sengoku didn't understand, or many people didn't understand. Already this step. What else is there to say? Advertisement. It's a battle, the winner is king, it's about letting strength speak for itself. A few years ago, it seemed that an unknown boy broke into Laozi's territory and really played a trick on us. Who was that boy? Laozi was very curious. Buddha Sengoku was stunned, his eyes subconsciously searching for something. The admirals also looked at Whitebeard in astonishment, looking for something out of the corner of their eyes. A few years ago, Marine played tricks on the entire Whitebeard pirates. How is that possible? Who can do it? Others who didn't know the reason looked at Whitebeard in horror. Are they sure it's true? They seemed to have heard some shocking secret. Is it Trafalgar Law? Buddha Sengoku was also surprised. All he knew about the situation seemed to be that Luo had crossed the Whitebeard Sea alone when he first entered Eni's lobby a few years ago. But Trafalgar Law, didn't he hide in secret, waiting for Whitebeard and the others to leave before taking the opportunity to escape? The description is incorrect. Don't tell me, it's Luo. Kizaru's eyes widened. He finally captured the proud figure in the marine array. A few years ago, what power did Luo have to play tricks on the entire Whitebeard pirates? If you can do this, no one in the sea can do it at this time, right? Gla la la la. That guy got on Laozi's boat leisurely and left comfortably. Until now, I still don't know what he took from Laozi's boat. The captains behind Whitebeard. There was also some anger in their expressions. Although there was no loss that time, Marine was so arrogant, which became a depression in their hearts that could not be eliminated. That guy is too brave, isn't he? Sengoku also found Luo and smiled bitterly. Me. Luo, who was holding something in his arms, raised his head and looked at Whitebeard in surprise. He didn't expect to mention this here. Is it necessary to talk about such a trivial matter on such an occasion? It's too much. Already. Advertisement. Gia, it's interesting now. In the rear, at the 7 warlords of the sea battle line, Doflamingo smiled ferociously. Although he was shocked that Luo could complete such a masterpiece a few years ago, horror also had other meanings at the same time. The fists punched out from left to right, hitting the air, cracking. There was a series of cracking sounds, the air cracked under the fists, and the air cracks spread. Ace, we are here to rescue you. It must be the Admirals, right? Many Marines looked back at the Admirals with admiration. It could only be them, right? The battle has begun. Trafalgar Law, the Marine with the fastest promotion in rank. Marco quickly said in Whitebeard's ear. A few years ago, he was just a recruit, so he shouldn't be. Attack. Let the war begin. Lees. But how could Admiral Whitebeard not know him? When all the pirates and Marines looked towards Rona. Who is the Marine that Whitebeard is referring to? Even Admiral wouldn't dare to board Whitebeard's ship, would he? He was still taking a ride leisurely. Incredible guy. Artillery shells continued to attack both sides. The video phone bug just filmed Luo. All the pirates roared, and various terrifying auras came towards their faces. The captains chanted, "Are you about to take action?" Advertisement. Trafalgar Law appeared in Whitebeard's eyes, young Vice Admiral. But the strong man did not move. Although the explosions continued, the feeling was as terrifying as the silence. The bombardment of shells was not even a dessert before a meal. Outside the bay, dozens of pirate ships started a battle with the fleet. Boom. I'm so curious, who is he? What I was curious about before was instantly forgotten because the war had already begun. Here, there are not hundreds of Vice Admirals, but dozens. Except for Garp, Chief of Staff, who is different from the Vice Admirals, even the elite Vice Admirals cannot attract the attention of others. The Vice Admiral was at Marine headquarters at this time and paid no attention. From the pirate ship and in the bay, both sides fired a large number of cannonballs at the same time, with hundreds of cannonballs shooting towards all sides. Whitebeard followed Sengoku's gaze. Whitebeard's words aroused everyone's curiosity, and they all wanted to know the answer. He is the key today. Everyone couldn't help but look at Whitebeard. No, that's him. Whitebeard grinned with a unique smile. Lousy can feel that he has something that ordinary people don't have, and it is definitely him. That guy Luo obviously did something great, but he still concealed it. Sengoku looked at Luo's back dumbfounded. Others would promote his masterpiece, how could he deliberately belittle himself? But before he could see it clearly, Whitebeard's domineering laughter echoed in the air. Gla la la la, the chat is over, Ace is waiting for Lousy, right away. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates have become the focus of attention. Luo shrugged casually. 140 There are too many people in the way. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The calm sea seemed to slowly have ripples, the water surface began to rise, and an overwhelming sound came from the horizon. Getting bigger. The ground began to shake. The movement became more and more terrifying, and a silver line appeared on the horizon. It became clear quickly and clearly. It was a wave. The wave was crashing towards the Marine headquarters. It rose rapidly, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. When the waves arrived, at the Marine headquarters, the huge waves had already exceeded 100 meters. It seems to cover up the entire Marine headquarters. It was dark and the sky was covered by huge waves. In the dark Marine headquarters, Marine stared blankly at the huge waves that covered the sky. It's over. Call out. Before the huge wave destroyed the Marine headquarters, a figure jumped from behind and jumped to the Sky King. It's Qingji Admiral. High in the sky, with huge waves on the left and right, hands stretched out. Ice Age. Icicles stretched out from the palm of his hand and quickly spread into the huge waves. In an instant, the huge waves solidified and were frozen into ice blocks, as if two huge walls appeared around the Marine headquarters. Call out. In the air, Qingji used the cold air to instantly condense ice spears, and shot them towards Whitebeard. Are you a childish boy? Whitebeard waved his fist and hit the air in front of him. The air burst, and the invisible and terrifying power of vibration instantly destroyed the ice spears that shot out, and also shattered the childish people in the air. Advertisement. Broken ice fell on the sea. Is he dead? People who think like this are the lowest level guys. Ice Age. The broken ice on the sea instantly condensed into green leaves. Putting one hand on the sea was quickly frozen and spread instantly, freezing the entire bay and extending a lot outside the bay. The Whitebeard pirate ship is frozen on the ice. Just creates the best offensive line for us. The pirates began to jump crazily towards the bottom of the pirate ship. Whoa. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Mihawk instantly drew his sword, and a huge wave of sword energy tore apart the world, split the ice, and came towards the Whitebeard pirates. Boom. The huge wave of sword energy was blocked by Josie, who was covered in diamonds, and flew high into the sky, blowing away the white clouds in the sky. Attack. Thousands of pirates landed on the ice and began to rush towards the Marine headquarters crazily. Attack. A large number of Marines also roared out. The pirates were roaring, and the Marines were shouting, venting their inner fears. The two torrents merged together instantly, and blood flowed into a river in an instant. A large number of figures were lifted high into the sky. A fierce and brutal battle began. Even if he was not a bystander at the scene, he couldn't help but sweaty palms and looked at the bloody battle scene in horror. Snapped. The lighter was pressed and a small flame appeared. Taking a deep breath, the cigarette was lit, and I felt uncomfortable puffing away the smoke. Advertisement. Let you come first. Luo looked at the melee indifferently, but he had not yet taken action. He was waiting for the troublesome guys to stop before taking action. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. This is one of the troublesome guys in Luo's heart. Luffy. Ace's eyes also became dull. The captains led a large number of pirates and rushed forward crazily, fighting frantically with Marine on the ice. The captains were dispatched, and almost all the Vice Admirals were dispatched as well. He didn't say anything, just looked at Luo with obvious ridicule. Ah! Suddenly, there were many frightened screams in the air. Call out! Kizaru's anger flashed away, then he thought about it and looked at Luo mockingly. The elite Vice Admirals fought with a large number of pirate groups outside the bay. There are so many people in the way. Luo took a deep breath of cigarette, then slowly exhaled it. He raised his head and looked up at the sky, and then casually glanced at Kizaru not far away. How could you attack our king in the first place? Marco, who turned into a phoenix, spread his wings and flew high, instantly flying to Kizaru's side. While doing a backflip, he kicked Kizaru away with his right leg. Just use your eyes to tell Luo what you want to say. Are you afraid? Are you timid? Are you scared? Boom. Shut up. The guy who didn't even attack Whitebeard. Luo Na's sweeping gaze made him raise his eyebrows, and he moved to Luo's side instantly in photon form. Trafalgar Law, you are so leisurely, aren't you ready to fight? It seems that your target is Whitebeard. Good luck. Safe landing. Whoosh. Luffy, why is he here? Garp, who had always been expressionless, looked at Luffy in horror. Wasn't he impelled down? Why is he here? Advertisement. Ace. Ace, where are you? The shout came out first, and a figure rushed out. The middle-level forces are fighting in a crazy and bloody way. Bang bang bang. A figure flew in front of the pirate ship at high speed, blue flame wings spread out. A golden light burst onto the square and exploded instantly. It's so scary. Is it a legendary ability? Marco. Kizaru's always wretched old face appeared in the air. But I couldn't help but worry. There was a big war here and it was too dangerous. All light bombs were blocked, and everything wrapped in blue flames was quickly destroyed, but quickly recovered. Luo. More and more figures came out of the broken warship, including Crocodile, Jinbei, the Demon King. And many other powerful figures. I couldn't help but feel happy. Did Luffy leave impel down? A broken warship fell from the sky, along with countless figures. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, it suddenly landed on the ice, smashing the surrounding ice. Capture the thief first, capture the king, deal with Whitebeard first, isn't it the end of the battle? 8-foot Magatama. In the dazzling light, countless light bullets burst out from the pirate ship. Is that Straw Hat Luffy? Some people recognized his identity. The masters from both sides have already started fighting. On the broken warship, there are longing figures. Kizaru noticed Law instantly. Even the people who were fighting looked over in shock. It's so troublesome. Is there no chance to capture the king? The photons moved outside the explosion and condensed into Kizaru. 141 Take action. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aren't they being imprisoned in Impel Down? And from the looks of it, it's hard for them to be together, right? Sengoku looked at this scene in shock. What exactly happened? Did they all escape from Impel Down and leave? Call out. A figure quickly came behind Whitebeard, the gravelly crocodile, and the golden hook pointed at Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard, you are safe. Kid Crocker. Suffer death. Bang. Crocodile was kicked out, and it was Luffy in the second gear. Ace seems to respect this uncle, and I won't allow you to hurt him. Luffy. Crocodile looked at Straw Hat Luffy gloomily. Out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but look at Luffy's wet fist. Have you been prepared? You. Looking back, Whitebeard stared at Straw Hat Luffy in surprise, especially the straw hat he was wearing. Kid, are you Ace's brother? Are you here to save him? You know, people will die here, and you kiddos are not allowed to participate. I must have rescued Ace. Luffy said confidently. I will definitely rescue Ace. Really? Gu la la la. Whitebeard laughed. He's Straw Hat Luffy. He actually talks to Whitebeard in this tone. Isn't that crazy? So strong, I actually knocked Crocodile away. In an instant, this place became the focus, and Straw Hat Luffy also became the focus. Call. Luo calmly exhaled the last puff of smoke. When Straw Hat Luffy arrived, he was not surprised or had any change in his expression, and looked at it all indifferently. Advertisement. But when he saw Garp showing joy, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a very light smile. It seems that those who were in the way have finished their performance. Luo flicked the burned cigarette butt out of his hand and glanced sideways at Kizaru. Don't disturb me. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Kizaru looked at Luo walking forward in surprise. Was he about to take action? He couldn't help but have a hint of amusement on his lips. Are you ready to challenge Whitebeard? You're dead. Don't blame me for not saving you. Kizaru's posture was leisurely, waiting for the next good show. I must have rescued Ace. It seemed that there was a conflict between Rishi and Luffy because of who was going to rescue Ace. Luffy stared at Whitebeard fearlessly and retorted loudly, causing everyone to be horrified. He suddenly became the center of attention. Whitebeard looked at Luffy with a smile, and there was a hint of approval in his eyes. Boy, since. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the teleporting thunder and lightning instantly condensed into a man on the bow of the whale. The fluttering marine coat showed his identity. The sudden appearance of a figure made everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. You've been an eyesore for long enough, Shinra Tenjang. Marine's coat rustled, and a terrifying repulsive force came out, spreading to the entire bow in an instant. Poof! Crocodile instantly disintegrated under the repulsive force, turning into gravel and splashing out. It was only a long way away that it could condense into a human being. Who? Crocodile looked grim and shocked. What a terrifying power, but it is pure power and does not include Haki. For Logia, it has no harmful power. Advertisement. Luffy was instantly slapped into a piece of paper, flew out like a missile, hit the ice hard, rolled quickly on the broken ice, and knocked away dozens of marine pirates. Trafalgar Law, he actually went to challenge Whitebeard alone. Buddha Sengoku looked at this scene in shock. The bold words in the conference room did not expect it to be true. Did he really plan to challenge Whitebeard alone? My lord, is he crazy? Eni's lobby. Spandam collapsed on the ground in fear. Dahai was shocked. Everyone looked at the fluttering marine coat on the screen, and Lan went crazy. This is asking for death. It seems that I don't need to take action. Doflamingo smiled sinisterly and was in a good mood. P.S. In the new month, all the lists are refreshed. We don't ask for the top ones, we just want to be on the list. Without recommendations, we can only rely on the list to attract everyone. Monthly tickets and flowers are free, but they are very useful to us. Please give me flowers, please. Monthly ticket, please subscribe automatically. Please give me flowers. It's courageous to actually challenge Dad, but you only have courage. The captains on the battlefield looked back at this scene. Vice Admiral Garp can't even hold on to a few moves, but he actually dares to challenge Whitebeard. He is totally seeking death. Vice Admiral shook his head and looked at Luo speechlessly. How can Whitebeard be dealt with by our Vice Admiral? That old guy Whitebeard dares to hurt Luo. I will definitely not spare him. Empress Hancock's body was filled with domineering Haki, and her terrifying aura made even the surrounding marines afraid to approach. Did you steal our admiral's life? Shinji smiled helplessly. Yes, but you have no right to refuse. Luo's whole body exuded a terrifying aura. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. Point 0. Does he want to be famous, or does he want to die? Whitebeard, holding his naginata, moved back a few inches without being noticed by outsiders. Who? Very slight rubbing sound. Advertisement. As what he said true. In their minds, Luo is an arrogant guy, but they didn't expect it to be true. Such ability. Is it? Luffy got up and his eyes widened. You guy. Whitebeard glared at the figure behind him. Trafalgar Law. The Vice Admirals looked blankly at the figure confronting Whitebeard. Is he crazy? That's Whitebeard. The terrifying repulsive force was resisted by his powerful physique and his own strength. Too ignorant and arrogant. Not needed at all. Who is he? His military rank is Vice Admiral. But I don't know him. Even if he is Vice Admiral, he is not qualified to challenge Whitebeard, right? The show is about to begin. Kizaru showed a joking smile. How many moves can you hold on to? 1 move or 4 moves? Do you want to fight lousy? No one rushes back to help Whitebeard. That's the monster Whitebeard. Okay. Akainu smiled brightly at the corner of his mouth. The only one who didn't fly upside down was Whitebeard, but he had no time to resist the instantaneous attack. Everyone who challenged Dad was defeated and died. Not far away, Nico Robin Nami also stared at the figure in the picture with his beautiful eyes widened. The members of CP9 are also as dull as clay sculptures. 142 vs Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That's Whitebeard, the strongest man in the sea. Who does he think he is? As Vice Admiral awesome here. Challenging Whitebeard. Courage deserves respect, but at least it should be Admiral, right? Or a veteran strongman like Garp Sengoku. A Vice Admiral challenging Whitebeard is as ridiculous as a rookie challenging a strong man. Gla la la la, let me play with you first. Whitebeard laughed and slashed with the naginata in his hand. Room. Space encompasses thousands of meters of earth. Chang. The sweeping sword blade and the naginata clashed with each other. A tangible wave of air cut through the sky and the earth, passing through the air of the marine headquarters, and even the platform shook and made a harsh sound. Can't you split it? Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. The force on the blade was 200, which was as strong as Hoki's, but the most powerful power was the ability blessed by Op Fruit. Able to cut all materials. But apparently blocked by Whitebeard's terrifying Haki. God's sanction. Thunder and lightning flashed all over the body, and a thunder pillar fell from the sky and hit Whitebeard. 2 abilities. Whitebeard looked at Luo in astonishment. At the same time, he raised his naginata with his backhand and split the incoming thunder pillar. Thor. Advertisement. Thunder and lightning swelled all over Luo's body, and the thunder god form condensed by thunder and lightning enveloped him. The thunder god's terrifying giant palm slapped away at Whitebeard, possessing the ability of thunder and lightning while also containing terrifying power. Thunder Fruit. Whitebeard's eyes became slightly serious. This was a top-level Logia ability, and its destructive attack power was at the highest level. Gu la la la. Haki is still Whitebeard, laughing, and at the same time, his clenched right fist is covered by the air pressure shield. Smash it hard. The air pressure shield fist and the thunder god's giant palm struck together. Boom. At the point of confrontation, it was as if a line divided the world into 2 halves. One half was filled with lightning and thunder, wrapped in thunder and lightning, and the other half was filled with the astonishing energy of the collapsing atmosphere. The loud noise resounded through the sky, penetrating the heaven and earth, covering up all the sounds of melee. Crack. The huge pirate ship under the 2 people's feet kept cracking. The Whitebeard pirate ship must have used the most precious material in the sea, but now the cracks spread rapidly, spreading to the ice surface and even to the square. The violent shaking made it difficult for the elite soldiers to stabilize their bodies. It's too scary. Several marine pirates stopped fighting at this moment and stared blankly at this astonishing scene. Whitebeard's attack was actually blocked. It seems that there is no distinction between high and low. Many people can't believe it. How is it possible? That is the monster Whitebeard. Dad didn't even have a single move to take him down. Marco's eyes widened. In addition to characters like Admiral and Garp, is it difficult for even the elite Vice Admiral to defeat Dad? A few years ago, he used his weird abilities to trick us. A few years later, he was able to rely on his powerful power to resist Dad's power. Marco and other captains let out a long breath. A shadow slowly fell over my heart. Advertisement. Originally, today's battle was extremely difficult. It is extremely difficult to win. Unexpectedly, there is another top-level warrior in Marine. This is not good news. Whitebeard is not serious yet. If you are serious, Luo, can you stop me? Doflamingo smiled ferociously. He was not shocked. 2 years ago, Luo had the power to fight the 4 emperors for a certain period of time. Quote exclamation mark quote. He actually dared to attack Dad. It's unforgivable. On the Xingxing stage, Ace stared at Luo angrily. The pirate ship quickly flipped in the air and then hit the ice vertically. The pirate ship embedded in the broken ice instantly rose into the air amid violent shaking, as if it was grabbed by an invisible hand. Call out. Boom. Boom. Which uncle is so strong? Luffy looked at Whitebeard in admiration and shock. The pure destructive power is really strong, pervert. Luo tried his best to stabilize his body that was flying upside down, and stretched out one hand. Room. Room. Baton. Boom. The god of thunder disintegrated and turned into the god of thunder. Luo was instantly shattered by the terrifying power of vibration in the cracking atmosphere. Gu la la la. I didn't mind fighting with you more before, but now, Lousy has no time or energy. Whitebeard grinned and let out a unique laugh, clenched his fists again, and his ferocious muscles bulged like a horned dragon. Crack. The cracks slowly spread into the area filled with thunder and lightning, and there were more and more cracks. The cracks seemed to completely cover the god of thunder. Can't they stop it? Zoro, Sanji and others beside him also looked at him in horror. The thunder and lightning that flew upside down instantly condensed into Luo. Too reluctant. Trafalgar Law is still too young. Sengoku shook his head. It was too early to challenge Whitebeard now. Advertisement. Whitebeard is the most respected figure in his heart, and no one can tarnish the sacred existence. Such a powerful guy can't hold on for a few moves under Uncle's hands. He pointed his fingertips at the pirate ship where Whitebeard was standing and raised it. 4 Emperors full blow, the strongest man's full blow. The violent momentum roared. The fist blasted out, leaving traces of the air pressure shield, and the atmosphere began to collapse. They have experienced Luo's power and felt the powerlessness. Thor's spear. If you're not Admiral, then challenge Whitebeard. Isn't this asking for abuse? A bolt of lightning flew out. Tisk, 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 it's really just 3 moves. Huang Yu was in a good mood, showing the most obscene smile. Now, let's see if that kid is qualified to continue to be arrogant. Luo flew upside down, and the lightning struck the ice like a laser, and a huge ravine appeared across the ice. As expected, who can block Whitebeard's strongest attack? Luo is seriously injured, right? You will suffer the consequences. Doflamingo walked forward with arrogant steps. This is a good opportunity for me to take action. There was a series of cracking sounds. All right. Control ability. The Naginata was inserted into the deck. During the roll, Rigi tried his best to stabilize his body. The Thunder God's giant palm slapped forward with force again. The terrifying power caused the entire Marine headquarters to shake violently. Thunder and lightning and the cracked sky separated heaven and earth again. 143 The power of one person. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thor's spear. He completely stabilized his body and fired out a large amount of lightning that condensed into arrows. They shot out instantly and hit the pirate ship that crashed on the ice. Boom. The pirate ship collapsed instantly, and a powerful explosion ring spread for thousands of meters. The pure attack power is still slightly inferior. Standing on the broken ice, hurricane-like air waves blew everything. In the strong wind, Luo Lengran looked at the huge explosion ring in front of him, recalling the short battle just now. It has a variety of powerful attack moves such as Thunder God Form, Shinra Tensai, Universal Pull, Thunder God Spear, etc. It's not inferior to any of Admiral's moves at all. But compared with a purely explosive player like Whitebeard, it is still slightly lacking. This kind of unskilled battle does not belong to me. Luo spread his hands, and the shadow sword in the scabbard instantly appeared in his hand. Lots of powerful attacks. But Luo's best fighting method, or ability, is 22, not a direct attack method. It's a weird way of fighting, a way of fighting that makes people hard to guard against. Dad. The pirates' eyes were about to burst, and the waves of terror pushed them back. No way. Marine looked like he had seen a ghost. Did Whitebeard be defeated? The battle has just begun, but the biggest enemy has been wiped out. The most terrifying monster in the sea has been defeated. The Marines stared blankly at the thin figure in the storm. Advertisement. Too strong. In an instant, all the previous doubts and taunts disappeared. Marine looked at the back of Marine's coat with admiration. He is the Vice Admiral of our Marine headquarters. That doesn't make sense. Kizaru's lewd smile froze. He rubbed his temples in distress. It doesn't make sense at all. That guy Whitebeard has no reason to be so weak. That guy. Garp frowned. He admitted that when Luo was knocked away by Whitebeard, he felt a little happy, even though he knew it was wrong. But seeing the arrogant guy who had captured his grandson twice and knocked Luffy away just now, being knocked away like this, I couldn't help but feel a little happy. But in an instant, the situation turned. Trafalgar Law. Well done. Buddha Sengoku said with a smile and approval. He would not be naive to think that Whitebeard would be defeated like this, but this move can greatly improve morale. Good for the war. All Marines, attack immediately. Buddha Sengoku understands the principle of going all in one go. Yes. Marine roared angrily, his tone no longer full of fear and worry, but full of indomitable fighting spirit. Just now, facing the most terrifying monster man in the sea, every Marine felt suppressed fear in their hearts. But now, kill. On the contrary, the pirates looked slightly panicked, and Whitebeard was the only king in their hearts. The rhythm of the battle was controlled by Marine at first sight. The pirates who had just rushed into the square in a hurry were forced to retreat to the ice again. It's unforgivable. You dare to attack Dad. Damn it. Ace was struggling crazily on the Xingxing stage, and he was angry. Dad is inviolable. How dare that guy? Advertisement. I'm going to kill him. Ace was furious and trying to break free of the seastone chain. The ring of explosion slowly subsided. If you dare to hurt Dad, you will risk your life. A powerful pirate rushed to Luo angrily. God's sanction. Luo glanced at him sideways, and a thunder pillar shot up from the sky and crashed on him. The pirate was nowhere to be seen on the shattered ice. Lift your feet and take a step. Stop him. Shinra Tenjang. Boom. The fist quickly shattered Luo's body, thunder and lightning flashed, and no matter how he attacked, he recovered instantly. Luffy, go quickly. Ivankov blocked Luffy with his body. Countless fists attacked Luo crazily. Luffy suddenly appeared in front of Luo and roared, Nami, where are Robin? What did you do to them? Second gear. The moment the sword edge pierced Luffy's forehead. Luffy, run away. Death wink. Aren't you going to save Ace? You should go rescue your brother now instead of wasting time here. Let's go quickly. Ivankov looked nervously at Luo in front of him. Luo walked towards the place where the ground was full of broken pieces. There are no pirates within 100 meters. That idiot Luffy, who was able to fight Whitebeard without even seeing him, actually attacked him. Isn't he looking for death? Buggy from a distance looked at Luffy as if he were an idiot. For safety, it's better to stay away from this kind of monster. Ivankov, the Shemale king, quickly rushed behind the berserk Luffy, pulled Luffy, and rushed away at high speed. Advertisement. The latter slowly raised the sword in his hand, ignoring 243's countless attacks, letting it load on him, and pointed the sword's edge at Luffy's forehead. Fist shadows filled the sky, attacking Luo crazily. The terrifying repulsive force knocked away all the pirates around. Hundreds of pirates vomited blood and flew in the air, hitting heavily in the distance. Sneak away on tiptoe. This is the ice covered by pirates. Luo seems to be a lone wolf among the pirates, fighting alone. He gritted his teeth, stared at Luo angrily, and then ran away in the direction of Xingxingtai. Ace. Luffy looked back at Ace on the stage. Hundreds of pirates attacked Luo crazily. Are you going to block the road? Luo looked at Ivankov indifferently. P.S. Thank you Shenhao, Sky*, for the reward from the 100,000 leader. To be honest, I was shocked. Thank you Shenhao for giving me the best gift for Children's Day. Thank you very much. They are dead. Luo Moran said. Chang Chang Chang. Easily clears a large area. I still want to continue attacking Dad and kill him. What? Luffy's pupils dilated rapidly, and he looked up to the sky and roared. I'm completely angry, I'm going to beat you away. No, I'm going to beat him away. The furious Luffy seemed to have lost his mind. Are you leaving now? Leiden moved and appeared in front of Luffy Ivankov in an instant. The terrifying explosion wind instantly covered Luo, who was covered by the explosion. Why did Luffy attack him? Zoro and Sanji's expressions changed drastically. Didn't they know that they were not his opponents? 144 Suffer it for your grandfather. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Are you going to block the road? Luo looked at Ivankov indifferently. Ivankov laughed a few times, and moved quickly, creating afterimages. In an instant, the sky was filled with afterimages, as if dozens of Ivankovs had appeared. You can't find me now, can you? Galaxy wink. Dozens of afterimages blink at the same time, the ultimate version of the death wink. The power is increased dozens of times. Dozens of explosive winds appeared instantly, and Luo was instantly covered by the explosive wind. Boom. The explosion quickly covered the location for hundreds of meters. Shenra Tianjiang. A powerful repulsive force came forward, pushing away the so-called explosion, and the wall of repulsive force instantly slapped under the afterimages all over the sky. All afterimages disappear. No matter how fast Ivankov was, he couldn't make his body disappear and flew backwards with a bang. Why should I find your true body and destroy them all? Okay. Luo slowly opened his right hand and pointed at Luffy who was running in the distance. Everything. Whoosh. Suddenly, 4 huge sand blades in front cut through the ice and slashed towards Luo. Thunderbird. The flashing electric arc condensed into a thunderbird, shot out instantly, and collided with the sand blade, causing the gravel to fly together and flash with thunder and lightning. I'm in a bad mood right now. Crocodile walked over and said, they even attacked me. Crocodile. Luo ignored him. Do you want to participate too? Advertisement. After sneering a few times, Crocodile's arm instantly became huge and turned into a crescent-shaped sand blade. He swiped hard and the sand blade swept across. Once the sand blade touches the body, it will not cause direct damage, but it can quickly absorb all the water and it turned into a mummy without moisture and fell to the ground weakly. Room. Luo disappeared instantly and moved in space behind Crocodile. It's really fast, but useful. Crocodile grits extremely quickly. Armament Hockey's hardened palm grabbed hard into the splashing yellow sand and grabbed Crocodile's shoulder. Luo put his other hand on Crocodile's back. Shinra Tenjang. The powerful repulsion hit Crocodile like a mountain. Puff. The crocodile, which spurted out a mouthful of blood, crashed into the square like a meteor, creating a huge crater. At this time, in a short period of time, Luffy had already rushed 1,000 meters away. Universal pull. The room space expanded to several kilometers, and one hand was aimed at the running Luffy. The terrifying gravity instantly enveloped Luffy, who was running wildly. He was still running, but he didn't take a step forward. Instead, his whole body was forcibly pulled backwards. Op Fruit has the ability to control items in the room space, which is equivalent to being able to control the movement of items at will in the room space, and there is no volume or weight limit, but it cannot control living creatures, while Universal Pull can pull everything with gravity. But there are volume and weight restrictions. The two abilities have similarities, but they are also essentially different. What's going on? Luffy ran wildly with his legs, but ended up falling backwards. Call out. Luffy was quickly pulled backwards and approached Luo at high speed. Advertisement. It's him. Looking back, Luffy looked at Luo getting closer and closer in shock. Was it his ability? Luffy. Garp and Ace looked at this scene with tears in their eyes on the Xingxing stage. Let Luffy go. Ace roared hysterically. And Garp clenched his fists. That bastard, I'm going to kill him. Third gear. Wrapped in gravity and unable to escape, Luffy instantly took on his strongest form, with his fists like giants. When he was only tens of meters away from Luo, the huge fists blasted out. Boom. The fist crushed Luo. In vain. Everything is in vain. The thunder and lightning instantly condensed into Luo. He reached out at will and pulled Luffy back with great speed. He hit his arm with a bang, and his whole body arched up. The severe pain made Luffy fall to the ground. Lift your legs. Armament Hockey hardened soul. You dare. Garp roared, stood up suddenly, rushed forward and threw away. But Sengoku, who has quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed him and said, Garp, what are you doing? Sengoku, let me go, I can't spare that boy. Garp looked at Luffy at Luo's feet, furious. Garp, are you crazy? Are you going to attack Rome? Sengoku looked at Garp in confusion. Why? He hugged him tightly and never allowed Garp to make such a move. Garp, calm down. Now for this fight. The most dazzling thing about Marine is not Admiral, but Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. He has now even become Marine's iconic figure in this battle. How could such a figure be attacked by Marine? Wouldn't that become a joke to the sea? But, Luffy. Armament Hockey's hardened right foot did not stop due to any shouting, and stepped down with force, landing on Luffy's back. Boom. There was no reservation in the power. The terrifying power caused countless cracks to spread across hundreds of meters of ice in all directions. A large amount of broken ice splashed out. The ice surface tens of meters thick could not withstand such force, and a large amount of seawater splashed out from the cracks. Puff. Feet Luffy, spurting out a large amount of blood and making a howling sound. You took this kick for your grandfather. Luo glanced at the screaming Luffy and disappeared on the collapsing ice in an instant. Boom. The surface of the ice nanos, with a radius of 100 meters completely collapsed, and seawater emerged. The broken ice could not bear any weight. Luffy, who was dying and vomiting blood, sank into the sea. Luffy. On the walking platform, even though he was bound by seastone chains, even if he was held down tightly by the executioner, Ace was still struggling wildly, and there were loud noises from the chains, as if they might be torn off at any time. Luffy. Ace roared at the top of his lungs. His eyes were bloodshot. I want to kill him. I must kill him. Zoro and Sanji gritted their teeth. In the end, they did not choose to rush in angrily, but fell headlong into the sea water with floating ice cubes. What a ridiculous newcomer. Although I hate Luo, he is not something that a mere rookie can fight against. Doflamingo smiled ferociously. He looked coldly at Luo, the big-haired Kamui, and the sinister smile at the corner of his mouth became thicker and thicker. Because he felt a terrifying momentum and appeared. 145 Another battle with Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Take a step and walk forward. Call out. The gorgeous phoenix flew quickly from the sky and landed on the ice. With a thud, a dozen strong men gathered here instantly. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates stood in front of Luo. Trafalgar Law, do you still want to attack Dad? How can I let you bother Dad one after another? Marco the Phoenix said with his usual dead eyes. Luo Yishao. Then it disappeared. And behind, the cracked ice surface was a disintegrated hulk. The broken hull instantly opened a huge hole, and a terrifying figure slowly walked out. The terrifying momentum immediately covered the world, Whitebeard. The moment Whitebeard walked out with a naginata in hand, Luo Mingming appeared not far in front of him. Two terrifying momentums instantly confronted each other in the air. Gu la la la, I was actually fooled by the younger generation. Whitebeard laughed, his terrifying aura rising steadily. Boy, you did a good job. The battle continues. Luo's whole body exuded an astonishing momentum, thunder and lightning flashed, and the room space expanded rapidly, with a diameter of 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. The diameter reached 223 to 6,000 meters. At this time, Luo can present the largest room space. Completely envelop the bay. But Lousy has more important things. Whitebeard looked at Ace on the Xingxing platform. The time until Xingxing was less than 100 minutes. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it was very short. The pirates haven't rushed to the square yet. There are still too many strong lines of defense waiting. This is not a choice you can make. Luo appeared behind Whitebeard instantly without attacking, and then appeared in front of him instantly, then to the left, then to the right, constantly changing positions around Whitebeard. I am faster than you, it's not up to you to decide whether to fight or not. Advertisement. Gu la la la, looking up to the sky and laughing. Whitebeard's momentum reached its highest peak at this time, and the water surface in the entire bay seemed to be shaking. You are such a troublesome guy. I can't get rid of you unless I defeat you. Whitebeard looked at Luo with a smile, and his terrifying aura directly crushed Luo. Boy, do you know that you are playing with fire? Then let's see if this fire can burn me, CCEB, to death. Whitebeard laughed even louder. His eyes swept over Marco and other captains not far away. You continue to attack, I will be here soon. Yes, G. Marco and the others turned around and continued to lead the Chinese medicine practitioners in Pirate Square. Dad is angry. Marco smiled. As he was flying high, he looked back at Luo's back and sympathized slightly. Serious Dad, no one can bear the consequences. As expected of the strongest monster, the attack just now actually caused no damage. Is there going to be another war? People from all over the world looked at the two people confronting each other in the picture. They could not directly feel the violent momentum, but they could feel as if a huge stone was suppressing their hearts, making them unable to breathe. I didn't expect that a Vice Admiral could stand up to Whitebeard. It's unbelievable. There was not much ridicule. No one laughed at Luo for overestimating his abilities and proving himself with his strength. But still no one thinks Luo can win. Is there anyone stronger than the strongest man? It's impossible. With Trafalgar Law here, it seems that all of us Admiral can become very relaxed. Aokiji Admiral stretched lazily. He thought that today Admiral had a very heavy task and shouldered the greatest responsibility. Advertisement. Admiral's mission is to fight Whitebeard. Xingji is ready to fight with all his strength. I didn't expect that I could be so leisurely during the battle, so leisurely that I had nothing to do. Gu la la la. Come on, kid. Whitebeard held the naginata in his hand and waved it in the wild wind. The naginata slashed towards Luo with great force. The naginata wrapped in the air pressure cover made the air solidify. Call out. Luo disappeared instantly. The naginata wrapped in the air pressure cover struck the ice surface, and a crack instantly spread to the square, with terrifying cracks appearing all over the square. Gravity knife. Luo suddenly appeared in the air and slashed down with the blade of his hand. Gravity knife. On an unnamed island in the sea, among the crowd below the huge screen in the center of the town, an unattractive-looking and blind uncle was slightly startled. Chang. Whitebeard raised his knife to block. Terrifying power was loaded on Whitebeard, and the ice surface hundreds of meters around him quickly collapsed. Blocking the force, Whitebeard's face changed slightly. He looked at the rapidly cracking ice beneath his feet. There was the sea below the ice. It would be really bad if he fell into the sea. Gritting his teeth, the clenched fist was swung upward with force, the atmosphere burst, and the terrifying power of vibration shattered everything high in the sky. Call out. Advertisement. Luo disappeared instantly. The moment there was no gravity to bear, Whitebeard immediately left the cracking ice surface. The moment after he left, the previous ice surface completely collapsed and was covered by seawater. This kid has all kinds of weird abilities. How does he have so many powerful abilities? Whitebeard frowned and stared at Luo. After thunder and lightning came repulsion and gravity, and now we still have gravity. Does he have several different fruit abilities? How is that possible? Gravity is on the blade, and the combination of the two is quite powerful. Luo looked at the blade in his hand, smiled and then disappeared instantly. Gravity knife. Of course it's different from the gravity knife owned by Ichiji Fujitora. Luo had possessed gravity a long time ago. The previous gravity attack method was extremely monotonous. He directly used gravity to crush the enemy and was completely unable to exert the powerful destructive power of gravity. After several years of mastering it, Luo can perfectly control the subtle gravitational changes in the room space. Give the blade the power of gravity. Combine your own power haki with gravity to attack, and the power of the fusion will naturally double. Call out. Luo instantly appeared on the left side of Whitebeard, and a thunder dragon shot out. Boom. Wherever the fist touched, the atmosphere burst, shattering the thunder dragon. But Luo still disappeared for a long time, and then appeared on the right side of Whitebeard, sweeping across with his blade. Chang. The naginata was blocked at the last moment. Before Whitebeard could launch a terrifying counterattack, Luo disappeared again and appeared in front. The blade of the sword flicked and stabbed Whitebeard in the heart. The successive sudden attacks made Whitebeard, who was not a strong agility type, a little tired. In a hurry, he could only use armament haki to harden his chest. 146 Come on, Luffy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. I suddenly found out that I ranked first in monthly votes. Thank you for your support. Since I am first, then let's work hard. No matter where you end up, we will fight for supremacy. Please support me with monthly votes. Chi-Chi. Sparks flew. The powerful haki defended the sword edge and only penetrated an inch. Boy, it's my turn. The swung naginata slashed at Luo. Call out. Luo disappeared again. There is no direct confrontation with Whitebeard, so why give up what you are best at and compete with others' greatest advantage? This makes Whitebeard, who clearly has invincible attack power, seem a little stretched. Chang Chang Chang. Luo Bu moved between splitting void, constantly changing his position, and various attacks hit Beard all over his body. With his huge physique and unfavorable speed, Whitebeard became a perfect target. That bastard. Whitebeard was furious. This kind of fighting was so frustrating. He could destroy everything with one punch, but he couldn't hit him. Who can understand this kind of depression? No. Even though I don't know much about fighting, I can tell that Whitebeard is in bad shape. Isn't it true that Whitebeard is at a disadvantage? Not only the vast number of people in the sea are unbelievable. Even a strong person can't believe it. The stronger he is, the more he can't believe it. The stronger he is, the more he understands the horror of Whitebeard. How could such a terrible person be so powerless? It's unbelievable. It's not good. After today, isn't that guy really arrogant? Kizaru felt that his brain began to hurt, and he was even very unbalanced. I have the fastest physical speed in the sea, why can't I suppress Whitebeard alone? Advertisement. Of course Kizaru also understands the real reason. Moving at the speed of light is terrifying. But it cannot be the reason why he will win in the battle between top experts. The same goes for lightning speed. It can cover up and shatter the surroundings in an instant. No matter how fast you go, you will be easily affected. Once caught, it will be disastrous. So now Luo is not using lightning movement, which consumes very little, but using space movement. Although it consumes a lot of money, it is more perfect and safer. This bastard. Whitebeard stared angrily at Luo in the distance. The Luo in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and Whitebeard couldn't help but frown. The naginata was inserted into the ice, and he clenched his fists with both hands and struck hard to the left and right. The cracks seemed to break the sky on the left and right. It's a completely indiscriminate attack on a large scale. Phew. Luo did not appear next to Whitebeard, but teleported to another place. Thor, the god of thunder, disappears instantly. Boom. Luffy. On the broken ice, Zoro and Sanji, who were wet from the sea water, shouted to Luffy, who had just been rescued. I'm going to save Ace. Luffy was furious, still staring at Xingxing Terrace in the distance. Luffy, your injury is too serious, leave it to me and Green Algae Head, Sanji advised. Everyone can see that Luffy's current condition is very serious. I don't know how many ribs are broken, and even the lumbar vertebrae have been severely damaged. With such an injury, it is difficult to stand. No, I have to save Ace. Advertisement. Gritting his teeth, Luffy crawled on the ice little by little. Luffy, are you still insisting now? Ivankov came to Luffy. That's right. Can he really save Ace? Oh, Luo, who was fighting madly with Whitebeard in the bay, looked back and looked coldly at Luffy, who was only a few dozen meters away from the Xingxing platform, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard, the battle is so boring, how about filling the flames? The ground was cut open. Luffy runs wildly, seemingly unstoppable. In a very short time, Luffy, who was dying, suddenly jumped up and shouted to the sky. Ace, wait for me, I'm coming. Like a sharp knife, it penetrated into the marine team very quickly and rushed into the square. Marco and other captains followed Luffy. Zoro, Sanji and the others followed immediately. Alone, Luffy ran forward, and Xingtai was right in front of him. It was lifted up and placed on the Xingxing platform, so that the earth and the Xingxing platform formed a huge passage. Luffy, come on. Luffy angrily knocked away all the marines blocking his way. It seemed as if everyone's heart was in knots. As the running Luffy got closer and closer, everyone became more and more nervous. Ivankov's 5 fingers grew and inserted into Luffy's body instantly. Leave it to me, Luffy, you move on. Zoro drew his sword and rushed towards the weasel Vice Admiral. Emloculent karate. Jinbei slapped Gecko Moria with a huge palm. Little friend Luffy, don't stop, keep moving forward. Luffy, keep charging forward. Sanji used his devilish feet to block another elite, Vice Admiral. Advertisement. Since Dad chooses to believe in you, we will do our best to protect you going forward. GG. Straw Hat Luffy, your shadow seems. Aperio hyperhormone. A straightforward route extended from the bay to under the Xingxing platform. Even Admiral was dispatched, but was defeated by Marco and other strong men. Luffy seemed to be carrying everyone's dreams and ran forward. Come on, Luffy. Thank you, little crab. I'm willing to pay any price. Taking advantage of this opportunity, some powerful pirates also rushed into the square. Coupled with the powerful offensive of the giant Majin Oji who had just appeared, pirates began to enter the square in large numbers and the battle entered the most intense stage. Now there is only one way to restore your strength. Are you willing to bear the price? There are always strong people blocking the way, and strong people are constantly breaking away to help Luffy block the strong marines. 0. Step aside. He ran towards Xingtai at an extremely fast speed, knocking away a large number of marines along the way, making him stronger than before. Can he do it? ... Please give me flowers. But when the elite Vice Admiral stood in front, Luffy couldn't even imagine being knocked away instantly. Previously, everyone's attention was focused on the crazy battle between Trafalgar Law and Whitebeard, because the powerful offensive of Luffy and his team actually successfully attracted a lot of people's attention. Luffy, although I stimulated your adrenaline and made you excited, you must exercise restraint to prevent going berserk. You will have strong strength temporarily, but there will be serious side effects. You must be prepared. Ivankov quickly followed Luffy's footsteps. It's unbelievable that so many strong men have pinned their hopes on a newcomer. 147 Heaven and Hell. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 147. Come on, Luffy. Carrying the dreams and expectations of countless people, Luffy rushed towards Xingxingtai. Getting closer. As Marine going to fail? Everyone's hearts were raised. How? How is it possible? Pressing Garp's Sengoku, Zongsho Dushui discovered that Luffy was actually only tens of meters away from Xingxing Terrace. Because he kept pressing the berserk Garp. The last line of defense constructed by Buddha's Sengoku and Garp seems to be in vain. It's careless. Sengoku's face changed drastically. Will Marine have to bear the failure today? Once the prisoners are rescued, it will be difficult to retain them when facing the evacuated Whitebeard pirates. What Marine is facing is a disastrous defeat, and it has become the biggest joke in the entire sea. Who can bear the price? Taking advantage of Sengoku's moment of panic, Garp immediately struggled away, stepped heavily on the ground, and jumped away instantly. Boom. Luffy was only 10 meters away from Xingtai, when Garp suddenly fell from the sky and blocked the way. Luffy, enough is enough. Grandfather. Luffy looked at Garp, who was blocking the road, in shock. Grandpa, get out of the way, I want to rescue Ace. First, I'm a Marine, and I have to shoulder the responsibilities of a Marine. Garp clenched his fists. This guy Garp. Buddha Sengoku below looked at this scene and stopped and couldn't help but smile with relief. Sure enough, Garp abides by justice in his heart and will never forget his duty as a Marine at any time. Advertisement. Buddha's Sengoku didn't take any action. He knew that seriously, even Whitebeard couldn't break through the defense line in a short time. Garp hero. The panicked Marine's eyes widened. There were cheers. With the Garp heroes here, Straw Hat Luffy can't even think of breaking through or rescuing the prisoners. Is it almost? Did it fall short? Marco and other captains were extremely unwilling. All that can stand in the way is Garp. They don't have any hope for Straw Hat Luffy. Grandpa, get out of the way, I must rescue Ace. Luffy's speed did not slow down, roaring angrily, and turned into second gear. Don't even think about it. Second gear. Luffy gritted his teeth and finally punched out after hesitating. Boom. Straw Hat Luffy is just a newbie. Although he got here by all kinds of luck, he can only get here. The one who blocks him is the Marine hero Garp. He can't even think about it. Boom. Such sounds have not yet fallen across the sea. Garp flew. He was punched out by Luffy. It hit the ground with a crash, the ground cracked, and Garp's head bleeded in the crater. What? Buddha Sengoku's face changed with shock, and he looked at this scene in disbelief. Or everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Vice Admiral Garp was knocked away. How? How is it possible? The Marine flag bearer, a legendary figure, was actually knocked away. He was knocked away 10 times. How can Marine believe such a result? Even the pirates couldn't accept it. Straw Hat Luffy, how did he do that? Marco's eyes widened. That was Garp. Who dares to say that he could be knocked away with one move? Advertisement. Isn't it possible? If Straw Hat Luffy was so strong, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Trafalgar Law before. Puzzled. Marine doesn't understand, the pirates don't understand, and people everywhere don't understand either. No matter what, there's no one blocking Luffy's path. Come on, Luffy. It worked. Marco and all the pirates had ecstasy in their eyes. Xingxingtai was so close that even if Sengoku and the others wanted to rescue them, it would be too late. Garp, this guy, what? Just for a moment. Garp, you bastard. Buddha Sengoku scolded angrily. It was obvious that he was cheating, and he was doing so openly. Success. Ace is right in front of him, and the two brothers are only a few meters apart. They can each see any subtle changes in the other's expression. Snapped. It was clear that Ace could be rescued, and the hope was right in front of him, but it was shattered so ruthlessly. Zilla. But Marco stopped him forcefully. Kizaru, I can't let you block Ace's path to freedom. Ace, I'll rescue you right away. Luffy's mouth was filled with Kakuzu's brightest smile. This would make Buddha Sengoku vomit 3 liters of blood. The Marines, who were unwilling to believe it, slowly showed smiles on their lips, growing wider and wider. The smiles of the excited pirates slowly disappeared. Call out. Icy's excited smile also solidified. Advertisement. Ace. From heaven to hell. It was obviously successful. The expressions of everyone in Dahai froze. Luffy. Ace's voice was trembling, and he looked at Luffy who was standing close in front of him. Luffy's happy smile froze. Buddha Sengoku regretted it. No. No. This is not true. The pirate shook his head dully, denying the scene in front of him. The dazzling thunder and lightning is so dazzling. Akainu and the others wanted to support, but they didn't have the speed. Especially looking at Luffy who was about to rush to the Shintai, he felt so regretful that his intestines were green. If he had known that Garp would let go, he would have acted on his own. There might have been a glimmer of hope to stop Luffy with the straw hat just now. Buddha Sengoku was trembling with anger and looked angrily at Garp who stood up from the pit as if nothing had happened. Thunder and lightning appeared between the two brothers who were looking at each other affectionately, and at the same time there was a joking voice. It's great to be able to break through here, but the time for the trip has not yet come, so I am a little impatient. Call out. When you lift up your steps and take the last step, the place where you fall is Shingshintai. It's so scary. Did Marine lose today? In the battle place in the square, Kizaru quickly transformed into the speed of light. With his speed, there might be a glimmer of hope. Luffy, who was running wildly, was whipped out instantly by the whip's leg. He shot out like a missile from the platform and landed on the ground. He kept rolling until he was 1,000 meters away before he vomited blood and stopped. It's old and useless. No chance. Kizaru spread his hands helplessly. Now, time wasted. There is no time at all. Did you lose? The Marines gritted their teeth. 148 Hope that never existed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Compared to the pirate who was holding his head and unable to accept the reality, Marine showed a look of ecstasy and couldn't help shouting Luo's name. Trafalgar Law. The surprise came so quickly that Sengoku, who was already prepared for failure, was stunned. Marine almost failed. Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. Today's battle revolves around Xingxing. If the prisoner is rescued, Marine today means failure. Well done. Akainu couldn't help but praise highly. Even Kizaru's mouth twitched, and he remained silent instead of being sinister. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Marine's countless shouts shook the world, and a large number of Marines shouted sincerely from the inside out. Is it him? Everyone across the sea stared blankly at the figure standing in the picture. It was him who turned the situation around in one fell swoop. It was him who rescued Marine. It was him who made the pirates fall into hell. That bastard. On the ice in the bay, Whitebeard exuded a terrifying aura, and his eyes were filled with anger. How dare you, that boy? Angry. Whitebeard was angry. 22. Ace's hope of getting out of trouble was extinguished by the other party. Even Whitebeard couldn't guarantee whether he would have such an opportunity again today. Perhaps what was cut off was Ace's life. Advertisement. Since there is someone who is not qualified to guard the last line of defense, let me. Luo Guan glanced at the Garp below. The sneer on the corner of his mouth made Garp, who was in a dazed state, furious. Slowly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Ace's hope of escape was gone and destroyed. Garp, remember your identity and don't make any mistakes. Buddha Sengoku said to Garp so seriously for the first time, don't make the second mistake. Quote. Garp, whose face was as black as ink, cracked his fists. Poof. In the broken pit, Luffy got up with difficulty and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ace. He stared blankly at Xingxing Terrace in the distance. Xingxingtai, which I had touched just now, was now 1,000 meters away. Why? Hope was shattered. Luffy held his head and couldn't believe it. He still doesn't know what happened. What? It's him. Luffy glanced at the figure standing on the Xingxing platform and gritted his teeth. It was him. The fighting seemed to have stopped. Everyone had no fight for the time being, and they all looked at Xingtai in a daze, with completely opposite moods. The excited Marine heard Luo's words and couldn't help but look at the Vice Admiral Garp under the platform. It's a bit strange. Many Vice Admirals rubbed their chins suspiciously. What? Isn't it rumored that Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral was easily taught a lesson by Vice Admiral Garp? But Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral is so strong, but he resisted Whitebeard for so long, and even reversed the situation at the last moment. As expected, the rumors are not credible. Faye can knock out Garp with one punch, and Algaro Center can easily knock out Luffy. Could it be? Advertisement. Very simple logic. Many Marines looked at Garp strangely. They don't believe that Straw Hat Luffy really has the power to knock Garp away. If Straw Hat Luffy doesn't have such power, then why was Garp knocked away? Release water. Why? Isn't Garp our Marine's hero? Many Marines asked inwardly. Garp, you should be lucky that Luo turned the situation around at the last moment, otherwise you would have become the biggest sinner today. Sengoku looked solemn. Garp said nothing with a dark face. Gu la la la. The violent Whitebeard rushed into the square in an instant. The terrifying momentum sent all the Marines around 100 meters flying, and hundreds of Marines screamed and flew backwards. Whitebeard strikes. The brief moment of peace was broken. Marine looked at the rampaging Whitebeard in horror, and immediately looked for help, not at the Admiral or the Marshal, but subconsciously at Trafalgar Law. Dan Luo sat cross-legged leisurely on the Shingtai. There was no trace of another attack. Kill. All the pirates roared angrily. There was less than an hour until noon, and there was no time to waste. Whitebeard, why are you in such a hurry? The funeral will not be postponed. Both fists melted into karst. Akainu forcibly killed all the passing pirates and finally stood in front of Whitebeard. Akainu boy, are you going to block Lousy's way too? Advertisement. I'm here to prepare you for a grand funeral. The karst fist blasted out and faced the fist covered by the air pressure cover. A terrifying momentum rose into the sky. A clash of top players. And other powerful battles began again. Kizaru and Phoenix, Shinji and Diamond Josie, Foil and Ace. Enduring the severe pain and a swipe of blood from the corner of his mouth, Luffy gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards Xingxing Terrace angrily. Ace, wait for me. Stop Straw Hat Luffy, don't let him get near Xingxing Terrace again. All the powerful Marines took action. In 980, the all-out war began, and when the battle entered its final fierceness, the bluestone-covered square continued to crack and collapse. The sound of explosions echoed in the air like thunder. The former central figure, Trafalgar Law, has now become a bystander, sitting cross-legged on the stage, squinting at the numb Ace, very unwilling. Turning his head stiffly, Ace looked at Luo blankly, his eyes slowly gained expression and anger, and his voice was low but contained uncontrollable anger. Why are you targeting us? Targeted. Luo smiled softly. First a Marine, and you are pirates. You are naturally opposed to each other, so there is no need to target them. Stop lying, your eyes tell me you did it on purpose. Ace gritted his teeth and stared at Luo angrily. Do we really have a grudge against you? Targeting me and Luffy like this? Targeting is out of the question. Luo's tone was calm, as if he was chatting with a friend. Even if you and Luffy have invaded Eni's lobby, it didn't attract much attention from me, and I never thought of deliberately targeting you, otherwise you would be here. Eni's lobby is dead. And now, I did do it on purpose. Ace looked at Luo who was smiling and was furious. 149 time of execution. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because someone made me feel very unhappy. Luo patted Ace's shoulder gently. Room. The space includes the Marine building and the buildings behind it. Call out. In an instant, a plate of barbecue and a pot of wine appeared out of thin air on the Xingxing stage. Good wine, good meat, necessary steps before leaving. Marine can't break the rules. Do you want me to feed you? Luo gently picked up the wine bottle, filled the cup with wine, and brought it to Ace's mouth. Boom. He shook his head vigorously and hit the wine glass in Fei Luo's hand. The wine spilled on the floor and the glass broke. Angry eyes were always staring at Luo like a hungry wolf. Whatever you want, tell me if you want to drink. I won't get angry with you now. Luo smiled softly, holding his cheeks and leisurely watching the battle below. His eyes casually glanced at the watch. There were still 43 minutes. Boom. The fighting below was fierce and brutal. The most intense and terrifying one is undoubtedly the crazy duel between Akainu and Whitebeard. The two fight head-on. This fighting method is the most terrifying and the easiest to get injured to determine the winner. In a short time, Akainu was injured and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but Whitebeard also felt uncomfortable and had burns on his skin. Step aside. Luffy frantically knocked away the strong man in front of him and rushed towards Xingxing Terrace like crazy. But the strong Marines came out, and almost all the strong men who protected Luffy were dragged down by the strong Marines. Luffy, with his straw hat alone, was not qualified to run rampant in the Marine headquarters, and was constantly knocked away by the strong men. Then he gritted his teeth and stood up, roaring and charging forward again. Advertisement. Call out. Suddenly a trace of blue flames swept across the sky, and the extremely fast Phoenix quickly flew to Shingtai. Phoenix Marco actually got rid of Kizaru and rushed to the Shingtai without warning. Captain Marco, come on, the pirate roared angrily. The pirates no longer have hope for Straw Hat Luffy. Even if he can still rush to the Xingxing platform, what will happen? What can be changed? The last line of defense is that monster. But it was Marco who took action now. The pirate once again raised infinite hopes. Will it succeed? Are there any guests? Luo looked calmly at the flying Marco, who instantly disappeared with lightning movement and appeared behind the Phoenix in the sky. The whip leg swept across with great force. Boom. A blue beam of light swept past and crashed into the ruins of the square. Here, Luo teleported back to Xingxing Terrace, still sitting cross-legged just now, as if he had never left. How can it be? The pirate looked at this scene in horror. This is Captain Marco, but the captain of our first team was knocked away easily. Captain Marco is a character who can stand up to Admiral without falling behind. How could he be knocked away so easily? Advertisement. It's difficult. Marco walked out of the ruins without any injuries and looked at Luo Xingtai in distress. With his extremely fast speed and various abilities, it is difficult for him to break through as the last line of defense. Boom. It keeps approaching the inside, but is often forced back by Marine. For half an hour, he continued to advance and was knocked back. After the efforts of many strong people to escort him, the running Luffy once again rushed onto the road connecting Xingtai, running at top speed. Has Whitebeard been defeated? Everything is not over yet, but many people can no longer see the hope of Whitebeard's victory. Ace. Luffy, who was shouting and roaring, ran wildly to the platform. Get out of my way, I'm going to beat you away. Shinra Tenjang. Marine looked at Luffy's back with sympathy. As time passed by, the strong pirates were all frantically trying their best. To stop such a group of madmen, the strong Marines also had to fight hard. In Marco's mind, Trafalgar Law is no better than other admirals. What a poor guy. He hasn't given up yet. Luo Jingjing remained a bystander. Terrifying fists struck Luo crazily. The roaring sound appears from time to time, and Luffy is the most persistent. Whitebeard and the captains launched one terrifying and powerful attack after another. But it is the most difficult. Do you know who the last line of defense is? It's Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Sure enough, everyone looked as if they were indeed so. Advertisement. He lowered his head and glanced at his watch. Are you still naive to think that you can rescue Fire Fist Ace by rushing to Xingxing Terrace? The strong man in the battle has no time to look at the time, but everyone knows that time is running out. Quietly thinking about some of the shortcomings of my abilities in combat and thinking about how to change and improve my shortcomings. But at this time, Whitebeard had only advanced 2,000 meters. Under the premise that the top Admiral Akainu was resisting with all his strength, he could advance such a distance. Whitebeard was worthy of the title of the strongest man. Indeed, Luo's current comprehensive strength is almost the same as that of Akainu Chingji and other admirals, but his abilities are more diverse and weirder. He may not be as good as the top admirals in some areas, but he is an all-round powerhouse, enough to deal with any opponent in any situation. The battle between the two was fierce and bloody, and every confrontation was bloody. Akainu kept vomiting blood under the terrifying offensive, but the karst attacks kept leaving Whitebeard with burns all over his body. 10 minutes left. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at Whitebeard. Unless Whitebeard can lead the team to the execution platform, it will be impossible to rescue the prisoner. This seems to be the consensus of everyone. Can you make it in the last minute? Even if you make it, there is Sengoku of Buddha under the Xingxing platform, and there is Trafalgar Law on the Xingxing platform. At this time, Whitebeard was in a crazy confrontation with Akainu. The distance of 2,000 meters is not even half close. Ace. Rumble. The terrifying repulsive force knocked everything away. In the strong wind, the roaring Luffy flew back with a hiss and hit the square again. Half an hour's hard work was instantly wiped out. But the Marine headquarters square is 5,000 meters deep. Even Captain Marco and the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates rushed to the platform and were unable to do anything. Apart from Whitebeard, are the other captains and other strong men strong enough? The crazy offensive continues to shake the defense lines of Marine headquarters. 150 Death of Ace. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boy Akainu, get out of here lousy. The terrifying fist shattered the earth, and the bursting atmosphere injured Akainu's body and spurted blood. Dark Hound. Boom. 3 minutes left. The executioner has already begun to make preparations. Ace. Unwilling to give up, Luffy ran towards Shintai, and was constantly reincarnated in the fate of being knocked back and getting up. Garp, please calm down for a while. Sengoku held on to the somewhat rioting Garp. 1 minute left. 59, 58, 57, 56. Time is passing by every minute. It's time to go to Xingxing, Luo Gao shouted. The executioner, who was already prepared, picked up the long knife and pointed it at Ace. What? The strong men in the battle were shocked, especially the strong pirates. They looked at Xingxingtai in horror. Is it already noon without realizing it? Ace was not rescued at all. Ace. The phoenix hurriedly spread its wings and flew towards Xingxing Terrace. Marco, I can't let you disturb Xingxing. The laser instantly penetrated the phoenix, and Kizaru blocked the way. But the other strong pirates couldn't rush to the Xingxing platform quickly enough. Have you lost? The strong pirate couldn't bear to look at Xingxingtai. Is Ace going to be killed? How dare you? Whitebeard roared angrily, and punched out the air pressure shield. The ground in front continued to crack, and the cracks seemed to spread towards Xingxingtai. The Ice Age. Xingji stood on the ground with one hand, and the world was frozen and cracked. Advertisement. Whitebeard, don't worry, it's Ace now, and your funeral will be later. Akainu attacked frantically. Get away. Attacking with hatred, Whitebeard risked himself to bear the price of karst burning, causing Akainu to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Yes, the time has come. Okay, Xing. The executioner stabbed hard with the long knife raised high. No. How many hysterical roars. Whoosh. Suddenly several sand blades burst out. Could it be? Many pirates showed ecstasy in their eyes. Is there really a turning point? Bang. But the sand blade that had just hit Xingxingtai was shattered instantly, and Trafalgar Law took action. Really? The pirate's tiny flame of hope that had just risen was instantly extinguished. There is no hope anymore. No longer possible. No, stop it. The roar, hoarse and terrifying, echoed in the air force. Luffy, who was 800 meters away from Xingxing Terrace, roared to the sky, exuding a breathtaking momentum. Could it be? Everyone looked at Straw Hat Luffy in horror. This kind of momentum. Bang, bang, bang. Marine pirates kept falling into unconsciousness, and it spread quickly, with Marines falling down layer by layer, all the way to the surrounding Xingxing platform. Conqueror's Hockey. This guy is not simple. Luffy once again became the center of attention. There is hope. Marco and the other captains looked at Xingtai in ecstasy. It's okay to stun the executioner with Conqueror's Hockey, right? There is still hope. Advertisement. It's still possible. All the pirates looked expectantly. If they can succeed, Straw Hat Luffy will definitely succeed. Snort. A very soft voice that seemed to resound deep in everyone's soul appeared just like this. With a wave of his sleeves, Luo stood at the front of Xingtai, his aura seeping out and instantly colliding with the roaring aura. At this time, Luo used Conqueror's Hockey, which was enough to control differentiated attacks. Straw Hat Luffy's momentum was blocked. Whoosh. Don't want. The long knife entered the body and penetrated from the chest, dripping with blood. 2 long knives crossed into Ace's body. Poof. Ace, with a lot of blood pouring out of his mouth, glanced at everyone in the square blankly. Dad, Marco, Josie. Grandpa. Luffy. Finally, his eyes stayed on the back figure in front of him. Just stared at it. Are you going to die? Reluctance, guilt, and worry occupied Ace's entire soul. If I die, my father's family will leave. It's okay for me, a sinner, to fight for my life. But there was a deep reluctance deep in his soul, and he stared at Luo's back. It seemed to be engraved in his bones. Even in hell I don't want to forget it. Please give me flowers. If I hurt Luffy, even in hell, will never let you go. Poof. A mouthful of blood spurted out, the look in his eyes slowly dissipated, and the proud head lowered. There was no sound. Died. Fire Fist Ace is dead. Advertisement. Everyone stared blankly at the silent shadow. Did the time of the sea stop at this moment? Did the Whitebeard pirates fail? Fire Fist Ace was executed. Everyone in Dahai stared blankly at the screen. Is the battle coming to an end? Can't even the Whitebeard pirates defeat Marine? Pirates everywhere couldn't help but feel fear. Can the strongest pirates not be defeated by Marine? Point 0. Facing such a powerful Marine, Whitebeard can only be helpless, right? Admiral and other strong men are already difficult to deal with. Who would have thought that an evil monster, Trafalgar Law, would appear? To fight against such a Marine, the Whitebeard pirates will be in trouble. Team up. As the battle over, too many people have scalp numbness for no apparent reason. Fire Fist Ace is executed. With Whitebeard's character, he will definitely go berserk. The real battle may have just begun. It's over, the rampaging Whitebeard will destroy the sea. An atmosphere of panic instantly filled the entire sea. The bloodshed in Shingtai is so charming. That hanging head is the last scene of Fire Fist Ace. No. Hysterical howls echoed in the air. Luffy, who had never given up, finally bent his tireless feet at this moment, knelt on the ground, looked up to the sky and howled, his pupils dilated to the maximum, and his split mouth seemed to swallow up the sky. Ace. Many pirates clenched their fists and lowered their heads at this moment. A sad and sorrowful look on his face. Ah. Hysterical roars echoed in the air. No, it's too sad. Straw Hat Luffy may have a mental breakdown. Ivankov looked at Luffy, who was completely unconscious and panicked. Take Luffy and get out of here first. Jinbei saved the clay sculpture of Luffy, turned around and rushed to the outside to return it. 151 Is the pain too little? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, please stay at the top of the monthly ticket list for a longer time, and please subscribe automatically. No, how could Ace die? Marco and other captains could not accept this reality. Do you try your best and still fail in the end? Grief slowly turned into anger, and he stared angrily at Trafalgar Law. It's all because of him. If he hadn't held Dad back at the beginning, and if he hadn't appeared at the last moment, Ace would have been rescued long ago. All kinds of terrifying murderous intent instantly enveloped Luo. Ace. Whitebeard's clenched fist slowly unclenched. His body swayed, and he took a few steps back unsteadily, using his naginata to steady his body. Dark Hound. Akainu would not let go of such a good opportunity. The Karst terror attack came instantly and bombarded Whitebeard's belly. The Karst seemed to wrap around Whitebeard's 023 son. Dad. Whitebeard, it's time for your funeral. Standing there, Whitebeard seemed to be silent, with his head lowered, a huge blood hole appeared in his abdomen, and the wound was severely burned. Click. Make a fist. A terrifying momentum suddenly burst out from Whitebeard. When he raised his head, the most terrifying monster in the sea broke out. Grab Akainu by the shoulders and throw him away. The air pressure shield with clenched fists was highly condensed, the moment Akainu fell. The fist swept out and hit Akainu's waist. Boom. The cracked atmosphere covered Akainu, and poof. Akainu spewed out a lot of blood and fell to the ground helplessly. Akainu boy. The fist of the air pressure shield slammed down, the whole earth was twisting, the body was twisting, and a lot of blood spattered from the head. Advertisement. Boom. The cracked earth spread thousands of meters in an instant, and huge cracks spread to the entire Marine headquarters. No, the Marine headquarters is about to collapse. The terrifying crack destroyed the Marine building at the rear and split the square into two halves. Dad. Marco and other captains looked at the berserk Dad. Everyone retreat immediately. Whitebeard roared with a naginata in hand, pointing the knife at the entire Marine headquarters. Laozi's son is not so easy to kill. The astonishing momentum frightened Marine. The strongest monster in the sea, the most powerful man, completely went berserk. Marco and other captains are on this side outside the Abyss Rift, while Whitebeard and the entire Marine powerhouse are on the other side. Withdraw. Marco and the others shook their heads and looked at their father's back blankly. They understand what this rupture means. Just because I understand, I am never willing to evacuate. This is Laozi's last order, aren't you willing to listen? Whitebeard yelled, and he walked forward with his knife in hand. With a terrifying momentum, he kept knocking away all the pirates blocking the way. Ace. He has only one goal. His eyes only looked in one place. That bastard. Whitebeard stared at Shingtai. It's really scary. Whitebeard went completely berserk, but not many people dared to face him. Kizaru looked at Whitebeard in horror. Akainu was the best outcome. Now he fell into the abyss and his whereabouts are unknown. Then Kizaru looked at Trafalgar Law sympathetically. As that guy being targeted? Whitebeard. Buddha Sengoku's eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body began to emit golden light, taking on the form of a giant Buddha and blocking the way to Xingxing Terrace. We can't let Luo take away all the battles. Our admiral can be somewhat useful. Xingji stood in front of Whitebeard. Go to Xingtai. Advertisement. The strong wind blew his hair to pieces, and his marine coat fluttered loudly. Whitebeard, come on, let's continue our unfinished battle. Boom. Suddenly a figure jumped in front of Luo in the air, and a terrifying fist struck out instantly. Call out. The flying Luo turned into lightning and crashed into the shattered marine building behind him, and the explosion covered the marine building. What? Buddha Sengoku looked back and looked at this scene in astonishment, then turned into anger. Garp, what are you doing? Ace. Standing in front of the platform, Garp looked at Ace's body in pain, his anger rising. Disappear in an instant. Garp. The thunder and lightning moved instantly and condensed into a ball in the air. There was endless murderous intent in his eyes. Kill. Or maybe other Marines didn't dare to question him like this. Became all the focus. Boom. This fusion attack can be called the strongest attack that Luo can unleash at this time. He even asked, why should he? Thor. Why did Garp knock away Trafalgar Law? The Thor's spear left a twisted trail in the air, and the tip of the spear was pitch black. The terrifying Thunder God's spear condensed in Thor's hand. One after another. Sudden infighting. Advertisement. Luo's body erupted with the most terrifying aura, and his cold eyes swept across Luffy who was being taken away in the distance. It seems the pain is not enough. Marine and everyone looked at Garp in confusion. Everyone looked at Garp in confusion. I'm going to kill you. Garp's muscles bulged, and armament hockey covered his fists and blasted out. Why? Still expanding rapidly. Laugh. But he asked in his heart. Chi-Chi. Why? A terrifying air wave instantly passed over the Marine headquarters. The steel-cast platform under Garp's feet collapsed in an instant, and a terrifying explosion ring filled the air instantly, covering a range of 5,800 meters. Why did Garp attack Luo? Ain asked angrily. Luo's role in this battle is obvious to all. Did Luo do something wrong? Why did he attack him? The attack here masks the rampaging Whitebeard. This is the fusion of 2 top-level tricks. No, it is the fusion of 3 top tricks. The Thor's spear is also wrapped with terrifying gravity. That bastard Garp. Hancock rushed towards the square angrily. The God of Thunder instantly appeared next to Garp, holding the gun of thunder and stabbing at Garp. If coupled with Luo's own power hockey at this time. Trafalgar Law was undoubtedly the biggest contributor to the Marines in this battle, and although Garp was a Marine hero, he did not play any role in this battle, and instead acted in vain. As Garp hero, crazy. Why did he suddenly take action against Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral? All Marines were puzzled, very puzzled, at the most critical moment of the war, when the victory was harvested. Yes. Why? 152 I'm just protecting myself. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Suddenly, Marine thought about the incident nearly a month ago. That time Vice Admiral Garp also suddenly fought with Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Did they already have a personal grudge? Even if there is a personal feud, there shouldn't be internal fighting today, right? If Marine fails due to internal fighting, not even Vice Admiral Garp can bear the responsibility, right? The world is real. Today's battle is in full view of everyone, and it's clear who has merit and who has fault. Who blocked Whitebeard at the beginning? Keeping him at bay gave Marine a huge advantage from the beginning. Who was the one who knocked away Straw Hat Luffy at the most moment and reversed Marine's defeat? Who was the last line of defense until the end, and did not let anyone get close to Fire Fist Ace? It's Trafalgar Law. Garp has many admirers in Marine and even the entire sea. But what Garp did today was also witnessed by everyone. As a Marine hero, he did not have the highest combat power to fight. The only time he made a move, he was easily defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Knock. Marine almost failed completely. No one believes that Garp can't stop Straw Hat Luffy. Although I don't know why Garp did this, it is definitely his fault. Why? Why did Vice Admiral Garp do this? Marine shook his head, as if there were cracks in the great image that had stood for so many years in his heart. The battle is not over yet. Does Vice Admiral Garp have no regard for Marine's future? Advertisement. The confusion contained too much anger. This is a battle that concerns the future of Marine and the future of the sea. When Whitebeard goes completely berserk, there will be internal fighting. Will he drag the entire Marine into the abyss? Ace's body completely caused Garp to lose his last trace of reason. His muscles bulged like a horned dragon, and his body was as solid as Hoki's. He looked around with his strength. Boom. The explosion caused by the fist and the Thor's gun instantly destroyed and covered 1,000 meters of land, and was still expanding rapidly. Several Marines fled away in fear. Unbridled winds tore the earth apart. Mr. Garp, you shouldn't. Shinji frowned. In his heart, he respected Garp. In his mind, the Garp hero shouldn't be so irrational or even make such a mistake. It's troublesome. Shinji looked at the furious Whitebeard distress-edly. His whole body exuded a cold air that froze everything, and he hurriedly faced Whitebeard's terrifying attack. That boy is really unlucky. Kizaru and other Admiral knew why Garp was so angry, and they also knew the reason for the battle a month ago. Kizaru was slightly gloating about his misfortune. Poor little monster. Quote. Gia Gia. Doflamingo's eyes lit up, and he walked towards the square with a sinister smile and said, "What an unexpected result. After fighting Whitebeard and Garp, Trafalgar Law, how much strength do you have left? Let's go quickly. While Marine is fighting, everyone should get on the ship and leave the Marine headquarters. This is Dad's order." The pirates all turned around and ran towards the pirate ship. They had already lost the battle, and no one wanted to die on the way out. Garp has really helped us a lot. Infighting is a waste of most of Marine's top combat power. Boom. Exploding. Advertisement. Luo and Garp both retreated, leaving only the outline of the Thor's spear held by the god of thunder. But a bloody hole appeared on Garp's fist. Tisk. The thunder god's spear quickly gathered together, and the thunder god's strongest force thrust out the thunder god's spear. Luo Yi became angry again and again. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Boom. The violent air waves covered the entire Marine headquarters. The Earth's layers collapsed. Asshole. Sengoku, the Buddha who transformed into the form of a giant Buddha, was furious. Garp, stop here. But his roar was of no use at all. Luo will never retreat from the berserk Garp's crazy attack, let alone give in. He endured it last time, will he endure it this time? It's impossible, no one can let Luo endure it anymore. Boom. Another crazy showdown. Damn it. Buddha Sengoku was furious. In the form of a giant Buddha, he slapped his huge palm out. A terrifying circular shock wave enveloped hundreds of meters of land and shattered everything in it. Are you enough? All stop. Quote. Terrifying attacks were unleashed on Garp and Luo. Kai. Luo instantly disintegrated. Although the shock wave was powerful, Buddha's Sengoku did not use Haki, and Luo instantly became naturalized and was fine. But when Garp withstood Luo's horrific attack, his whole body was attacked by Buddha's Sengoku shock wave. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The severe pain seemed to bring some color to Garp's irrational eyes. Will he wake up? Ben couldn't help but beat out his fist. Buddha Sengoku took the opportunity to hug Garp from behind and hugged him tightly. Garp, have you had enough nonsense? Advertisement. Sengoku. Garp raised his head stiffly and looked at Sengoku in the form of a giant Buddha. Sengoku, just hold me like this, otherwise I will definitely kill Trafalgar Law. You guy. Sengoku was angry and sympathetic. He knew that Garp was not feeling well, but now he would not allow Garp to continue coming. It's good to know that you were wrong. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief and finally solved it. Call out. Luo appeared in front of Garp instantly, stabbing Garp in the heart with the blade in his hand. Chang. In the crisis of death, Garp hurriedly showed armament Haki to the maximum extent, hardening Zhao Hao's chest. The sparks tightened, and the sword edge was stuck in the ribs. It could no longer move forward an inch. It only needed to move forward a little more to pierce Garp's heart. Trafalgar Law, you. Buddha Sengoku's pupils couldn't help but dilate. I am protecting myself, Marshal Sengoku. Luo's sword flashed with thunder and lightning, 200 million volts of lightning. Following the sword's edge, it was instantly transmitted into Garp's body. Tisk. Terrifying thunder and lightning flashed all over Garp, pouring into his body and destroying everything in his body. Asshole. Garp, who was seriously injured and in severe pain and bleeding from all his orifices, stared at Luo angrily. Luo, stop it. The giant Buddha slapped Luo with his huge palm. Force Luo back. Garp, are you okay? Sengoku looked worriedly at Garp, who was still flashing lightning and seemed to be a statue. Is it okay to attack like this? 153 Chasing Luffy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Poof. A mouthful of blood spurted out, mixed with some broken internal organs. Garp was kneeling on one foot, holding the ground firmly with both hands. He raised his head, his eyes seemed to have lost his mind again, and he stared at Luo angrily. I want to kill you. Really? Luo Zhongfeng shuddered, exuding cold murderous aura. Gritting his teeth, his chest stained red with blood, Garp stood up little by little, his violent aura rising to the highest peak, the most terrifying level. Together with the rampaging Whitebeard, the two equally violent auras covered the entire sky. Dark energy seemed to completely surround Garp. But unlike the armor color, which hardens the whole body, it seems that the dark energy covers the whole body. This is a higher level of armament hockey. The physique is really good enough. He's not dead yet. Luo's whole body flashed with terrifying thunder and lightning, and hockey hardened the edge of his sword. Luo K showed no mercy in the attack just now. If Garp hockey had not reached the top level of the sea, he would have been pierced through the heart. Thunder fruit. At this time, Luo could use the maximum current of 200 million volts to attack the body 620 times. This kind of attack. Even the weaker and stronger ones are dead. No ordinary strong person can bear such an injury. But how long can you last even if you are seriously injured? With Luo's current strength, he is not afraid of Garp. There is not much difference between the two. Advertisement. After the fight, there is no guarantee who will lose. Now that Garp is seriously injured, he has an advantage. Garp, please stop for a moment. Sengoku was in the form of a giant Buddha. He pressed Garp firmly with one hand and pressed him into the broken earth. At the same time, he pointed the other hand at Luo. Trafalgar Law, as a marshal, I order you to leave here immediately. Sengoku, let me go. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku exploded with all his strength and held Garp firmly. The struggling Garp causes the earth to crack. But Buddha Sengoku's attention was always on Trafalgar Law, with a serious look on his face. He could feel that Trafalgar Law had indeed attacked with murderous intent just now, without any hesitation. Sengoku believes that if given the chance, Fray will attack. CCCA, although Garp did something wrong today, Sengoku will never allow Garp to be killed. Oh. Luo sneered and glanced at Buddha Sengoku, who was fully guarding himself. Buddha's Sengoku became increasingly nervous. He could not guarantee whether Trafalgar Law would obey his orders. Luo's silence made Buddha Sengoku feel numb. Okay. Luo Yi shrugged, sheathed his sword, turned around, his marine coat fluttered, and walked away. Since it is Marshal Sengoku's order, of course it will be carried out. I will hunt down the fleeing pirates. Those criminals we can't let serious pirates run away. For example, the son of a revolutionary, Straw Hat Luffy, are you right? Garp hero. Looking back, he looked playfully at Garp who was being pinned down by Buddha Sengoku. Advertisement. What? Garp's pupils were dilated and his eyes were about to burst as he stared angrily at Luo. Luffy. Garp's expression seemed to freeze, and the next moment it turned into rage. Boy, how dare you? Is it wrong for Marine to capture the pirates? Marshal Sengoku, you are the marshal and I listen to you, is it wrong? No. That's right. Asshole. Trafalgar Law, you are taking revenge on me, right? Garp roared and struggled wildly. Even the full-strength Buddha Sengoku could not suppress him. He hurriedly suppressed it with all his strength. Only then could he suppress Garp, who was seriously injured at this time. Garp, please calm down for a while. Buddha Sengoku's power was fully activated, and he had no time to think about whether it would hurt Garp. Yes, I just want revenge. Luo walked forward without stopping. I can only say, Garp, you successfully affected my mood. Originally, I just wanted to fight Whitebeard today, but you indirectly killed me. I lost my ace. If it weren't for me, maybe he would have a chance to be rescued. But now, I just want to continue fighting with Whitebeard, and you have once again successfully affected my mood. Garp hero, you said you would do it again. Indirectly killing my last grandson. You. Garp stared at Luo blankly. There was another look in the angry eyes. Is it really my fault? Regret tortured Garp's soul. If I had taken the initiative to understand the situation a month ago, if I had not suddenly attacked Trafalgar Law, would Ace really have a chance to survive? If it weren't for Trafalgar Law, Luffy might have really saved Ace. Advertisement. Regret caused Garp to suffer indescribable mental pain. Are you going to indirectly hurt Luffy again now? Garp held his head, unwilling to face all this. No, all this is false. I just want to help Luffy, Ace and the others, and never want to kill them. Not real. You are deceiving the public with your lies. Without me, you still haven't captured Luffy, Ace. Garp is absolutely unwilling to believe all this. If he believed it, then he had killed his grandson. He could not bear such guilt. You can think whatever you like, it's up to you, revenge or whatever you want, it's natural for Marine to deal with pirates. As a Marine hero, do you think what I did is wrong? Is there any? Point it out. Luo smiled instantly. Disappeared, the thunder and lightning moved, and the next moment a thunder and lightning passed 100 meters away. Blinking your eyes, you are further away again. He rushed out of the square very quickly. He looked back and glanced at Garp coldly. He knew that Sengoku of Buddha was there now and had no chance to take action against Garp, but he never thought that the matter would end like this. Bastard! He roared to the sky. Garp put his hands on the ground, and Shaw slowly rose. Sengoku actually slowly carried Sengoku in the form of a giant Buddha. I don't allow you to hurt Luffy anymore. Garp, please be quiet. The ability used by Buddha Sengoku, the terrifying power blessed Garp's body, even making the corners of his mouth bleed, before he could suppress Garp again. Luffy, Ace is your grandson, but they are sea thief. Garp, don't forget who you are. Luo moved forward quickly. Jinbei carried Luffy and broke through to the outside at high speed, while a cold gaze focused on this place. 154 kill. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law. The rampaging Whitebeard saw Law speeding past not far away at a glance. Furious, his fist presented a powerful air pressure cover. It blasted towards Trafalgar Law's side with force, and the shocking power of vibration quickly shattered the earth and spread towards Luo. Ice Age. Shinji quickly came to this side, exuding the most powerful cold air from his body, freezing everything. The ground was quickly frozen and covered with ice, which spread thousands of meters in an instant, and Whitebeard was also frozen in place. Kacha. After a few breaths, Whitebeard's tiger body shook, shattering the ice all over his body, and his furious eyes were always fixed on Luo. Luo had already gone away and it was too late to stop him. Do you still want to hurt Laozi's son? In Whitebeard's eyes, the direction in which Luo was heading was exactly the evacuation route of the 493 pirates, and his violent momentum reached its peak. All general-level officers, besiege Whitebeard. Buddha Sengoku roared. Call out. A laser instantly pierced Whitebeard's arm. How strange, Whitebeard, you can't even dodge such an attack. Kizaru and Shinji surrounded Whitebeard one after another. There are also a large number of Marine Vice Admirals surrounding this place. Even Whitebeard could only watch Luo go away quickly, unable to break through the encirclement of a large number of strong Marines. Call out. Lightning teleports at extremely fast speeds, passing through a square with many characters and quickly shuttles. Not good. Advertisement. Marco, who was directing the large-scale evacuation of the pirates, looked back at the extremely fast thunder and lightning in horror. The target is Straw Hat Luffy. How dare you? Straw Hat Luffy is Ace's younger brother. He represents the living Ace. We must not let Ace's younger brother die here. The captain stared at Luo angrily. Protect Straw Hat Luffy. All the captains quickly moved closer to this side. Jinbei, be careful. The opponent has the ability to move in space. Use Haki to grab the Straw Hat Luffy. Don't let go and run. Marco, who turned into a phoenix, was very fast and rushed to Jinbei's side not far away. Well, only using Haki can we defend against Trafalgar Law's weird ability. Marco said anxiously. As that's so. Jinbei hurriedly used Haki, wrapping his arms around Kunichi and hugging Luffy. Has my ability been seen through? Luo's speed continued. Op Fruit's cutting power can only be defended with armament Haki. And space transfer can transfer others. Approaching at extremely high speed, The room space had just covered Jinbei, Luffy and the others, and he was about to transfer Luffy directly in front of him. Unexpectedly, Marco saw through his ability. Not shocked. They are all experienced and strong, and it is not difficult to understand the abilities of others in battle. Space movement can indeed forcibly change the position of others, but if you are prepared in advance and use Haki to defend, you can indeed resist space movement. It doesn't matter. Luo's whole body was flashing with terrifying thunder and lightning, his speed was extremely fast, and the distance between the two sides quickly closed. Always protect Luffy's side. The opponent has the same ability to teleport. We must not let him suddenly attack Straw Hat Luffy. Marco and other captains formed a powerful protective circle to protect Luffy from evacuating. But sooner or later he will catch up. Advertisement. The Demon King Ivankov turned around and stopped. You go first, I will hold him back. The sharp 5 fingers inserted into his waist, and his originally rough body quickly became slender, and even his square face became softer and more feminine. Call out. Run away. Boom. The terrifying gravity attacks everything in the space indiscriminately. A large number of fleeing pirates vomit blood and hit the ground directly, making it difficult to move. The strength of the pirates who are not weak has also been sharply reduced several times. The speed of the large force that was rushing toward the port at extremely high speed also dropped several times and became slower. 200 million volts of lightning is enough to kill many strong men, not to mention that it also contains powerful force. Call out. The powerful repulsion instantly destroyed dozens of explosion winds that shot out at the same time, and the afterimages dispersed and flew towards Ivankov. Room. Poof. From behind, a large amount of blood spurted out from Inazuma's neck, and his collapsed body with weak eyes fell to the ground. Ivankov, covered in blood, made no sound and also fell to the ground. The extremely fast Ivankov showed dozens of afterimages. Trafalgar Law will never let you advance even half a step. The God of Thunder grabbed hard with his giant palm and instantly caught Ivankov, who was vomiting blood and flying backwards. The terrifying thunder and lightning condensed into the form of a thunder god, instantly driving back all Ivankovs. All of Thor's power exploded. Shinra Tenjang. But after only blocking it for a moment, the God of Thunder destroyed the giant palm of the God of Thunder. The powerful blast wind blocked the Thunder God's giant palm. Advertisement. The electricity with a diameter of 6 kilometers and a radius of 1 kilometer presents the room space. Understanding. The cut earth immediately wrapped around Luo like a huge ribbon. Thor. T. 3.3. With so much force, Ivankov's bones were being grasped by the giant palm, and his whole body was cracking. At the same time, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning was constantly destroying Ivankov's body. The thunder god's giant palm slapped away at Ivankov, and when he rolled flexibly and moved backward, Ivankov gave me a wink. Death wink. Kill. Marco and the others looked back and looked at this scene in horror. Laugh. Now that you've taken action, are you ready to die in battle? Ivankov was tightly held, and a large amount of blood spattered all over his body, staining the thunder god's giant palm red. Bump. Ivankov. In the large army, Inazuma, whose hands turned into giant scissors, rushed here at high speed, and the scissors cut the ground along the way. Stop. Ivankov became agile and rushed towards Luo very quickly. Without looking back, Luo continued to move forward in his powerful thunder god form, chasing down the large army. I couldn't help but feel numb. Ivankov was not a weakling, but a famous revolutionary cadre was actually killed instantly. An arc of electricity passed over Inazuma, and a cold light also passed by. Call out. The moment they met, the sharp 5 fingers slashed towards Luo like animal claws. Jinbei, Marco and other large forces are 2,000 meters away from Luo and are also in space. 155 Who can stop? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Stop him. Don't even think about taking another step forward. The evacuating pirates kept blocking Luo's path. Dozens of times of gravity caused the pirates at the bottom to fall to the ground unable to move, but even ordinary pirates in the Whitebeard pirates group were quite strong. Under the crushing force of gravity, many pirates with good strength still maintained their fighting ability. It's just that the speed and response are far less than before. Block him. More and more pirates stood in front of Luo. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Powerful attacks constantly shattered the pirates' so-called defense line. Luo's footsteps never slowed down, and his speed never slowed down. Boom. The pirates kept vomiting blood and flew backwards, and many pirates fell into a pool of blood. Don't stop fighting. Dad ordered you to evacuate immediately. Don't fight Trafalgar Law. Marco's eyes were split as he looked at his companions who were being tortured and killed, and roared hysterically. Quickly retreat. It's too strong. It's no match for him. Gritting their teeth, the pirates supported each other and rushed towards the port with difficulty. 22 times slower than Luo, Luo surpassed many fleeing pirates, but he did not take the initiative to attack these ordinary pirates, and always kept his eyes locked on the large force ahead. Then a very strange scene occurred. One person chases thousands of pirates, but no one dares to face him. One person chases the entire pirate group. The large marine force chasing behind them stared blankly at the fluttering marine coats. Advertisement. It seems like there's nothing wrong with us. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral alone is enough. The proud and invincible figure in front was engraved in Marine's soul. It's so scary that one person actually hunted down the entire Whitebeard pirates. With such strength, is it stronger than Admiral? Everyone from all over the sea looked at the scene in front of them in horror. After today, Trafalgar Law's reputation will definitely resound throughout the sea and become the most dazzling star. Call out. Marco's army is all strong. The impact of gravity is not as great as that of ordinary pirates, but the speed is still affected. Even if it is not affected, their speed cannot be compared with Luo. Just 2,000 meters. The large army had just rushed out a few hundred meters, and Luo was already 100 meters behind them. Captain Marco, we are still 1,000 meters away from the port. There is no time. Even if we board the ship, we can't leave without blocking Trafalgar Law. The other captains looked at Marco. What should they do? Beasta, you and the captain continue to protect Straw Hat Luffy. Josie, let's stop Trafalgar Law. Transforming into a phoenix, Marco flew towards Luo at high speed. Chowzi was instantly covered in diamonds and ran like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Trafalgar Law, the pursuit has reached this point, is it okay? Luo didn't say anything, and Marco, the god of thunder, attacked with his giant palm. Boom. The phoenix firmly blocked the giant palm, and a large amount of green flames quickly burst out. The phoenix kept breaking apart, but it recovered quickly without taking a step back. Diamond Jaws came running wildly. His whole body is covered with diamonds, the strongest material in nature, and he carries indescribable impact as he runs wildly. If you have the ability, block this move and make a shining collision. Advertisement. The diamond arm and elbow blasted forward like a giant hammer. He instantly disappeared in front of the two people and teleported to appear behind the large force in front. Everyone in the large army hit the ground in front of them heavily and rolled over helplessly. No, Luffy. Usopp and Chopper wailed in the distance. Foil Beasta pulled out both swords while flying upside down, and 553 flower petals seemed to be falling from the sword blades. At the same time, there was a fat captain, who took out a huge hammer from a pocket-like pocket on his chin and attacked the thunder and lightning at the same time. No. Just a moment. Then keep protecting like this until the end. Luo drew out his sword, pointed it at Jinbei's back, and stabbed him suddenly. Thor's other palm suddenly blocked Diamond Josie's attack. The large troops running wildly in front all flew out with a bang. Zilla. But there was someone stronger than the two of them in the large army. Whoa. Marco and the other captains roared from behind. Even if they can win, the abilities of the two of them are difficult to defeat. Unless Phoenix reaches its limit, it will be impossible to hurt him at all, and Diamond Josie has the most terrifying defensive ability. But Luo's target is not them now. Not good. Diamond Josie and Marco looked back, their eyes bursting. The terrifying repulsion destroys everything around it and sends everything flying. Lightning flashed at the fingertips of the god of thunder, and a substantial bolt of lightning shot out, targeting the unconscious Straw Hat Luffy in Jinbei's arms. Advertisement. The powerful air wave covered hundreds of meters of ground and continued to crack. Phoenix Marco and Diamond Josie are very powerful and can completely resist the Admiral in a short period of time, but Luo is now completely comparable to the top Admiral. In terms of weird abilities, it is more difficult to deal with than the top Admiral. Boom. Don't even think about hurting little friend Luffy. Jinbei protects Luffy tightly. In a bloody battle, Luo was afraid of the two joining forces. Luo ignored Marco and Diamond Josie. Defeat Thunder and Lightning. Flying upside down. Luo's eyes were always locked on Straw Hat Luffy. Even if he was rolling on the ground, Jinbei still hugged Straw Hat Luffy tightly. Is it useless? Zoro and Sanji, who were rolling, stood up with gritted teeth and rushed out angrily, but the distance was not enough for them to be qualified to rescue. Call out. Ben perfectly protected Luffy's troops in the center. Jinbei's arms instantly collapsed, and everyone was unable to disperse and flew backwards forward. We didn't rescue Ace, but now we are trying our best to protect even Ace's brother. How is that possible? How could we be so useless? Call out. Luo teleported to the rear of the large army. Shinra Tenjang, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji were also flying upside down, but with such terrifying force, they could only watch as they vomited blood and flew upside down, and watched as thunder and lightning struck Luffy. Whoops. Luo disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of the still rolling Jinbei Luffy. The falling sole of his foot trampled Jinbei under his feet. 156. Then it depends on whether you can protect it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Is it too late? Marco, the fastest, shook his head feebly. Was it a complete failure today? And was it all at the hands of one person? Damn it. Whoosh. The sword thrust down. A sharp knife made of condensed gravel instantly cut off Trafalgar Law's body diagonally. If you want to protect something, you must defend it with all your strength. Not far away, a sandstorm appeared in Crocodile's palm. Chi-Chi. The severed Luo turned into thunder and lightning and scattered in the air. Great. Luffy is saved. Usopp Chopper and the others cheered, while Captain Marco and the others smiled. Thank you so much. Jinbei picked up Luffy and ran forward. One after another. Endless. The thunder and lightning quickly condensed into Luo, and his eyes flashed with violent momentum, sweeping over all the strong men around him. The momentum of terror continues to rise. Call out. Teleporting with lightning, he quickly chased Jinbei. How could he escape at such a speed? They instantly gathered behind Jinbei, and the blades swept out. Is it still useless? Looking back, Jinbei looked helplessly and desperately at the sword edge that was so close at hand. Advertisement. Chang. The blade in Luo's hand was blocked by another blade. What? The situation here attracted too many targets. Although there was a crazy duel between Whitebeard and Admiral inside the square, the excitement here still attracted more than half of them. That is, not only Marco, but their eyes widened in shock. All the pirate marines looked at the visitor blankly. Everyone across the sea, regardless of their identity, stared blankly at the figure that suddenly appeared. It's red hair. A scream came from somewhere. In an instant, such exclamations resounded throughout the entire sea. There were too many marines in the marine headquarters. Marines looked at the intruder in horror, while the pirates smiled after being shocked. They are all pirates, not enemies, right? What? The red-haired guy is here. Buddha's Sengoku still suppressed Garp. Although he was far away, he could instantly feel the red-haired's unique and domineering aura. Damn it. Victory was right in front of him, and the red hair actually appeared. It's the red hair pirates. The dragon head pirates are approaching the beach, and the red hair pirates have arrived. Trafalgar Law, enough is enough. The western sword in the red hair's hand blocked Luo's blade and protected Jinbei and Luffy. Looking back, I glanced at Wushan Chingshan and the collapsed Luffy. Then he looked at the broken square, looked at Marco, and looked at Whitebeard, who had already been defeated in the siege of the strong marines. Is that enough? Advertisement. Do you also want to protect Straw Hat Luffy? Luo's expression became even colder. I'm here to stop this war. The red-haired Zhongfeng blocked Luo, who was constantly bursting with power. Stop. Luo grinned. His smile was gentle but cold. We all want to protect Straw Hat Luffy. Very good, there will be no end. Then it depends on whether you can protect him. Don't move, Trafalgar Law. A pistol was pointed at Luo from behind. Red Hair Pirates Deputy Captain Ben Beckman. The Red Hair Pirates cadres also gathered behind the Red Hair. The entire pirate group is the elite. Coupled with the captains such as Marco and others around him, there is only one marine here, Trafalgar Law. Stop it, Trafalgar Law. The redhead said coldly. Why should I listen to you? Luo's whole body flashed with terrifying thunder and lightning, and his momentum climbed to its peak. Shinra Tenjang. The strong repulsive force pushed the red hair back, and instantly shot away the bullet fired by Ben Beckman. Is there no way? The Western sword blocked the repulsive force and retreated at an extremely slow speed. The red hair blocked Jinbei and Luffy behind him. Jinbei, take Luffy and leave first. Leave this place to me. Redhead, thank you so much. Jinbei said excitedly, continuing to hold Luffy and rushing towards the pirate ship which was not far away. The red hair is for emperors, he can always block Trafalgar Law, right? Call out. Luo raised his fingertips. The room space always surrounds the surroundings, disappearing in an instant, and appearing next to Jinbei the next moment, with the sword sweeping out. Advertisement. I can't let you attack Luffy anymore. The sweeping sword edge was blocked by the red hair again, and he seemed to have teleported here. It's so fast. Luo's eyes narrowed. The speed at which the red hair appeared at this moment was amazing. It's definitely not as good as teleportation, but over a short distance, it's like teleportation. And this kind of momentum. Luo felt the momentum covering his whole body, and the invisible momentum seemed to be shackles blocking him. Conqueror's Haki. More specific use. Luo disappeared again and quickly attacked Jinbei, but was blocked by the red hair. Chang Chang Chang. The red-haired man launched an attack. The sword in his hand struck extremely fast, and at the same time his aura suppressed Luo. With such speed and aura, Luo could not avoid the attack and could only choose to resist it. Sparks flew. The two extremely fast men were like two pairs of horses constantly meeting and confronting each other in the air, passing over the cracked earth, and the violent air waves continued to shatter the earth. It's so fast, it doesn't give me a chance to use space transfer at all. Space transfer is not a real teleport, and you can't do whatever you want. Luo Yi, come on, needs to use his ability first before he can transfer. The red hair's speed is too fast, and the offensive too fast. Boom. Two wildly fighting horses flew across the earth, hundreds of figures were lifted into the air, and wherever they went, the earth continued to crack. Unknowingly, the invisible battle between the two people had reached the inside of the square. Laugh. A bolt of lightning burst out instantly and hit the broken marine building. During the explosion, Luo instantly condensed in the sky. Have you been forced to retreat here without knowing it? The red hair's ability is really restrained. Luo's eyes became colder and colder. End it. The red-haired voice said. Do you want it to end like this? Is it possible? A terrifying figure appeared on the top of the mountain behind the marine building, with double horns, bulging muscles, fluffy mane, and violent momentum. Kaido of the Beasts. 157 Kaido of the Beasts is coming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No, with the red hair pirates and Marco and the others, Trafalgar Law is in danger. Sengoku of Buddha looked at Garp with a headache, but Garp started to cause trouble again. Akainu. You cooperate with Vice Admiral to continue attacking Whitebeard, Shinji, Kizaru, and you take Marine and immediately go to the bay to support Trafalgar Law. Quote. I'll deal with you Whitebeard first, and then I'll deal with the redhead. Akainu crawled out of the abyss, standing in front of Whitebeard with a violent aura. It's really troublesome. Sure enough, that guy still needs our help in the end. Kizaru pouted, and Shinji rushed to the edge of the square with a large number of officers. Boom. The two lightning bolts crossed and confronted each other, instantly penetrating the entire square from the bay. Among them, the purple lightning bolt instantly hit the broken marine building, and the explosion covered the marine building. You're really strong, red hair. Thunder and lightning cut through the explosion ring, and Luo stood on the ruins of the marine building. With the strength of this kid, there is no reason for him to lose so quickly. Kizaru looked at this scene in shock. If it were the beginning, he would definitely laugh at it, and maybe everyone would laugh at Luo for overestimating his capabilities to fight against Hongfa. But Luo's strength has been revealed, enough to be recognized by anyone. A character who can resist Whitebeard for so long, and a character who can chase all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates to escape. Even if he faces the red hair, he will not be at a disadvantage so quickly. Bar. Is Redhead much more powerful than Whitebeard? Is it possible? Does this count as restraining me? Luo looked cold. Luo has a variety of abilities that far exceed those of other abilities. Facing Whitebeard, the strongest man in the sea, he can rely on various abilities to not fall behind. But after a brief fierce battle with the red-haired man, Luo realized that the red-haired man was no stronger than Whitebeard, but his fighting style posed a great threat to himself. The red hair is extremely fast, its pure speed far exceeds the speed of sound, and its short-distance speed bursts are even more terrifying. Advertisement. The attack speed is also extremely fast, dozens or even hundreds of attacks per second. Plus Haki locked in, Haki suppressed. The fusion made it difficult for Luo to use powerful but inflexible moves such as Thunder God when resisting, and it was even more difficult to be distracted from using the space transfer ability. Was restrained. Trafalgar Law. End it. If we keep fighting, the Marine headquarters will cease to exist. The Marine headquarters is gone and can be rebuilt. Luo instantly displayed the largest room space with a radius of 3,000 meters, covering more than half of the square, the mountain behind and even the urban houses under the mountain. Still fighting. The red hair looked back at Jinbei, who was 100 meters away from the pirate ship. I took another look at Luo's location and saw that it was more than 5,000 meters away from the seaside. A confident smile appeared on his lips. At such a distance, he was completely confident that he could block Trafalgar Law and prevent him from moving forward even half a step. Huh. He let out a soft breath. Luo knew that it would be difficult for him to break through the red-haired defense in a short time by himself. I had no intention of using him. Call out. Behind the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there is a row of marine dormitories. One of them is a closed space tens of meters underground. The mysterious figure disappeared instantly among the closed heavy metal equipment. The red-haired man was standing at the edge of the room. Even if Luo moved in space, he could only teleport to this place. Looking at the calm Luo, the red-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you given up? You know you can't succeed. So did you give up? The strong marines such as Buddha Sengoku, the powerful pirates such as Red Hair, and even the berserk Whitebeard all changed their expressions in shock. Advertisement. He quickly turned around and chased after him. Kaido of the Beasts. Everyone looked grave. Too many people in Dahai swallowed their saliva in fear and looked at the Marine headquarters in horror. Garp, Marine is in danger now. You and I must go to war, otherwise Marine will be doomed. Sengoku was serious. A huge black shadow crashed onto the broken square, CCAJ, and the surrounding figures were blown away by the huge waves. Suddenly a figure teleported not far from the red hair, and then turned into thunder and lightning, rushing into the bay at lightning speed, far exceeding the speed of sound, and only the visual afterimage could see a lightning passing by. Laugh. Beast Boy, are you here too? Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. A rough voice came from the smoke-shrouded area, and many people's expressions changed with shock. How can such a crazy battle be without lousy? Call out. GG. Kaido of the Beasts, it's really exciting now. Doflamingo's eyes showed ecstasy, and he looked at Trafalgar Law sympathetically. Don Quixote family has a cooperative relationship with the Beasts pirates, let him teach Trafalgar Law a lesson. Very simple, right? The violent Kaido of the Beasts exudes the aura of wild beasts, which is shocking. Kankan raised his knife to block it, and the red-haired man who backed away looked at Kaido of the Beasts in shock. Why? Could it be? Boom. There was a smile on his lips. Roaring to the sky, Kaido of the Beasts' violent momentum made many strong men feel numb. Advertisement. The violent momentum seeped out. As the ground shook, Kaido of the Beasts rushed madly in front of the confused red-haired man, and struck at the red-haired man with his fists wrapped in energy. But the crazy attacks from Kaido of the Beasts were loaded. Facing the crazy attacks from strong men at the same level, the red-haired man could never escape. What happened again? Buddha Sengoku's face was as black as coal, and the arrival of red hair had already made him feel heavy. He looked at the burly black figure in the smoke in surprise. But no matter what, we are all pirates, and the real opponent is Marine. No one dares to say what might happen to this lunatic. Trafalgar Law. Not good. The red-haired face changed drastically. Another 4 emperors. Buddha Sengoku's face was slightly pale. The arrival of the red hair had already made the situation serious enough, and now even Kaido of the Beasts, a madman, was here. 3-4 emperors are here. Is Marine going to be finished? It's really lively. Silent. Garp finally nodded. Roar. Looking at Marine jokingly, you guys are in trouble. Kaido of the Beasts are all here. Marco and other captains were overjoyed, although they hated Kaido of the Beasts, even if they had grudges with him. Suddenly there was a sharp sound in the air. Boom. 158 Goodbye. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Why? Everyone was stunned as they looked at the crazily attacking red-haired Kaido of the Beasts. The target of Kaido of the Beasts is red hair. It was so unexpected. It was completely beyond Sengoku's expectations. He was already prepared for Marine to fight. 4 emperors come to 3. Even for the entire Marine, it would be difficult to win. But if Kaido of the Beast's opponent is red-haired, the result is completely different. It means everything is the same. Marine only needs to defeat Whitebeard. No, better than before, even after defeating Whitebeard, while the red-haired Kaido of the Beasts is hurting both sides. Kill another 4 emperors. This is opportunity. That guy from Kaido of the Beasts did a good job. Buddha Sengoku was overjoyed. He didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. Today, there are quite a lot of unexpected situations. The changes in today's situation shocked Sengoku, the Buddha who single-handedly controlled today's battle, let alone others. Marine, who was so heavy, couldn't help but smile. Kaido of the Beasts, why are you crazy? The red-haired man tried his best to resist Kaido of the Beast's attack. Various efforts to get rid of Kaido of the Beast's attack. But the attack was sudden and hasty, and by the time the red-haired man tried to escape, he had already fallen completely under the terrifying attacks of Kaido of the Beasts. The intensive attacks blocked any way for the red-haired man to escape. Boom. The redhead was forced to keep retreating. Kaido of the Beasts, stop. How could Kaido of the Beasts stop? Can you take your time to go crazy? Now that we are fighting, Marine is the only one who is cheap. Do you want us 4 emperors to be wiped out? The red-haired man asked angrily. Advertisement. If you wait until Marine completely takes care of Whitebeard. Wait until we both lose again. The final result was a huge victory for Marine. By then, only Big Mom will be left among the 4 emperors. Can Big Mom resist Marine's offensive by herself? New World will definitely fall into Marine's hands. So what? There are too many emperors. One lousy is enough for Dahai. Can the Beast's pirates alone stop Marine? The red-haired asked. The reason why Marine did not dare to invade the New World with an army was because of the 4 emperors. Although the 4 emperors did not form an alliance, Marine had to attack any emperor in the New World. Worry about the other 3 emperors. How can we resist Marine if there is only one left? Didn't you see that the Whitebeard pirates were completely defeated? Without the 4 emperors, would the pirates on the seaside still be Marine's opponents? So, anyway, if Lousy doesn't die, what can Marine do? The red-haired man retorted speechlessly, cursing in his heart that he was simply a lunatic. Work. Kaido of the Beasts, that madman, is he crazy? The red-hair pirates officers stared at Kaido of the Beasts with anger and confusion. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning came from inside the square. Not good. Marco and other captains, as well as the red-hair pirates officers, looked stern. It's Trafalgar. He hurriedly attacked them all, but it was too late. The extremely fast thunder and lightning disappeared instantly. The room space had already wrapped up here, and he teleported under the pirate ship. At this time, Jinbei was holding the unconscious Luffy and had just boarded the pirate ship. The red-haired man was about 2 kilometers away from the pirate ship. Because of the continuous retreat, the place where Red Hair and Kaido of the Beasts are now fighting is less than 2,000 meters away from the pirate ship in the port. Not good. Advertisement. Just after Jinbei put down his straw hat Luffy after boarding the ship, thunder and lightning flashed in front of his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. Sumei was shaken. The front fist instantly struck the figure condensed with thunder and lightning, and a powerful shock wave penetrated out. Time. The thunder and lightning collapsed and condensed behind Jinbei, and behind him was the unconscious Luffy. No. Looking back, he looked at the stabbing edge of the sword with tears in his eyes. Stop. Whoosh. The sword's edge pierced the deck. Teleporting to Luo's side, the huge flesh palm was aimed at Luo's body from above. Lowering his head, Jinbei looked at the sword thrust into the deck. Luffy was nowhere to be found. Call out. Tyrant Bear. Jinbei stared at the sudden appearance of the Tyrant Bear with wide eyes. Where is Luffy? Luffy him. The disappeared Tyrant Bear suddenly appeared in front of Zoro Sanji and the others. Goodbye. Please give me flowers. Slowly, very slowly draw out the sword edge. 7 warlords of the sea are fighting together with Marine today. Then one shot. Luffy. Whoosh. Instead, it disappeared above the deck. Going to where he belongs. Advertisement. Then Usopp and Chopper. Could it be? Jinbei looked at the tyrant bear who took off his gloves and exposed his right palm. Jinbei was once a 7 warlords of the sea and knew the rumors about the tyrant bear. Now there is only one possibility. Being shot away by the bear. The corner of Luo's mouth showed the coldest smile. It seems you don't want to tell me where you swatted Straw Hat Luffy away. Luo's pupils shrank, and he raised his head and looked coldly ahead. Time. Thunder and lightning gathered behind the tyrant bear, and the sword edge flashing with thunder and lightning struck out. Zoro Sanji and the others closed their eyes weakly, and Usopp Chopper even collapsed on the ground. How is it possible? Tyrant bear, where did you send Luffy flying? The tyrant bear disappeared again, but did not appear behind Luo. Jinbei asked angrily. With a slap of his fleshy palm, Zoro disappeared. Call out. Did you fail to protect Ace's brother in the end? Marco and the others held their heads weakly. Who knows? Tyrant bear's tone was cold and emotionless. The sword edge instantly shot out and penetrated the tyrant bear's body. The body slowly faded into an afterimage. Luo knows that Tyrant Bear is a revolutionary cadre. Since he has not completely lost his mind, he naturally helps Straw Hat Luffy out of trouble. Moreover, Luo also feels the definite murderous intention from Tyrant Bear. That kid Luffy, could it be that? The officers of the Red Hair Pirates looked murderous. Call out. Above the ice, it was difficult to see clearly what was happening on the deck. Marco and the others only knew that Trafalgar Law had reached the pirate ship. Then came the Sanji. Boom. The meatball shock wave penetrated the deck and penetrated the entire pirate ship, showing a meatball-shaped hole. If you travel, where do you want to go? Came an indifferent voice. 159 Don't even think about escaping to the end of the world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates here were shot away and left the Marine headquarters in an instant. Luo, who was just standing on the bow of the ship, happened to see the scene of the last Usopp being shot away, with a terrifying and cold look on his face. Trafalgar Law, Straw Hat Luffy has been shot away by the Tyrant Bear. Although I don't know why, the Tyrant Bear should be protecting them. You have no chance. Jinbei breathed a sigh of relief. The man who was swatted away by the Tyrant Bear. Only the Tyrant Bear can know where it appears. It may fall on the other side of the sea. Can it still be hunted down? Could it be? Marco and Ben Beckman's eyes lit up when they saw Tyrant Bear's move. Especially Ben Beckman, looking at the Trafalgar Law on the bow of the pirate ship, and Jinbei's expression at this time. 750, smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that Straw Hat Luffy was rescued by the Tyrant Bear at the last moment. Ha ha ha. There were lots of hearty smiles. Trafalgar Law, how about it? In the end, Straw Hat Luffy left safely. You didn't succeed. Ha ha ha. The captains of the two pirate teams looked at Luo with cold eyes and mockery. Yes, you succeeded. Straw Hat Luffy left successfully. Luo smiled and clapped his hands and applauded. Congratulations, well done. Marco and the others had proud smiles on their lips. It worked. Even if there are dangers, even if the process is tortuous, we succeeded. Advertisement. Luo looked very calm, indifferent and smiling. But the cold air radiating forced Jinbei back. That's great. Endless blocks, one after another, culminating in the use of Kaido of the Beasts. Even if everyone knew in the end that he was closely related to Kaido of the Beasts, so what? Luo didn't care, because at that moment, he was determined to kill Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy was indeed wronged, because Luo wanted to deal with him from beginning to end, not because of himself, but because of other people, because of Garp, and because of these people in front of him. But failed. The captains of the two pirate teams laughed loudly and heartily, looking at Luo as if they were laughing. Yes, you did protect Straw Hat Luffy today. Where he is now, I have no idea. Luo helplessly spread his hands and smiled. I failed, you are very good. Luo's calm expression slowly turned cold. More and more cold. I took out my phone and called Eni's lobby. Sir, what are your orders? On the other side of the phone, Spandam's voice was more flattering than usual. CP9 Intelligence Agency, immediately search for the whereabouts of Straw Hat Luffy and find him as quickly as possible. Luo's tone was like thousand-year-old ice. Sir, the world government just ordered CPP to execute. This is my order. If you say any more nonsense, you will die. Luo shook his hand, and the phone bug in his hand turned into ashes, looking coldly at the dumbfounded strong men. The claws smashed Luo, who was standing on the bow of the ship. Advertisement. What the hell? Ben Beckman also looked at Luo incomprehensibly. You can always protect Straw Hat Luffy, you can keep him hiding in an unknown place, or you can let him join the Revolutionary Army. You can use any method. Let me see, how long are you qualified to protect him? Let me see if I have the qualifications to kill him. A cold voice echoed in the air. If you have no other dreams or ambitions, you will naturally have nothing to worry about and do whatever you want. They know. Luo's dream has always been to become an immortal strong man, and Luo has been running wildly on this dream road. Thunder and lightning burst, Luo disappeared, appeared on the ice, and walked towards the inside of the square. You. Marco stared at Luo in horror. Trafalgar Law, you still don't give up. Such a tone, such words. I do. Luo sneered. Since you want to protect, then keep protecting me. After today, my first priority is to hunt down Straw Hat Luffy until the moment he dies. Everything else can give way. Quote. Transform into a phoenix and spread its wings and fly high. Everyone knows that from this moment on, Straw Hat Luffy will be in crisis all the time, not knowing when he will be found or when he will be killed. Bang. Ben Beckman pulled the wrench of the pistol in his hand, and the bullets shot out instantly. Trafalgar Law, your majestic Vice Admiral is no less powerful than Admiral. Coming to hunt down a newcomer is hard for him to understand now that Straw Hat Luffy has left. Why don't you give up? It's completely inconsistent with your status as a top powerhouse, right? In today's battle, Marine and pirates are naturally opposed to each other. Luo was completely annoyed. At the beginning, Luo had no idea of killing Straw Hat Luffy, otherwise he would have died thousands of times. Even if you go after them, you should go after those powerful pirates, right? Advertisement. This is not good. Marco and the others stared at Trafalgar Law's back angrily but powerlessly. I was so anxious, but there was nothing I could do. After the Garp incident just now, Luo had this idea, but it hadn't reached the point where he wanted to pursue him even to the ends of the earth. Apart from this, Luo has no other dreams. Straw Hat Luffy is in danger. He tilted his head and the bullet passed through Luo's cheek. 3.2 inches go. Go find Straw Hat Luffy, go protect him, keep protecting him. Looking back, Luo looked sideways at everyone, and entered the square with a cold laugh. He has no interest in power, and has no dream of becoming a marine marshal or having any dreams of becoming the pirate king. Trafalgar Law, don't go too far. Marco said angrily. You don't have the final say on the sea. Even Marine can't decide the lives of others at will. But with these endless guys appearing in front of me. Tyrant Bear's pupils narrowed, and there was a touch of panic and worry in his anger. Trafalgar Law will never let go of Straw Hat Luffy, not until the end of the world. Not even until the end of time. With Luffy's character, the news will spread soon, and the traces will be discovered soon, right? The mood became extremely bad. The cold and biting sound made Marco and other strong men feel their scalps numb. Luo has made up his mind. Why is it so difficult to get along with a newcomer? A group of strong men with stiff faces were left behind. 160 joined forces to fight the Red Hair. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Are we always protecting Straw Hat Luffy? Marco and the others looked at each other. Even if they could always protect Straw Hat Luffy, they seemed unable to protect him. Everything had been proven just now. It seems that we can only let Straw Hat Luffy join our pirate group. With the boss here, Trafalgar Law can't even hope to succeed, right? A Red Hair Pirates official said confidently. But Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain Ben Beckman shook his head and said, it's useless, even if Shanks is here. How could it be useless? The boss just blocked Trafalgar Law. Trafalgar Law has space capabilities. Whoever he wants to kill cannot be defended at all, unless Straw Hat Luffy has the strength of Shanks. Ben Beckman said helplessly, how to defend against assassins with space capabilities. It's also impossible for the redhead to perfectly protect Luffy all the time. Then you have to watch Straw Hat Luffy being found and killed. There is only one possibility to ensure the future safety of Straw Hat Luffy. Ben Beckman frowned. What's possible? Kill Trafalgar Law. The gun in Ben Beckman's hand was pointed at Luo's retreating back. Kill 22 him. The two powerful pirates stared coldly at Trafalgar Law. Join forces and kill him. But the leader, Ben Beckman, put down his gun instead and shook his head feebly. If Trafalgar Law only has the ability to transfer space, then there are many ways to kill him, but he also has as much power as any of Marine's 3 current admirals. He has terrifying strength, and with the combination of the two, killing him would be more difficult than killing the 2 admirals, right? If he wants to leave, even Shanks and the others won't be able to do anything. So, there's nothing we can do about him. Marco clenched his fists. Trafalgar Law, but killed Ace 2nd level. Now the safety of Brother Ace is seriously threatened. How can such a person continue to survive? Advertisement. I can't think of any good solutions at the moment. Ben Beckman said helplessly. Ben Beckman's wisdom is known to everyone. He has no good solution at this time. Marco and the others can only sigh helplessly. Is Straw Hat Luffy really hopeless? Take a step. Luo walked towards the inside of the square. The battle was not over yet. Whitebeard was still running rampant. Although his injuries were extremely serious, the blood hole on his chest had dried up and even his iconic crescent beard was broken. The crazy duel between Kaido of the Beasts and the red-haired man caused a wave of air that covered most of the square. Trafalgar Law, why are you back? Weren't you fighting against the pirates in the bay? Where are Marco and the others? Kizaru and Shinji rushed out with their officers and met Luo. Raising his eyes, Luo glanced at Kizaru with cold eyes, passed him indifferently, and continued to walk forward. What do you mean? Ignore me. Kizaru stared at Luo's back angrily. Now is not the time to argue about this. Something must have happened in the bay, but the most important thing now is how to deal with the rampaging Whitebeard, Red Hair and Kaido of the Beasts. Shinji said distress-edly. Luo continued to move forward. Marines along the way hurriedly gave way and saluted. After Luo passed by, he continued to chase the pirates and continued to help his injured companions. Boom. Kaido of the Beasts and the red-haired 2 fought wildly, and the airwaves surpassed the fighting between Whitebeard and Akainu. The Battle of the 4 Emperors. The people of the sea had never witnessed it before. It's so terrible, it feels like the world is going to be destroyed by them. Advertisement. In the violent momentum and terrifying explosion, even the Vice Admiral did not dare to approach, and only dared to stay on guard 1,000 meters away. Call out. Is it Luffy? The red-haired man looked back in surprise at Luo who was approaching. Retreat. Retreat violently. The red-haired man had the perfect opportunity to attack. Room. But what moved at this moment was not Luo himself, but Kaido of the Beasts who was hundreds of meters behind. Then neither of them can even think of stopping immediately. Trafalgar Law. The extremely fast Luo, when he was only a few meters away from the red hair, the giant god had already slapped him away. Without me, Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law will attack each other in a hurry, right? The red-haired man cast his gaze over here, ready to attack, as long as the two attack and confront each other. Suddenly withdrawing his power and suddenly disappearing, the red hair burst out at his fastest speed at this moment, but the sudden withdrawal still made his body bear the terrifying offensive of Kaido of the Beasts. Instant space transfer. Luo instantly came behind the red-haired man, taking on the form of a thunder god, and slapped the red-haired man with his giant palm. How is it possible? The red-haired man couldn't believe it. Although they were both top powerhouses and could retract their power very quickly, suddenly, only with the most perfect cooperation could they stop at the same time, right? Kaido of the Beasts and Thor attacked, but both of them stopped at the last moment of 343. The red-haired man appeared 100 meters away as if teleporting. He snorted, his blood rose, and his mouth Kakuzu had a touch of blood. Advertisement. But the picture made the red-haired pupils dilate. The muscles bulged like a horned dragon, entwined with golden energy, and roared towards the red hair. Boom. Quote exclamation mark quote. Luo turned around and rushed towards the red-haired man as fast as he could. How could that lunatic Kaido of the Beasts cooperate so perfectly with others? Ba bang bang. Chang. Call out. Luo stepped into the violent fighting place, the airwaves blowing his broken hair, and the marine coat rustled. The thunder god's loud noise was blocked by the western sword in the red hare's hand. At the same time, Kaido of the beasts teleported to the rear and struck the red hare's back with his fist. Not good. The two top powerhouses attacked at the same time, and even the red-haired man's face changed in shock. Phew. Kaido of the beasts and a small stone under his feet changed position behind the red-haired man. The red-haired man stepped back several hundred meters before holding his knife and preparing to block Luo, who was rushing in front of him. Such a distance, he believed, would take several seconds even with the speed of Kaido of the beasts. A few seconds would be enough to deal with any unexpected situation, and he would never let himself fall into a double attack. That's why he had to leave even though he was injured. The sword edge blocked Kaido of the beast's crazy attack, and the red-haired man stepped back slightly. Call out. 161 Luo, your end has come. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, automatic subscriptions, rewards, and all kinds of greedy things. Boom. The redhead's expression changed drastically. The full power of Kaido of the beasts instantly bombarded red hair, and a terrifying wave of air swept through the sky. As the earth exploded, a large amount of blood spurted out of red hair, and the sound of cracking bones continued to be heard in his body. Boom. The rear was under a full-force attack from 4 emperors, so it was naturally unable to withstand the terrifying attack from the Thunder God in front. The Thunder God's huge palm slapped the red hair with a bang. Puff. The same terrifying attacks before and after were all terrifying attacks that could easily destroy mountains and even islands. All loaded inside the redhead. Every part of his body seemed to be broken, and the Emperor's blood came out. Call out. At the cost of vomiting another 3 liters of blood, the red-haired man burst out with all his strength and rushed out, covering a distance of several thousand meters in an instant. PFF'd. Just as he stopped, the red hair who turned into a bloody man spurted out a mouthful of blood. His shaking body hurriedly stabilized his body with a western sword. Why? Advertisement. The redhead looked at Law and Kaido of the beasts with blank eyes. Isn't the space transfer ability Trafalgar Law's ability? Is it his masterpiece? But there is no way Kaido of the beasts can't defend against the space transfer ability. Did Kaido of the beasts volunteer? No defense at all with Haki. Impossible. Moreover, the timing of their attacks was so perfect that they were seamless and indestructible. Even the closest comrades in arms, it would be difficult for them to coordinate so perfectly, right? Is it a coincidence? But thinking about the situation where the two of them stopped perfectly at the same time at the beginning. The redhead doesn't believe that such a coincidence will happen twice in a row. Why is this happening? The red-haired man vomited blood was puzzled. He didn't believe that Kaido of the beast's crazy character could perfectly cooperate with others, and the other party was also a marine. How could it be possible? But how to explain the current phenomenon? Call out. Luo teleported to the red hare's side, the blade of the sword not yet unsheathed. The red-haired man endured the severe pain and evacuated as quickly as possible. The cooperation between Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the beasts, and the fusion of their abilities, can be called the most pervert combination in the sea. Even if he is not seriously injured, the red hair is not willing to face the siege of the two. Back away quickly. Luo glanced at the redhead contemptuously. Turn around and look deeper into the square. The red hair retreated. Was he seriously injured? In the depths, Buddha Sengoku's eyes lit up. He could not know the details of the battle, but when he saw the seriously injured red hair, he was overjoyed. Trafalgar Law, he is simply a lucky general. Today the credit exceeds Admirals and my husband's. Advertisement. Next to him stood a sullen Garp. Once again exuding a violent aura. Looking at Trafalgar Law 2 or 3 kilometers away. Gritting his teeth, cold murderous intent rose into the sky. Has Luffy been killed? Ha ha ha. Has the battle reached this point? It's really exciting. Suddenly, disgusting laughter appeared deep inside the square, and Blackbeard, grinning with rotten teeth, appeared arrogantly at the place of battle. Dad, this is really embarrassing. Blackbeard looked arrogantly at Whitebeard, who was under siege and had reached his limit. Teach. Whitebeard's eyes widened angrily, and his much reduced aura violently increased again. Call out. Nearly 10 figures appeared behind Blackbeard in an instant, each with a fierce look, and there was also a huge figure hiding behind the broken marine building. The Blackbeard pirates have arrived. Dad, don't look at me with such terrifying eyes, you are a loser today, thief haha. The arrogant Blackbeard grinned. Blackbeard. Buddha's Sengoku stared at Blackbeard angrily, impelled down the situation he had already learned. Shock wave. The Buddha Sengoku in the form of a giant Buddha instantly hit behind Blackbeard and the others. As the earth cracked, the giant Buddha's giant palm slapped downwards, creating a circular terrifying shock wave that enveloped the entire Blackbeard pirate group. At the same time as the earth continued to collapse, all members of the Blackbeard pirates quickly vomited blood under the powerful shock wave offensive. Luo looked at this scene indifferently. Finally, his eyes focused on Garp, with a sneer on his lips. Advertisement. There's a guy waiting somewhere. Roar. Kaido of the Beasts suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, emitting a ferocious beast-like momentum, and rushed towards the depths of the square like a human-sized Tyrannosaurus. The earth crumbles with every step. Quote. Wait a minute, Kaido of the Beasts. Suddenly a figure blocked Kaido of the Beasts' path, Doflamingo. Kaido of the Beasts, fighting Marine. Fighting the other 4 emperors. It's far less important than what I'm going to say next. Doflamingo said with a smile, seemingly in his usual tone, but there was a hint of fear and flattery deep down. Kaido of the Beasts looked at Doflamingo with disdain. To make a long story short, Op Fruit believes Kaido of the Beasts. You have heard that Op Fruit has the power of immortality and can give people unlimited lifespan. Doflamingo said seductively. And Op Fruit owner's right here, Trafalgar Law, just force him to use the immortality surgery, Kaido of the Beasts, and you will have infinite lifespan, and will never die or grow old. The king of the sea can only be you. Quote. Doflamingo said seductively. He believes that Kaido of the Beasts simply cannot refuse such a temptation. Kaido of the Beasts, if you take action, Trafalgar Law, who has been fighting for so long, can't resist it. Doflamingo's purpose is simple, kill Trafalgar Law. He understands. There's no way he can defeat Trafalgar Law now. There is no way to force him to praise himself for using the immortality surgery. Relying on the power of Kaido of the Beasts, he cannot refuse the temptation of immortality. Even if he has the ability to become immortal, Trafalgar Law is also dead at the same time. When the time comes, Op Fruit will naturally appear again somewhere in the sea. Doflamingo felt peaceful smiling. In this way, he naturally still hopes to get the Op Fruit. This is a win-win result that no one can refuse. Trafalgar Law, your doom has come, Gia. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing crazily. 162 Unlucky Garp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. How? You and I cooperate, Kaido of the Beasts, you kill Trafalgar Law, and I block the Marines that get in the way. Doflamingo said seductively. He believed that Kaido of the Beasts, as an ambitious martial artist, would not be able to refuse. Trafalgar Law, your doom has come. Doflamingo looked at Luo in the distance with a ferocious smile. He believed that even if he died, Trafalgar Law would not use the immortality surgery on Kaido of the Beasts, and he would all benefit in the end. Kaido of the Beasts, together, boom. The fist wrapped with golden energy slammed into the face of Doflamingo, who looked proud. Poof. Doflamingo, whose mouth was full of blood, teeth chipped, and the bridge of his nose was broken, crashed onto the ground. He plowed across the broken ground in an instant, rolled over for more than 1,000 meters, hit a house in the distance, and was covered in the collapse. Among the ruins. Idiot. Luo was amused but speechless. Boom. Knocking Doflamingo away, Kaido of the Beasts charges again, targeting Garp. Why? Among the ruins, Doflamingo, whose head was full of blood, was a little confused. 687. His eyes were blank and dull. Why? Why did Kaido of the Beasts attack me? The severe pain made Doflamingo look ferocious. Did he refuse? Doflamingo simply doubted his life. There was no way Kaido of the Beasts could refuse such an offer. What's more, even if you refuse, you shouldn't attack me, right? Don Quixote family has a cooperative relationship with Beasts pirates. Why? Doflamingo was completely dumbfounded and could not accept such a result. It was completely unreasonable, right? As Kaido of the Beasts born with a lunatic. Hiss. Advertisement. The angry Doflamingo gritted his teeth. The severe pain made his whole face wrinkle and he gasped. The bursts of severe pain made him furious. But look at Kaido of the Beast's violent momentum. He didn't have the courage to rush forward to question and take revenge. I provoked someone. The unlucky Doflamingo looked shabby. Kaido of the Beasts ran wildly, and the air wave blew away all the marines along the way. Kaido of the Beasts. What does he, CCAI, want to do? Inside the square, there were all strong men. The Vice Admirals looked at the running Kaido of the Beasts with nervous and heavy expressions. Stop. Boom. A Vice Admiral tried to stop Kaido of the Beasts over his own strength, but was slapped away mercilessly. There was still bloodline that had not dried up at the corner of his mouth. Garp's tiger eyes flashed. Facing the angry Kaido of the Beasts, he immediately realized that the violent momentum of Kaido of the Beasts was crushing him, and the target was himself. As I going to take action. The muscles all over Garp's body bulged, and a terrifying aura rose to the sky. It's time to fight. A cold eye sweeps across Trafalgar Law in the distance. Garp admitted that Trafalgar Law performed well before, and he also heard some of Marine's comments. Now it's time to prove that he is a Marine hero and that he is not in vain. Roar. Roaring to the sky, the running Kaido of the Beast swelled up, his long and fluffy hair was like a lion's mane, and his terrifying energy was integrated into his fists. Well done. Garp's super powerful hockey-covered fist struck at Kaido of the Beasts who had already rushed in front of him. Advertisement. Boom. The terrifying force hit Kaido of the Beast's chest, causing it to dent and the bones to break. The blow was successful, but Garp was not happy and was surprised. He was sure that his fists could definitely block Kaido of the Beasts, but he chose to bear it with his body. Then there was only one possibility, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be? Boom. Kaido of the Beast's powerful fist slammed into Garp's head. The two of them withstood each other's super powerful attacks at the same time. Invisible air waves instantly swept across the earth, and the earth instantly cracked and collapsed along the way. Thump, thump, thump. The two fighting men retreated at the same time, and the ground shattered under their feet with every step. This madman. Garp shook his bleeding head, feeling dizzy, making him stagger. Roar. Kaido of the Beasts ignored the injury on his chest and charged in angrily again. Come on. Garp's face looked ugly. Facing Kaido of the Beasts, who was risking his life with injuries, everyone would feel a headache, but he couldn't retreat now. Everyone looked at it. This was the perfect way to clear his name today. Chance. Garp didn't allow himself to retreat. Figures who were also strong men of pure strength, who were also standing at the top of the sea, collided with each other, and giant pillars of air rose into the sky. The moment we met, Garp did not take action, but waited for Kaido of the Beasts to take action. He knew that if he took action, Kaido of the Beasts would definitely bear it with his body, and continued to choose to exchange injuries for injuries. Kaido of the Beasts is not afraid of injury. Advertisement. But Garp, who had been seriously injured before, knew that his body could no longer bear too many injuries, otherwise he would fail. Today was the only chance to clear his name, and he must not allow it to fail. If he failed, his former glory would be instantly shattered and turned into shame. Becoming a disgrace was more unacceptable to Garp than death. Therefore, Garp chooses to stop quietly and wait for Kaido of the Beasts to appear and take action. Then he can choose to resist, which is confrontation, rather than exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom. Kaido of the Beasts punched out with powerful fists. Garp hurriedly punched to block. Kaido of the Beasts used his left fist again, but it was still blocked by Garp. The four punches faced each other, and the surrounding earth continued to collapse. With the two as the source, a deep pit appeared, and countless smoke and dust filled the surrounding sky. The hands are blocked. Kaido of the Beast's head with two horns collided forward crazily, colliding heavily with Garp's head. But he didn't leave any force behind. Boom. His ears were ringing and he was dizzy, and his eyes were stained with blood. Garp vomited blood and retreated. Kaido of the Beasts also had blood flowing from his head. It was still a life-for-life style of play, and Kaido of the Beasts suffered the same injuries. But he recovers quickly. And can Garp. There is not much difference in willpower between the two, but Kaido of the Beasts has one more ability than Garp that can determine victory or defeat: immortality. Damn it. Garp covered his head, which was splattered with blood. It was as if his soul was shaking, his mind was in a trance, and waves of severe pain seemed to tear his head apart. The injuries that Luo had inflicted on him which he had managed to suppress before, now broke out with old and new injuries, and Garp spurted out a mouthful of blood. 163 Marine Hero, you don't deserve it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. We can't fight like this anymore. Garp said with a sullen face. Fighting like this will make Kaido of the Beasts pay a heavy price in the end, but he will definitely suffer more serious consequences. With this fighting method, even if Kaido of the Beasts is exhausted in the end, he will definitely fall. Garp's mind was spinning rapidly. Look around. A large amount of smoke and dust rose from the broken earth. Smoke and dust have become the best protective layer. Guerrilla tactics, Whitebeard has reached the limit. After Sengoku takes action, we will join forces to defeat Kaido of the Beasts. Garp understood that his physical condition at this time must not sustain too serious injuries, otherwise he would collapse. Boom. From the smoke, Kaido of the Beasts came charging in angrily. Garp retreated violently and punched out at the same time. The wind of his fist shattered the ground and hit Kaido of the Beasts, forcing him to stop for a moment. Taking the opportunity, Garp retreated further. Boom. In this way, Garp continued to harass and attack, but did not engage in close confrontation with Kaido of the Beasts. In the smoke and dust, terrifying air waves rose into the sky, and the sound of explosions was endless. As Vice Admiral Garp fighting Kaido of the Beasts. With the power of Vice Admiral Garp, we can definitely suppress Kaido of the Beasts, right? Absolutely. A large number of officers in the distance looked at the spreading smoke and dust, and all held this belief. Advertisement. The powerful image of Garp as a hero is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people that it is difficult to completely change Marines' admiration and respect for him. Room. The idle Trafalgar Law is more than 1,000 meters away from the fighting force, not far nor close, and a huge space surrounds it. The strategy is correct. Garp smiled. Constantly harassing Kaido of the Beasts remotely and constantly changing his position, this fighting method prevented Garp from getting any more injuries. Of course he smiled. Call out. The running Kaido of the Beasts suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Garp with a smile on his face. The fist containing the most powerful force had already been charged up. At that moment, Kaido of the Beast's astonishing fist slammed into Garp's back. The sudden change, coupled with the fact that he is not a strong speed player, Garp cannot avoid. You can only use armament hockey to defend against attacks as much as possible in panic. Boom. A column of air shattered the ground, creating a terrifying ravine that instantly penetrated the entire square from the place of battle. A figure flew backwards from the smoke, leaving a large amount of blood behind, and hit the center of the square heavily. There are a large number of officers here. Looking in shock at the blood-covered figure in the broken pit and the broken marine coat, the officers couldn't help but widen their eyes. Could it be? How can we tell the winner so quickly? Even though the opponent is Kaido of the Beasts, but Hero Garp, you shouldn't lose so quickly, right? The word hero is very strong. Luo deliberately emphasized his tone. Not far away Luo the question was asked on behalf of all officers. It shouldn't be. PFF'd. But Garp still spurted out a mouthful of blood. Advertisement. Garp, who stood up unsteadily, looked at Luo, furious, spitting out a mouthful of blood, pointing at Luo with his trembling right hand, wanting to say something, but in the end all he spat out was blood. You. It was obviously designed by you. Asking for flowers 0. Does this mean that I failed and was defeated by Kaido of the Beasts? Does this mean that I violated justice and helped the pirates today? It's human nature. That's good to say, but since you violate the justice you bear for the sake of family ties, then you are not qualified to continue to bear the name of a hero, right? Just be an ordinary Vice Admiral, don't you think? Vice Admiral Garp. Endless rage consumed Garp. Marines around him looked at Garp in horror, and then slowly looked at Luo. Although there are many powerful people in the Marine headquarters now, only 2 people can possess spatial abilities, and only one person has the ability to allow others to move through space, and that is Trafalgar Law. Quote. Such a cruel heart. How is that possible? Garp's eyes widened in confusion. Hero Garp, I know you hate me because I indirectly killed your grandson Ace, and almost killed your other grandson Luffy. But you said first helped Marine. I won't agree to this slander. Looking back. Luo looked at Garp with cold eyes. Whose son is the revolutionary dragon? Whose grandson is a pirate? A sinful family. Garp, You said I helped my grandson. It seems that you helped the pirates in full view of the public today, and violated the law. You have lost the justice of Marine, and now you want to pin the reason for your useless failure on my head. Who will say you are a Marine hero in the future? I will be the first to refuse because you are not worthy. Boy, can you win against Kaido of the Beasts? Garp, who was extremely angry, stared at Luo gloomily. The way Kaido of the Beasts plays, it will be difficult for anyone to deal with it. You will cry later. Why? You are the flag of our Marine, how could you be defeated by the enemy so quickly? Even if the opponent is the Four Emperors, you shouldn't be. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, the words are too strong. Vice Admiral Garp cares about family ties, which is human nature, but Vice Admiral Garp has fought for Marine his whole life. It is inevitable that people will make mistakes, and it is inevitable that there will be times of failure. Said a Vice Admiral. How could Kaido of the Beasts teleport? Advertisement. I thought that the Marine hero could lead Marine to defeat all enemies, but I was too naive. Since you were defeated easily, Garp, someone must come forward. Luo stepped forward and walked forward. He gritted his teeth and stared at Luo angrily. Asshole, it's you. It's you, right? It's you who secretly helped Kaido of the Beasts, otherwise how could you lose so quickly when you grow old? A sonorous and powerful voice echoed in the air. Kaido of the Beasts was instantly forced back by Luo. 0.0. Rumble. Old sorrows and new hatreds made Garp furious, and he rushed forward in anger, but his feet swayed and crashed onto the ground. PFF'd. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, staining the ground red. He wanted to explain, but Garp remembered that the smoke and dust covered the battle place before. Who saw it? How to explain? Boy, you. PFF'd. Again it was a mouthful of blood. How could he be that fast? Like sharp knives piercing Garp's soul. Well, yeah. Many officers nodded. The surrounding officers looked at this scene blankly. The officer was indeed speaking for Garp, but Garp did not want to hear these words. It's you. It's you. Garp's eyes were covered by endless anger. Garp must have been designed by Luo. Whoops. After saying this, Luo disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Kaido of the Beasts. The Thunder God form and Kaido of the Beasts clashed with each other. 164 Death of Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impossible. Garp's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Absolutely impossible. Really or not? Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral defeated Kaido of the Beasts with one move. Many officers stared in horror and disbelief. The strength of Trafalgar Law has been fully proven today. No one doubted it anymore. But the opponent is Kaido of the Beasts, but he just quickly defeated Vice Admiral Garp, who dares to say that he can be defeated with one move. Is it because Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral is too strong, or is it because? The officers subconsciously looked at Garp. No way, it's fake. Garp clenched his fists. He knew what the looks in the eyes of many officers meant. It means that I am very weak. It means that I am weaker than Trafalgar Law. With comparison, there is a gap. 180. That guy must be cheating and playing tricks. No, he must have a deep relationship with Kaido of the Beasts. Garp gritted his teeth and stood up unsteadily. He would never let Trafalgar Law succeed. I want to expose his hypocritical mask. Boom. The God of Thunder slapped Kaido of the Beasts wildly, and Kaido of the Beasts retreated violently. Shinra Tenjang. Kaido of the Beasts flew out. The Thunder God's gun bombarded Kaido of the Beasts, and at the same time as the explosion, Kaido of the Beasts flew backwards at high speed like an arrow from a string. Universal pull. Gravity controlled a 100-ton boulder, crashing onto Kaido of the Beasts. Advertisement. The final result of Kaido of the Beasts was to crash onto the edge of the square, falling from the deepest point to the edge, spanning a distance of several thousand meters. Repelled. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. It shouldn't be right. The red-haired man retreated to the edge and looked at Kaido of the Beasts, who landed not far away, in disbelief. Would he be knocked away so easily? Absolutely impossible. Trafalgar Law, is it really related to Kaido of the Beasts? Is there a major relationship between the two? The red hair confirmed this. But why are two completely different people so closely related? He couldn't figure it out. Trafalgar Law is too strong. He fought 3 emperors in a row and never fell into a disadvantage. Yes, it's fishy. The pirate looked at Luo in horror, not daring to take another step forward. Garp Hero was defeated by Kaido of the Beasts, and Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral knocked Kaido of the Beasts away, so can we say that he is stronger than Garp Hero? Vice Admiral Garp is the hero of Marine, the flag of Marine, a super strong person who has put the Pirate King in dire straits many times. How could he be so weak? No way. Vice Admiral Garp is definitely stronger than any Marine. Garp Marine's reputation as a hero is deeply engraved in the minds of everyone in the sea. Even if the facts are before their eyes, there are still too many people in Dahai who don't believe it. But Trafalgar Law's performance today has earned him many admirers, especially the younger generation. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral had a battle with Vice Admiral Garp just now, and Vice Admiral Garp was injured as a result. Yes, Trafalgar Law is stronger than Garp. Vice Admiral Garp is simply the strong man that Marine advertises, but he is not worthy of his name. Advertisement. Today's battle. The biggest surprise to the world was the appearance of Trafalgar Law. In addition, Garp's performance was completely inconsistent with his identity. Sengoku, the Buddha who had just escaped from the Blackbeard pirates, quickly came to help Garp. I happened to witness the scene where Kaido of the Beasts was knocked away by Luo. Were Kaido of the Beasts knocked away because he was in a hurry and unprepared? Buddha Sengoku analyzed. He recognized Luo's strength, but did not think he could reach the point where he could easily knock 4 emperors away because no one in the sea could make it this far. Knocks Kaido of the Beasts away. Law gave Garp a contemptuous look. The latter's blood surged up, he stared at Luo angrily, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Boom. The war is not over yet. The rampaging Whitebeard has not yet been defeated. And now the rampaging Whitebeard, after experiencing various opponents, ushered in the final opponent, the Blackbeard pirates. Ha ha ha. Dad, you are so pathetic, you are so rotten and outdated. Blackbeard walked arrogantly, showing his arrogance. Teach. Furious, whether in Whitebeard's heart or in the hearts of Marco and other captains, the one who hates the most must be Blackbeard. He is the culprit and the betrayer. Has Whitebeard reached his limit? Luo looked at Whitebeard indifferently. The injury is too serious. Even if the battle ends now, there is no way to save him. Now he relies purely on willpower for support. Advertisement. What a pity. Luo smiled flatly. He was originally planning to fight Whitebeard to the limit today, but he didn't expect so many changes to happen. Now Whitebeard has made Luo no longer interested in taking action. Whitebeard, who has reached his limit, is no match for him. Boom. The battle between Blackbeard and Whitebeard begins. Along with the confrontation, Blackbeard's plea, and the entire Blackbeard pirates' actions. This brings the final end to Whitebeard's life. Ha ha ha. Dad, you lost. This era belongs to me. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly as he looked at Whitebeard who was having trouble breathing. Teach. Instead, Whitebeard's eyes were not filled with anger, but with a touch of sarcasm. This era does not belong to you. Last minute. Whitebeard's past experiences came to mind, and his eyes 3.3 couldn't help but scanned everyone around him, lingering a lot on Trafalgar Law, and smiled. I didn't expect that the main reason for defeat in today's battle was a guy he had never heard of before. In hand. Is it finally over? Everyone looked at Whitebeard blankly. Whether it's Marine, or common people. Has a king who has dominated the sea for decades finally come to an end? Whether Whitebeard is an enemy or a friend, he feels a little melancholy at this moment. Does the king also have his end? One Piece is real. At the last moment, Whitebeard used his last breath of strength and shouted a voice that made the sea boil. Whitebeard's voice echoed across the sea. The sea boiled. 165 Blackbeard cried. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard, how dare you? Buddha Sengoku roared. Today's battle was originally intended to show the power of Marine, so as to make pirates fearful, thereby reducing the number of pirates and making the sea more peaceful, but this sentence completely shattered the idea of Buddha Sengoku. Instead, the sea will become more chaotic. Pirates from all over the sea shouted excitedly. Whitebeard died, standing at the sea and arrogantly standing at the sea. He died at the age of 72. Marine headquarters was silent. Everyone's small-scale fighting temporarily stopped. All the pirates in the Whitebeard pirate group cried bitterly, and Marine looked complicated with a hint of relief. Or maybe many pirates feel a sense of relief that the most terrifying man in the sea is finally dead. Haha, it's time to witness the miracle. Blackbeard laughed proudly with his mouth full of rotten teeth, took out a huge black cloth, and covered Whitebeard's body. How dare he teach? Marco and the others stared at Blackbeard 22 angrily. Are you still going to ruin Dad's body? It's unforgivable. But they were unable to stop it, and they had no time to stop it. Shock fruit, it's finally mine. Blackbeard walked forward proudly, he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Walking to the black cloth, Blackbeard's slightly trembling hands lifted up the black curtain. Take a step forward. His arrogant eyes glanced back at all the powerful men in the distance. Admiral, Marshal, Red Hair, Kaido of the Beasts, this era does not belong to you, but to me, and by the way, you. Falgaro. Quote. Advertisement. Blackbeard looked at Luo with cold eyes. You actually knocked Lousy away before, but later on, I'm going to make the entire Marine bury you for your arrogance, thief, haha. What is he going to do? Are you really not going to let Whitebeard's body go? Almost everyone looked at Blackbeard in confusion. Buddha Sengoku was also confused. Whitebeard had already memorized it. The arrogant Blackbeard stepped into the black cloth room. The huge space suddenly and instantly enveloped the entire space. Call out. Whitebeard disappeared and appeared in Luo's body hall. Quote. Blackbeard's arrogant laughter stopped, as if someone had strangled his neck. He looked dumbfounded at the only black cloth in front of him. Blackbeard turned around stupidly and looked blankly at Whitebeard beside Trafalgar Law in the distance. Why? Blackbeard looked at Luo blankly. Why did he want to take away Whitebeard's body? Could it be that Whitebeard's body was also useful to him? Blackbeard's eyes slowly turned dark and angry. Give Dad back to me. Blackbeard roared, madly rushing towards Trafalgar Law. Planning for so long. I've been sick of this moment for a long time. Just as all the preludes were completed and when they were about to enter the bridal chamber, the bride was snatched away. Sure enough, anger is more suitable for your ugly old face than the arrogant and conceited smile. Luo looked at Blackbeard jokingly. You must give the rest of the sea a chance. Shock fruit. Whoever gets it depends on whose luck. Shinra Tianjiang. Advertisement. The terrifying repulsion instantly knocked away the angry Blackbeard. Blackbeard flew backwards as he screamed. Bring Dad back to me. Blackbeard roared hysterically, wailing and rolling on the ground. Call out. All members of the Blackbeard pirates took action, and the bullets instantly penetrated Luo's body, but was it effective? The only thing that made Luo take it seriously was Shiryu of Rain's sword that instantly killed him. Call out. Whitebeard was moved thousands of meters away. Luo waved his hand, and the shadow sword in the scabbard appeared in his hand instantly. Clang clang clang. The two swords faced each other quickly, and the sword shadows filled the sky with dozens of crazy confrontations every breath. In a pure swordsmanship competition, Luo Nai couldn't defeat Shiryu of Rain, but the latter couldn't even think of breaking through Luo's defense. Boom. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Blackbeard and other members hurriedly bypassed the fighting place and rushed towards the distance. Whitebeard rushed madly. It's not too late. After the person with the ability dies, the ability will be automatically regenerated into a devil fruit and appear somewhere in the sea. However, after the ability user dies, the ability will not immediately generate a new devil fruit, and there will be a buffer time of about 1 minute. It will definitely come in time. Getting closer and closer, Blackbeard's eyes glowed again, and he turned back to look at Luo with a vicious look. When Lousy has the shock fruit, it will not be as simple as teaching you a lesson, but he will torture you, you bastard. Suddenly, Blackbeard's pupils couldn't help but dilate. In his eyes, Luo, who was having a crazy confrontation with Shiryu of the Rain, disappeared. Go back. Luo suddenly appeared in front of Blackbeard and others, Shenluo Tianjiang. All members of the Blackbeard pirates vomited blood and flew backwards. Advertisement. Whoops. And Whitebeard was moved further away. No. Blackbeard, who was flying upside down, roared hysterically, looking at Whitebeard farther away, his heart was filled with despair. He knew it was too late. It's been nearly a minute since Whitebeard died. It's too late. Even if Whitebeard's body is taken away, the shock fruit ability cannot be obtained from 820's body. Shock devil fruit has already appeared somewhere in the sea. No, howled Blackbeard, on the verge of tears. Staring at Luo angrily. Why? Does Lousy have a grudge against you? Blackbeard roared, why target me? Even if there was a grudge before, I was the one who got hurt. I think your shock fruit is not in line with your temperament. Rather than letting you get it, it is better to give everyone in Tianhai more hope. Luo Yishao. The temperament doesn't match. The voice echoed in Blackbeard's mind. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. What reason is this? Are you kidding me? After working hard for so long, it failed at the last moment. Blackbeard was so angry that he couldn't help vomiting blood. Did I offend you? Several times he couldn't help but rush out and tear this hateful smiling face apart, but thinking of Luo's strength, Blackbeard finally held back. Especially when surrounded by strong marines. Retreat. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and ran away in fear, rolling and crawling. Blackbeard knew that no one here had a good impression of him. Blackbeard, who had not obtained the shock fruit, would not be able to fear everyone and would risk his life to leave the Marine headquarters. Otherwise, you may never be able to leave. 166 The battle on top ends. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boring. Law glanced at Blackbeard. Previously, he had planned not to interfere, and took the opportunity to spy on Blackbeard's methods to seize the abilities of Esper people, and get a method. Naturally, Luo would also be able to seize other people's abilities in the future, but Luo didn't want to seize other people's abilities for the time being. Because he knows that more is not necessarily better. Op Fruit's ability still has too many prerequisites to develop, and Thunder Fruit still has room for improvement. Dimensional Knife, True Teleportation, Soul Control, and Devil Fruit Awakening Form. There are too many abilities waiting for Luo to develop. He is not in the mood to have other abilities now, and there is no need to spread them out. So I finally intervened. There is no reason, I just want to do it. If everything needed a reason, then life would be too boring. I don't know who is the lucky one. It has completely deviated from the original work. Perhaps Luo has another idea, which is to completely disrupt the plot of the original work. Knowing the plot of the original work is indeed a great weapon. But because we know everything, love feels boring. Only the unknown holds surprises. But now, he is completely confident in his own strength, and it doesn't matter how he changes in the future. There are some crazy thoughts. Yes, Luo is crazy in his bones. Even if he acts calm, he can't cover up the madness in his bones. What's going on? A fight over Whitebeard's body. Others, on the other hand, were looking at the picture with some confusion. What happened? Advertisement. As the battle coming to an end soon. Luo looked around, turned around, and walked away. Walk up to Empress Hancock. Hancock, can you contact your country? Can. Hancock looked at Luo curiously. In addition to the admiration he had before, Hancock also had a touch of admiration in his beautiful eyes. Contact the country and ask the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates to search for outsiders within the country and find out whether Straw Hat Luffy is in the Amazon daughter country. Luo's tone was cold and murderous. He did not say it casually. Then the war ended, and Luo was not interested. Then the next step is to hunt down Luffy. Since the original tyrant Kuma Shojian slapped Luffy and flew him to the land of daughters, will the same happen this time? Straw Hat Luffy. Hancock looked at Luo suspiciously. How could Straw Hat Luffy be in the land of girls? But without asking anything, he hurriedly took out a small phone, dialed his country, and seriously issued the order specified by Luo. Throughout the daughter country, all combatants took action. Thousands of female combatants began to search the country, not sparing any corner, not even the urban forest. Whitebeard is dead. Is the battle over? But Redhead and Kaido of the Beasts are still here. People everywhere stared blankly at the scene. The fierce fighting has reached this point. Should it continue? The battle indeed continues. The evacuated Blackbeard pirates met Marco and other captains in the bay, and the enemies were extremely jealous when they met. Marco and other captains launched a crazy attack to avenge Whitebeard, avenge Ace, and avenge the captain of the 4th Division. If this continues, this era of violence will lead to destruction. Advertisement. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, the red-haired man walked towards the square again. Sengoku. End it. Let the battle end. The red-haired voice echoed in the air. If we continue fighting like this, everyone will be a loser. End the battle. Many Marines stared at the red-haired man angrily. We had a great victory and a perfect opportunity to hunt down the pirates. Why should we end it? But Buddha's Sengoku calmly swept around. Whitebeard dies. Marine wins. But Buddha Sengoku knew that although Marine's top powerhouses did not suffer much loss, everyone consumed a lot, especially Garp, who had almost no fighting power. In this situation, it would be difficult to win against Kaido of the Beasts and the red-haired man. It will be difficult for Marine to face the two emperors again. At least let the redhead leave. Even if Kaido of the Beasts goes crazy, Marine can resist it. Taking a deep breath, Buddha Sengoku finally nodded. The battle is over. The redhead showed a relaxed smile. Is it finally over? Buddha Sengoku, let me send Whitebeard and Ace on their last journey. The angry Marine has yet to retort. Bang! A crisp sound of footsteps sounded. Luo took a step forward. The red-haired man looked shocked. What he was most worried about was the Trafalgar Law. If he didn't agree, it would be difficult. I'm not in the mood to argue with a dead man. Luo glanced at the red hair. Take Hancock for a stroll outside the square. Trafalgar Law, where are you going? Buddha Sengoku asked. The battle is over, and it's time for me to leave. Taking a step forward, Luo walked towards the bay. Advertisement. The fluttering Marine's coat brushed the Marines along the way. Everyone stared at this handsome figure in a daze. The battle is finally over. People everywhere were also relieved from the tense atmosphere, and the boulder that suppressed their chests seemed to disappear. Today's battle is completely the battle for Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral's fame. I don't know if he will become an admiral after today. Too many adoring eyes looked at that handsome back. Sir, it's too scary. Many people in Eni's lobby cheered. We have such powerful adults on Judicial Island, who will dare to mess with us in the future. You absolutely cannot provoke this pervert. Many pirates swallowed in fear. Ain, can you sail a boat? Luo led Hancock to Ain. Then come with me. Luo walked toward the bay with Ain and Hancock. Boom. Here Marco and Blackbeard have their crazy battle. A figure directly forcibly penetrated the place where the two sides were fighting. Both sides looked at the passing Trafalgar Law with vigilance. They immediately stopped and made way for a path, always remaining vigilant. Both sides stared angrily, but neither side dared to take action. In this way, in fear of pirates, Luo and Hancock boarded a warship at will. Let's go. The hunt for Luffy. Begin. 167 The strongest of the younger generation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Really? It's not over yet. Buddha Sengoku looked at the moving warship with a headache. Although Whitebeard is dead, Redhead agrees to a truce. But there are Kaido of the Beasts, Blackbeard, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates here. The absence of an ordinary Vice Admiral does not have much impact on the combat effectiveness, but now who still regards Trafalgar Law as an ordinary Vice Admiral? It can be regarded as the highest combat effectiveness of Marine. Such a powerful and intimidating person is actually withdrawing now. Buddha Sengoku felt that his brain began to hurt. Red hair, take Whitebeard and Ace's bodies and leave the Marine headquarters immediately. Buddha Sengoku said in a strong tone. Staying here is always a threat. Marshal Sengoku, Whitebeard is the embodiment of our victory. How could we let the pirates take him away? Why should I leave it to the redhead? Marine was confused. This is our trophy, a symbol of glory. I bear all responsibilities together. Buddha Sengoku said seriously. Now he just wants the red hair and others to leave early, so that they can face Kaido of the Beasts who may go crazy at any time. 020 And there is also the Blackbeard pirates. Good. The redhead had no intention of fighting at all. Taking the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace, he quickly walked into the bay. In the bay, Marco and other captains fought frantically with the Blackbeard pirates. Marco, let's stop. The red hair instantly appeared in the center of the battle, blocking the attacks from both sides. Blackbeard, if you still want to fight, I will accompany you. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard glanced at the redhead with some fear. Advertisement. Blackbeard, which does not have shock fruit, does not have much confidence to fight against red hair. Boys, retreat. Blackbeard waved his hand and hurriedly left the Marine headquarters on his unique huge raft. The red hair and all the remaining Marines of the Whitebeard pirates left the Marine headquarters in sadness. All the pirates who were interested in soy sauce also took the opportunity to leave. The battle is over. There is only one enemy pirate left at the Marine headquarters, Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts, do you want to fight? Marineford can no longer be rebuilt anyway. If you want to fight, we will fight with you. Martial Marine stood in front of Kaido of the Beasts with 3 admirals. Strong words though. But Buddha Sengoku didn't want to fight at all. Marine has already suffered a big loss today and has suffered a heavy price. It doesn't want to fight Kaido of the Beasts anymore, not to mention what can it do with Kaido of the Beasts even if it wins. Kaido of the Beasts grinned. Buddha Sengoku and the admirals looked nervous and alert for a moment. Phew. Turning around, Kaido of the Beasts jumped directly into the sea. A wave of water rushed forward quickly, disappeared into the vast sea, and left. This moment, we can really declare that the battle is over. It's finally over. Buddha Sengoku breathed out a sigh of relief after a long distance. He was used to the storm, but today's battle also frightened him. There were too many changes, and there were too many strong men participating in the battle, which overwhelmed him. It was finally over. Marine ended on a winning note. Advertisement. What a terrible day. Fortunately, it doesn't have to continue anymore. Kizaru was also frightened. Such a battle is a huge challenge for Admiral. But there are still a lot of troubles. Buddha Sengoku looked back at the broken Marineford in distress. Such a battle. The damage was more serious than in the original work. The broken earth completely covered the front of the Marine headquarters. It was difficult to find even half an inch of intact land. The iconic Marine building also collapsed, and a large number of cracks even spread to the towns behind. Marineford's foundation has been shaken. It seems that the Marine headquarters needs to be relocated. Buddha Sengoku rubbed his head with a headache. Rescue the wounded immediately. CCBB, turn off the video phone bug immediately. What follows is a myriad of troublesome chores. After the battle ended, Buddha Sengoku was not in a relaxed mood. He walked heavily inside. When passing by the place where the 7 warlords of the sea stood, he glanced at them coldly. The battle is over, you can leave, you are not allowed to stay here. Quote. Carrying the black sword on the night. Mihawk takes the first step to leave. Then came Gecko Moria, Tyrant Bear and others. What an annoying day. Doflamingo walked forward with a gloomy face. Today's plan was not implemented at all. Not only did he not take the opportunity to kill Trafalgar Law, but he made him famous in the world. The most unlucky. Doflamingo, who had a crooked mouth and chipped teeth, looked shabby. Now he still feels severe pain all over his body. Unfortunately, this revenge cannot be avenged. There are a lot of vacancies in the 7 warlords of the sea, which is troublesome. Buddha Sengoku looked at the few 7 warlords of the sea and felt even more headache. Advertisement. There are too many troubles. Time. Snowflakes appeared on the screen all over the sea for an instant, and then the screen went black. The battle is finally over. A terrible day. Yes, the entire combat power of Marine, 3 of the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea all participated in the battle, including 90% of the strongest men of the sea. It has finally come to an end. If they continue to fight, the sea will be destroyed. Everyone has lingering fears about today's battle. No matter what, Marine won, and the pirates did not win. The people from all over the country who support Marine definitely make up the majority. Marine won a great victory. Marine's strength today was amazing. He was able to block 3 emperors. It was such a terrifying power. That's right, especially the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. His strength is simply stronger than that of the Admiral. He was able to fight the 4 emperors one after another, which is terrifying. Although the war is over. But the boiling sea is difficult to calm down in a short period of time. Such a once-in-a-century battle is enough for them to remember for a lifetime. And the one they talk about the most is Trafalgar Law. The person who suddenly appeared as if falling from the sky was the most shocking. Luo is famous. Fame is no less than anyone else. Soon Law had a new name. Whether it was Marine, pirates, or others, it was recognized that Trafalgar Law had the strongest strength of Marine and even the younger generation in the world, and no one had any objection. 168 commands. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The warships that were the first to leave disappeared from the horizon the fastest. Room. The huge room space appeared instantly, and Kaido of the Beasts in the Sea appeared at the bottom of the warship like a teleport. Luo, where are we heading? Ain directed Marine to drive the warship. Amazon Lily Country. Luo said calmly. Going to the I family's country. Hancock looked at Luo in confusion. He was so kind to the I family. Did he send the Yuan family home specifically? Is this about getting married? Luo's cold eyes casually scanned the black shadow flashing across the horizon in the distance. That was the route the red-haired pirate ship left. There was a hint of coldness in the corner of his mouth. You successfully protected Straw Hat Luffy today. What about next time? Luo is not sure where Straw Hat Luffy was sent when he was slapped by Tyrant Bear. But there are already some guesses in my mind. The first place is of course the Amazon Lily country. After all, the original Straw Hat Luffy was shot away by the Tyrant Bear, and it is very likely to be the case this time, so Hancock ordered his men to start searching throughout the country from the beginning. But Luo was still worried. Amazon Lily country is too big. If Straw Hat Luffy is really there, he may not be able to find it. Advertisement. Luo made up his mind and went there by himself. The diameter of the room could reach 6 kilometers. Observation Haki and Thunder Fruit merged and he could hear all the sounds covered by Haki. Op Fruit used the ability developed by ultraviolet light to have the ability to see through. In the space, no matter how perfectly hidden it is, it can't be hidden from Luo. Only by actually checking any place in the Amazon Lily country can Luo be sure whether Straw Hat Luffy is in the Amazon Lily country. Killing is not a joke, it is serious. But Luo didn't dare to be sure that Straw Hat Luffy was in the Amazon Lily country, which was still a place of speculation, so he took out the phone bug and dialed the number. Spandam immediately asked CP9 to go to Sabayati Archipelago to find the legendary Pluton Rayleigh. Pluton Rayleigh. Is he the right hand of the former pirate King Rayleigh? The legendary Pluton Rayleigh. He is in the Sabayati Archipelago. Spawn's gasping voice came from the phone. That's right. Let CP9 search immediately, mainly looking for the islands with many shipbuilder coating factories, but other islands must not be let go. Luo ordered seriously. Straw Hat Luffy appears next to Pluton Rayleigh. This is also one of Luo's guesses, based on the original work. Even though Straw Hat Luffy has not yet reached the Sabayati Archipelago, the Straw Hat and Red Hair are enough to make the unmasked Pluton Rayleigh and Luffy have a deep connection. Sabayati Archipelago is too big. 70 or 80 islands. Let CP9 explore the path first. If there is no Straw Hat Luffy in Amazon Lily country, then go to Sabayati Archipelago. If Sabayati Archipelago doesn't have either, there is only one possibility, a revolutionary. Sir, why are you looking for a legendary monster-level figure? Spandam was about to cry. If you look for such a legendary monster, you will die. Advertisement. Check whether Straw Hat Luffy has any connection with Pluton Rayleigh. Straw Hat Luffy. Spandam cried sadly. He looked at the CP9 members in front of him. Luo didn't care about CP9, but Spandam did. Without these subordinates, he knew that he was nothing in the world government. If he went to investigate this legendary monster, he might be completely wiped out. Sir, it's actually very simple to find Straw Hat Luffy. In order to keep CP9 and his position in the world government, Spandam looked at Nami and Nico Robin in the distance insidiously. Explain. Don't Straw Hat Luffy care about his companions? As long as he threatens the two women caught by the adults, he can naturally force Straw Hat Luffy to show up. It's not up to you to decide whether he will live or die. Spandam said proudly. I admire my wit very much. The adults will definitely praise me. Nami, Nico Robin. Yes, sir, use them to threaten Straw Hat Luffy. Nami Nico Robin, are they from the Straw Hat Pirates? Luo asked coldly. Yes, sir. Spandam said confused, what's wrong? His tone was not only devoid of praise but also cold, but there's nothing wrong. They are members of the Straw Hat Pirates, right? Please give me flowers. But now they are my people. You want me to use my own people to force the enemy to appear. Do you want to see my joke? Sir, I was wrong. Spandam immediately knelt on the ground, slapped him in the face and said, Sir, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I will immediately send CP to Sabayati Archipelago. Now even if I give Spandam 100 courages, I won't dare to resist at all. Advertisement. Don't let Khalifa go on a mission. Luo ordered and hung up the phone directly. CP9 Luo doesn't care. But Khalifa, the secretary and life assistant, has felt very comfortable these years. She has taken good care of her. It is enough to leave these dangerous tasks to others. Yes. After giving the order to CP9, Luo teleported to the bottom of the warship alone. The phone bug was placed in Kaido of the Beast's hand, and Kaido of the Beasts dialed the phone bug. Let the three major disasters answer the phone. A direct and forceful order was given. Immediately activate all the power of the lousy pirates and search for shock fruit in the sea. Yes. The three major disasters obeyed. Emperor, when will you return? But Kaido of the Beasts has hung up on the phone bug. It was not their emperor who issued the order. Their emperor had been dead for many years. Shock fruit. Luo prevented Blackbeard from getting the shock fruit. There was a certain reason. It was because he also wanted to get the shock fruit, but because he didn't know how to absorb abilities from other people with abilities. The power of lightning was directly taken from thunder. Fruit. So we can only let shock fruit appear somewhere in the sea. Just rely on luck to find it, so there will be a group. The Beast's pirates are one of the few major forces in the sea, and the possibility of getting the shock fruit is also very high. It would be best if you can get shock fruit. But it doesn't matter if you can't get it. Luo's greed for shock fruit is not too serious. Even if he gets the shock fruit ability now, he has no intention of taking it immediately. He bites off more than he can chew. He has enough abilities and has not yet developed them. The limit is 169 Sengoku. You don't believe me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo's current focus is still on improving based on his own abilities. Whether it is op fruit or thunder fruit, they are not weaker than shock fruit, especially in Luo's eyes. Op fruit is the real strongest paramecia. Moreover, Luo knew next that he had to spend a lot of energy to improve his physique and strength. Not just to increase strength. What's more, he transformed his body and got the same physique as Kaido of the Beasts. Only with the power of Kaido of the Beasts can he have immortality. This is more attractive to Luo than shock fruit. Shock fruit, it doesn't matter if you get it or not. It's okay to get it. It doesn't matter if you don't get it. If you get it, wait until later to take it. Of course, as a top-level fruit ability, getting it is always better than not getting. 583, so Luo immediately asked Beast's pirates to go all out to find it. As for why the Professional Intelligence Agency CP9 is not allowed to search for it, they are a world government agency after all. Luo K does not trust them and gets shock fruit. How many people can resist the feeling in their hearts? And Beast's pirates. Although Kaido of the Beasts is not here, the three major disasters are in charge. The three major disasters are all ability users, and they have no chance to take shock fruit. As for other subordinates, the three major disasters naturally have the strength to command and control. Beast's pirates. Advertisement. Young men, our emperor sent an order to immediately activate all the forces and let all affiliated pirate groups immediately search for the shock fruit in the sea to find the Kangkong fruit. Yes. Remember, this is what the emperor wants. Who dares to get the shock fruit and take it privately? However, the emperor's anger must be taken into consideration. Even if you have the shock fruit but don't have the terrifying physical foundation of Whitebeard, can you block the emperor's anger? Don't he ruined his life for unrealistic ideas? The pirates looked solemn. The little thoughts that arose in the hearts of some pirates were instantly shattered. Even if you get the shock fruit, can you become a top powerhouse in an instant? It's too fantastic, unless your own strength has reached a terrifying level. Go. The Beast's pirates took action. Or many people with ideas in the sea are secretly looking for shock fruit. It is the shortest way to reach the top powerhouse. Who wouldn't want to? The sea did not calm down just because the war was over. Instead, there was an undercurrent. Whether it's the greed for shock fruit, the thought of Whitebeard's huge territory, or being attracted by Whitebeard's last sentence, the sea is more exciting and lively than before. Buddha Sengoku, who has been busy for a long time, has solved important issues. He walked into the ward with a headache. It's simply a fantasy. Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts are two people who have almost no connection. How can they be related? Even if they are, it is the antagonistic relationship between marine and pirates. Buddha's Sengoku, it is unimaginable that Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law have completely different personalities and have no common goals and interests. How can they be related? How can they be related? Advertisement. Sengoku, don't you believe me? Helpless smile. Trafalgar Law has something to do with Kaido of the Beasts. How is it possible? 3.3. Shaking his head helplessly, he walked out of the ward. It's not clear whether there is a cooperative relationship or other relationships, but it must be a profound relationship. Garp said firmly. The relaxed Buddha Sengoku walked out of the broken Marine headquarters and boarded the warship. Garp, it's not that I don't believe it, but what are Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts cooperating with? What are they cooperating for? Cooperating to deal with Marine. But in this war, Trafalgar Law did its best, and Kaido of the Beasts did not harm Marine. It's too much damage, how can you make me believe it? Sengoku asked. I am sure that he must have a major relationship with Kaido of the Beasts. Garp said with certainty. If there is no major relationship, why would Kaido of the Beasts be teleported behind me by Trafalgar Law at the critical moment? In the corridor, Buddha Sengoku clearly heard the angry roar of Garp in the ward. There is so much to discuss with the world government. Has Trafalgar Law become a curse for Garp? Sengoku has a headache. To world government. Finally, he smiled freely. I am ready to resign, and Garp is also ready to retire. The future belongs to young people, why are you thinking so much? He didn't believe that the two could coincidentally work together so perfectly. After a while, Garp suddenly sat up and stared into Sengoku's eyes. Sengoku, if I say that Trafalgar Law must have a significant relationship with Kaido of the Beasts, do you believe it? Garp, are you okay? Sengoku looked at Garp on the hospital bed with concern. Garp snorted coldly and turned his back to Sengoku. Advertisement. Quote. Sengoku stared at Garp with wide eyes and a horrified expression, as if he was joking. This. Garp was speechless for a moment. But I am certain that there must be a connection between the two of them. Although he knew Garp and knew that he would not lie, Buddha Sengoku could not believe this kind of thing at all. Cooperative relationship. Buddha Sengoku's face twitched. He glanced at Garp with a strange expression, and coughed a few times. Garp, you take good care of yourself, I still have a lot to do. Are you still angry? The Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral is fighting for our Marine. Even if you have grievances, Garp, for the sake of justice, you should understand. Sengoku said with a headache. He knew that this had become Garp's heartache. Sengoku looked at the old man in distress, how should he persuade him? Snort. Buddha's Sengoku has black lines all over his head. Garp, you are too tired during this period, please take a good rest. Sengoku comforted him a few times. That's what caused my failure. What's the relationship? Buddha Sengoku still didn't believe it. Garp, who always had a dark face. I can't die. The war has come to an end, but for such a major event, there are still too many things to report to the world government. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Why was Kaido of the Beasts easily knocked away by Trafalgar Law? Is it really because Kaido of the Beasts was unprepared? Garp didn't believe it. How can I believe this? 170 Looking for Luffy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next day, the warship stayed in the waters outside the Amazon Lily country, 2 to 3 kilometers away from the island. No need for Hancock commands. Marine did not dare to let the warships approach. It was rumored in the Amazon Lily country that they knew that no man would be allowed to enter the island. Anyone who enters will die. Wait here. Luo ordered Marine, and then displayed the room to its fullest extent. Call out. Hancock disappeared instantly and appeared on the shore. Then Ain also disappeared. Finally, Luo teleported to the shore, and there were 3 small stones on the deck instead. As expected of the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, he was able to break the iron laws of the Amazon Lily country and become the only man who can enter the Amazon Lily country. Only Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral can conquer a woman like Empress Hancock. On the warship, Marine looked at the figure entering the island with admiration. It was like there was a twinkle in their eyes. Enter the 22 Amazon Lily countries. Countless female citizens cheered to greet her, and female soldiers also lined up in a row to welcome their Anne home with a grand ceremony. For the emergence of Trafalgar Law, no one was surprised. They all knew that he had a close relationship with the Empress and was the only man who could enter the island. Shiji, welcome home. Grandma Z came with a cane, but her eyes were focused on Luo. There was a light in her seemingly turbid eyes. Grandma Z couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The young man who was once so high-spirited, really become a strong man who can shake the sea, and in such a short time. Sister. Hancock's 2 sisters also focused on Luo. Advertisement. Everything that happened in the battle on the top has long been spread throughout the sea, and the Amazon Lily country has also known about it. Hancock's two sisters couldn't help but think of what Zhang Luo had said. Luo, a former recruiter, once said at Amazon that his only goals were Admiral and 4 emperors. He really did it. The nation cheered Hancock home. But most eyes were focused on Luo, whispering. Although he is a Marine, Master Trafalgar Law is really strong and perfectly matches the Empress. Yes, Luo conquered everyone here with his strength. Not only was Hancock not disappointed when his glory was taken away, but he was happy for Luo and became more arrogant than before because she was proud. Have you found any intruders? Sister, we searched every corner and in the forest, but no intruders were found. No. Luo instantly displayed the room to its fullest extent, his eyes flashing purple. Nothing in the space could escape his eyes, and sounds could not escape his ears. No. Luo disappeared instantly. Hancock, I will go to the palace to find you later. Luo began to search the Amazon Lily country in a blanket manner. With his method, no matter how big the island was, it would take less time than the time spent by soldiers from all over the country searching together. Call out. Luo kept changing his position. Advertisement. Stay for a few minutes, see everything in the surrounding room clearly, and then disappear instantly. It took nearly an hour. The entire island was inspected. What needs to be done must be done. He quickly rushed to high altitude, stayed high in the sky and looked down at the entire island, frowning. No, isn't Straw Hat Luffy here? Disappointment is out of the question. Luo pulled Hancock out domineeringly. It seems that the tyrant bear flew him to a safe place. Luo fell to the ground. I hope it's somewhere in Pluton Rayleigh, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome at the revolutionary headquarters. Where in the sea is a safe place for Straw Hat Luffy? It is very simple to think by elimination method. Thinking quickly in my mind. 183 inches Hancock, I'm leaving to go to Sabayati Archipelago. Arriving at the palace, Hancock had not yet had time to serve Luo diligently. Yes. Luo nodded. And unlike the original work, Luffy, who was shot away in the original work, was not unconscious but had fighting power. Red Hair Pirates definitely counts as one, but Red Hair Pirates was at the Marine headquarters at the time, so rule it out. Only these 3 places are safe places for Straw Hat Luffy. In addition, even a desert island is dangerous for the unconscious Straw Hat Luffy, and it is impossible to shoot Straw Hat Luffy away to the East Blue Windmill. Let's go to our hometown in the village. Humph. Ain on the side pouted and followed gloomily. The revolutionary headquarters, the possibilities are also extremely high. Frowning slightly, he smiled helplessly, feeling helpless but growing colder. It seems that Tyrant Bear has swatted Straw Hat Luffy away to another location. Advertisement. Departure. Sabayati Peninsula. Straw Hat Luffy died early and late, which had no impact on Luo, not even at all. But Luffy, who was shot away in the battle on top, was in a coma. Call out. Luo walked towards the palace with a cold look in his eyes. No matter where he is, he will be killed. Or maybe Luo didn't have high hopes for Straw Hat Luffy at Amazon. The place where Pluton Rayleigh is located is very likely. Are you leaving? But in the battle at the top, endless changes and strong men intervened, which made Luo's mood very bad. If this matter was not resolved, he would always be in a bad mood or Luo's personality might be a little paranoid. Knowing that he has a close relationship with the Empress Hancock, the Tyrant Bear retaliates and sends Straw Hat Luffy flying here, which really makes him die. Yes. The warship changed direction, quickly disappeared from the horizon, and sailed towards the Sabayati Archipelago at high speed. Ah, Hancock's pretty face turned red instantly. Are you planning to elope and get married? Looking at Hancock, who looked happy and intoxicated. Back to the warship again. Yiluo's character is free and easy to do as he pleases. He will rarely make up his mind to do something because he is free and easy, but if he makes up his mind and says it, he must do it. I was only delayed 2 hours in Amazon Lily country. But this time, you come with me. She was very disappointed. Obviously I knew Luo first. It was as if the most precious and beloved thing had been robbed. No matter who was blocking the road ahead.